Matthew. Prologue. When the great red star Calamity appeared in the sky, some believed the end had come. They were right. Calamity brought with it the epics, humans with powers no human should have. But to call the epics human implied they possessed some humanity. They did not. They could have saved humankind. They could have lifted us into harmony and prosperity. Instead, they burned, they slaughtered, they conquered. And when the earth was wasted, impoverished, hungry, hopeless, and weak, they ruled. But tyranny gave birth to resistance. Small groups around the country who fight the epics, protect the innocent, and kill to serve. We are the reckoners. We fight for humanity. We fight for peace. We are the best of the best. A family. Stronger than any I've known in all my 18 years. We live together, eat together, laugh together, bleed together. Epics rose, men fell, and we are here to lift them up again. Once upon a time, there were 17 Texas reckoners. Now there are 5. Part 1. Chapter 1. I'll raise you 200, I said, taking a pair of black chips from my stack and tossing them onto the pile between Herschel and myself. The heavy clay discs each made a hollow plunk against the center of the cheap plastic folding table we'd set up in the abandoned hotel lobby. The first chip bounced and spun in place before toppling over the other. Herschel looked from his pile of chips to mine. Permanent scowl lines creased above the bridge of his nose and along the top of his forehead. He studied me, searching for answers in my unblinking eyes. "You lying to me, Jax?" he said. He set his cards face down, then leaned back and folded his arms. He chewed on something with his front teeth. Herschel always seemed to be chewing on something, but odds were it was only his own teeth. "Maybe," I said, offering a small shrug. "I've been known to lie before, when occasion demands, and I'll have you know, I've been getting pretty damn good at it." Herschel grunted. I set my own cards down and returned his look. "You can scowl at me all day, but you're never going to know unless you call my bet." I swallowed, and his hawk-like eyes shifted under their heavy, looming brows, snapping their focus to the subtle movement in my throat. "You're lying." I shifted uncomfortably in my chair, breaking eye contact and fiddling with the corners of my cards on the table. "Then call my bet," I said, locking onto his eyes again. "You shouldn't do that," Herschel said, his voice sounding like boots trudging through gravel. "Do what?" He gave me a once-over. "All of that. Liars hunch in. They check their cards too many times. They hold their breath. They have fake smiles and tight lips." He leaned forward, and the harsh lines crisscrossing his face deepened into rifts. "You blink too much. You keep fiddling with that silver ring on your right hand. You bounce your leg up and down like it's got a sparking muscle spasm. And when you stare straight into my eyes like you're doing now," he shook his head, "that ain't strength. That's the fear of a lying fool who thinks he can trick an old bear into running away." With both hands, Herschel shoved his pile of chips toward the center of the table, collapsing their neat piles into a colorful heap. "We need to get some scars on that baby face of yours," he continued, leaning back in his chair again. "Toughen up that pink skin so it don't move so much when you try to lie." I ignored him and looked from the pile of chips to the real prize off to the side, an unopened, king-size Snickers bar. I couldn't remember the last time I'd tasted chocolate. Since we'd arrived in Galveston 2 days ago, we'd spent most of the time scavenging for better food than our rations of wrinkled potatoes. At first, we'd agreed to split the Snickers, but after Herschel found the poker chips at an abandoned cards and collectibles shop, he suggested we play for it. A small smile pushed against the rhinoceros hide that formed Herschel's face, lifting his weathered skin against its own weight. I shoved my own towers of chips into the pile. I call. His face pinched in a twitch of confusion, and he shook his head in disappointment. Ain't no point in bluffing now, he said, flipping over his cards. 2 pair, king high. I scooped up my cards and turned them over. Full house. He stared at my hand as if he couldn't understand the symbols on the cards. Finally, he met my eyes. You weren't the one who found the poker chips in the cards and collectibles shop, I said. Huh? I spotted them like 3 hours before you did. I know how much you love poker, so I put them out in the open for you to find. I guessed that you'd want to wager the Snickers, and well, I guessed right. His eyes darted back to my full house, as if he still couldn't believe it. It's a whole lot easier to lie than it is to pretend like you're lying, I continued. You know, take it a hair too far and the gig's up. Herschel gave me a rare nod of approval. Well played. He slid the Snickers bar to my side of the table. And well earned. I drew the sword I always kept strapped to my back. It was a model 1832 foot artillery sword from the United States Civil War, back when the United States was still a thing. Only 25 inches long, double-edged, solid brass hilt with a 4-inch crossguard. There were certainly swords better suited for combat out there, but none of them held the same personal significance as this one. With a swipe, I chopped the candy bar, wrapper and all, in two. Pick a half, I said, nodding to the divided Snickers as I wiped my sword clean and returned it to its sheath. Herschel sighed. I ain't gonna say no to a bit of pity. He picked up a piece and tipped it in the air in thanks. At least if we die today, I said, biting off a hunk and savoring the burst of processed sugar inside my mouth, we die with chocolate in our bellies. Herschel reached down to the titanium prosthetic leg that hung from his knee. He opened a small hidden compartment and pulled out a half-smoked cigar and a lighter. None of us knew how Herschel had lost his leg. He refused to tell us until we guessed right. We'd made it through all the boring guesses: infection, blood clots, explosions, shark attacks. Hundreds of guesses later, we still didn't know. Cigar in one hand, Snickers in the other, Herschel settled back in his chair, plopped his prosthetic leg on the table, and released a contented sigh. Once I'd finished the chocolate, I reached into my back pocket and took out the little black notebook I kept there. The words "bucket book" scrawled across the worn cover were almost illegible these days. I thumbed through the pages until I reached item number 97. I took the pencil crammed in the spine and scrawled a J next to the number. Herschel slapped the open book before I could finish my second initial. What do you think you're doing? He asked. Bucket book item number 97, I said. Take down a bear without using a bullet or blade. Huh? What are you talking about? There ain't no bears here. According to you, you're an old bear, and I took you down without bullet or blade. His eyes narrowed. That's a sparking big stretch, even for you. It wasn't often that one of us tried to manipulate the semantics of a bucket book item. After all, the bucket book was sacred, a ledger of true excellence, a list of impossible feats that saluted both Herschel and me in notarized record. Each of us had added 100 or so bucket book items ranging anywhere from number 7, throwing another person a distance of over 9 feet, to number 31, breaking the sound barrier without vehicular power, to number 111, ripping a phone book in half, which wasn't fair because I'd never seen a phone book. Then, whenever one of us completed an item, we'd add our initials to the margin in the presence of the other. It was a close game, and I was behind by 3. Human achievement, I said. That's what this is all about, right? Beating the old bear at his own game has got to count for something. But, I set the pencil down, if you don't think that's much of an achievement... Herschel studied the open book. Fine. I'm still 2 points ahead. I finished my initials. For now. A shrill beeping sounded to my left. Herschel and I looked at one another. It was time. We abandoned the cards and the chips and huddled over the computer. The Fathom radar showed a massive swirl of approaching storm clouds. Lux was coming. Let's get to the roof, I said, closing the computer's screen and scooping it into my arm. Everything was waiting for us just as we'd left it. Scopes, drone bays, remote device managers with dual guidance joysticks, 50 caliber rifles mounted to the roof, and rocket launchers. Just in case. Chapter 2. Herschel and I stood in silence on the roof of the Diamond Beach high-rise. Far in the distance, dark clouds surged forward in the blue sky, churning with a heavy roil as some unseen force propelled them from behind. The darkness moved with unnatural momentum toward the edge of Galveston. The happy blues and whites overhead withered and died as black devoured the buoyant color. The great floating city of Lux and its epic tyrants had arrived. We took position in the makeshift command center we'd constructed on the roof of the high-rise. Herschel made his way to a series of control switches linked to remote rocket launchers he'd set up the day before on the outskirts of Galveston. He grabbed a pair of binoculars and stared at the approaching clouds. Wind billowed around us, swirling in all directions. The advancing line of shadow crawled over buildings and swallowed up streets. The distant Galveston Aquarium, a tall glass pyramid that glistened under the sun, dimmed as the expansive shadow washed over it. The once vibrant glass became murky, like dishwater. Block after block was engulfed by the inky blackness. The wireless comm in my ear crackled, and Abigail's voice called through its speaker. "Teams, check in." I peered northeast across town toward the Schlitterbahn water park where Abigail was posted all alone behind a sniper rifle. "Blue team ready," I said through the comm. "Green team ready," Brigham answered a second later. I glanced southwest at the Gary Green vacation rentals where he and Wade were posted. Galveston was a narrow island strip right off the coast of Texas. The five of us had spread out, each taking a different section of the island, since we weren't sure exactly where the epics would touch down. "You never picked a color for yourself," I said. "That's because one person can't be a team," Abigail said. "Jax is right," Brigham said through the comm. "You should still have a color." Abigail was silent for a beat. "Any of you remember boxed crayons? You know, from grade school?" "What the hell year you think we were born?" Herschel said indignantly. "I'm not talking to you, old man," Abigail said. "I meant the kids." I rolled my eyes. Abigail had a habit of calling Wade, Brigham, and me the kids, as if we were a bunch of innocent children. Maybe Wade was still innocent, but not Brigham, and definitely not me. And as far as Herschel went, Abigail was easily older than him by half a decade, but she never acted like it. "Yeah, I remember crayons," I said, picturing vivid rows of color in yellow boxes. Crayons were one of the last childhood luxuries I could recall before the world fell completely into pieces. "Well," Abigail continued, "when I was a kid—" "And what year was that again?" Herschel interrupted. "Shut up, dinosaur," she retorted. "When I was a kid, my favorite crayon was called razzmatazz." "So that's your color?" I asked. "That's my color." "I like it," Brigham said. "Now stay alert," Abigail said, pulling us back on task. "Keep your eyes high and don't do anything stupid." The wind whipped around us, sometimes blowing from the east, sometimes from the west. Finally, a tip of jagged rock pierced through the bottom of the clouds, widening as it descended over the heart of Galveston. Distant screams echoed from the streets below us. My attention stayed locked on the shrouded sky. Additional spires of rock punctured the clouds, as if a great inverted mountain was descending upon the world from the heavens. It wasn't long before there was no more sky, only craggy, uneven rock. More screams joined the cacophony. The streets swarmed with panic as the remaining citizens of Galveston sought shelter from the spires of rock slowly lowering from the sky. "Get ready with the honeybees," Abigail said through the comm. Herschel set down the binoculars and sat at a terminal fitted with headgear and 2 joysticks which controlled the pockets of drones we'd hidden throughout the city. His thumb carefully avoided the red button atop the left joystick. "Ready," he responded. "Ready," Brigham's voice crackled in my ear. "Both teams, launch your drones," Abigail said. "Jax, keep an eye on the fathom readings." Herschel and Brigham launched their swarms of drones as I studied the screen in front of me for activity. "The tunnels are clear," I said. "No ravens yet." The drones shot into view from distant buildings and sped straight toward Lux. "Direct the drones halfway up the tunnels and start drilling," Abigail continued. "Copy," Herschel and Briggan responded. My monitor showed the drones flying toward a series of vertical tunnels that punctured all the way from the bottom of Lux to its surface. When the drones were inside, they attached themselves to the walls and burrowed into the rock. Before long, streaks of movement entered my Fathom radar display. "I've got activity," I said into the comm. "Ravens. A few hundred at least." I stood from my terminal and grabbed a pair of binoculars, peering through them at the tunnel entrances. On cue, a swarm of little black dots poured from the tunnels in the airborne rock mass and dropped from the sky like a huge flock of birds. Wearing black armor and carrying weapons that jutted out at sharp, dangerous angles, the soldiers fell through the air like twisted barbs. Lux's ravens. I steadied the binoculars, searching for life force's shape. "Does anyone have eyes on him yet?" Abigail called over the comm. "I've got wing flare descending over 103rd up past the waterworks," Briggan said into his comm, "but life force isn't with her." My heart flinched at the mention of wing flare. 103rd was straight ahead of Herschel and me. I leveled the binoculars and searched the sky. Wing flare. The very mention of her name made my skin crawl. She was one of 4 epics up on Lux, and second in command to High Epic Life Force. I adjusted the lenses for a magnified view and locked onto her. I knew I was supposed to be searching the sky for life force, but I couldn't pull my focus away from her. She wore no armor or weapons, only a white dress that stayed perfectly still despite her momentum and the heavy winds pushing against everything around her. Her face looked like polished marble, cold and expressionless. Not a single strand of her waist-long, perfectly straight white hair moved as she descended. My jaw clenched as my grip tightened on the binoculars, and my heart thumped in my chest. Though life force ruled the city of Lux, granting immortality to his people, wing flare made it the mobile terror it had become. She kept the entire city of Lux in the air, as well as transported Raven marauders back and forth on raids, and yet she had the focus to keep every hair on her head in place as she fell. I imagined I was looking through a rifle scope instead of binoculars. I could almost feel myself pulling the trigger and spattering her white dress in red. "Briggan's right," Herschel said over the public comm. "The man of the hour ain't with her this time." "Keep watching," Abigail responded. "Maybe he's simply late to the party." But I wasn't searching the sky for life force anymore. All I could see was the white demon, the floating witch who had taken so much away from me. "Jax," Herschel said to my left. His meaty hand rested on my upraised arms, coaxing the binoculars away from my eyes. "You holding it together?" I lowered the binoculars and glared at him. "I'm fine," I snapped. "Yeah," he said. "I can see that." I sighed and forced my attention to the last wave of the descending Raven army. At this distance, I could barely make out the red stripes on their black uniforms that ran diagonally from shoulder to hip, insignias denoting their rank. They touched down and scattered like a nest of cockroaches suddenly exposed to sunlight. The armored vultures poured through the streets, entering the abandoned buildings nearby as they searched for survivors to enslave and treasures to collect. When we'd first arrived, we tried to spread word through the city that Lux was on its way. We told the people there would be death and devastation. Some listened and left the city. Some didn't. "No one else is coming down," Abigail said. "Life Force is a no-show. All teams stand down. The mission's off. We'll follow them to the next destination and hope Life Force shows his face." Rage burned inside me as I watched wing flare float serenely above her army. I wasn't about to let her get away. "But everything's set up right now," I protested into the comm. "And we'll set it all up again next time," Abigail said. "Pack up." "We can't lose this opportunity," I pressed. "I know Life Force was the target, but I can still make it work with wing flare." "That doesn't make sense," Abigail said. "You said you needed Life Force, not her." "I can make it work," I insisted. "Trust me." "Jax, I know where your head is at. This isn't the time for revenge." "This isn't about revenge," I argued. "I can make the plan work, but I need to get some of her DNA. Even better if it's splattered all over the ground." "Let's regroup and plan it out," Abigail said. "This isn't the sort of thing we should decide now." "We have a chance, and we have to take it," I said. "Jax, we're not rushing into anything. Fall back and regroup." Herschel set down his joysticks and grabbed a canvas duffel bag, then began filling it with equipment. I spun my brother's Boston University silver class ring around my finger, a finger that not so long ago wasn't big enough to wear it. Time to balance the books, I whispered to myself. I reached over Herschel and pushed the red button at the top of his left joystick. "What the hell are you?" A series of hissing noises sounded in the distance. White smoke trails shot upward, then arced over the city and sped toward the clusters of ravens on the ground. Wingflare noticed the rocket trails at the last second and shot higher into the air. Plumes of fire erupted below her, illuminating the whole city block in orange flames. Crackling explosions dotted the ground, and buildings crumpled in on themselves, burying groups of ravens in rubble. "Blue team, what's going on?" Abigail shouted into the comm. Herschel glared at me. "You crazy kid? The mission's off!" "I'm not letting her get away this time," I said, running to the center of the roof where my motorcycle stood facing the edge. "Jax, don't," Herschel said. But I wasn't listening. Wingflare was mine. I stared out at the buried raven army. The missing life force would undoubtedly be trying to heal the crushed ravens, despite their corpses being too broken and buried to move. Eventually, they would heal, but temporarily eliminating the army of ravens like this bought us time, and that was always our most precious resource. Wingflare reached toward the rubble. The ruins shifted as her powers slowly lifted the broken debris. The ground rumbled as the burning pieces rose from the ground and hovered in the air, uncovering the ravens trapped underneath. I hopped on the motorcycle and started its engine. "Jax is, Herschel grunted into the comm. "He's moving forward." "No," Abigail said. "Jax, do not." "Abigail," I said, "I need you to trust me. This is our best chance." Without waiting for a reply, I hit the accelerator, and the bike shot along the roof. I spared a glance toward the blurred tires. I had equipped the tread with a motivator, a device that harnessed the DNA of dead epics to mimic some diluted form of their powers. This motivator housed the DNA from an epic named Crystallix, an epic who could form crystalline structures and surfaces in the air that wouldn't fall. I'd attempted to create a pair of boots that exploited Crystallix's power, allowing each step in the air to create a crystalline surface that would carry my weight. It had worked. Sort of. Motivators tended to be quite a bit more unstable than the epics themselves. In this case, the crystalline surface only lasted for a fraction of a second, never giving me enough time to fully take a step. The structure of the crystals dissolved too quickly. I either needed to step much, much faster, or... I looked again at the spinning tread of the motorcycle tires. "Here goes," I whispered, rocketing off the edge of the building. The bike didn't fall. Crackling crystals sounded below me as the tires left a trail of blue that dissolved only inches behind me. I felt like a rock skipping across a pond, barely fast enough to use the momentary surface tension as a road. My tests on the motivator tech prior to this mission concluded that the bike would have to move at a speed of 50 miles per hour minimum to stay in the air ahead of the dissolving crystals. "I'm going to need the second wave of rockets if we're going to keep her distracted," I said over the comm. We all waited in silence for Abigail to respond. "Do it," she said, her voice stiff and tight with irritation. "Copy," Herschel said. Another volley of remote rockets shot toward Wingflare's position, but she was ready this time. Before they could reach their targets, the missiles stopped mid-air, their engines spewing fire but unable to move. Wingflare then turned them around, spraying them back in the direction from which they'd come. Building tops exploded, raining metal and concrete over the streets. "Where are we with the honeybees?" I asked. "They should be deep enough," Herschel said in my ear. "The bunker blasters are in place." "We need to blast it," I said over the comm to Abigail. She didn't respond. "It's now or never." She released a heavy sigh into the comm. "Light it up." I held my breath, waiting for Herschel to detonate the bunker blasters. 22 drones burrowed deep in the heart of Lux. The explosions that followed sounded like the earth itself had shattered around us. Huge chunks of rock blew from Lux's core. A shockwave rippled through the air, making my bones quiver. A massive crack ruptured along the entire length of the floating city, forming a deep chasm through its underside that shot along the base in both directions. The crack widened. Boulders rained down over Galveston, leveling everything they touched. I weaved back and forth in the air, dodging the meteor shower around me. From this height, I had a view of the whole city as buildings were wiped out and massive craters pocked the streets. A deep fracturing sound echoed above me. I lifted my chin to look. The crack in Lux from the bunker blaster explosions stretched longer and longer in both directions until it spanned farther than I could see. The powerful roars it released were deafening. I could feel it in my chest like a pressurized tightening. Then, unbelievably, the entire city overhead broke. We'd cracked the sparking city in half. I stared at the colossal thing, unable to do anything at all as the two halves peeled away from each other and fell. It looked as if the sky itself was bending around me. The logical part of my brain reiterated that this was all part of the plan, but fear charged through me, welling inside my chest. What if we were wrong about Wingflare's strength? What if this was all too much and she couldn't hold it all together? If Lux fell, so would Galveston. And so would we. The great floating city would decimate the world below with its impact. I would have single-handedly doomed millions. I wondered how many people would share the same awful grave if we were even a little mistaken. The noise was piercing. Clouds of dust rose from pockets of brutalized earth. The seat and handlebars rattled from the shockwaves through the air. I focused on Wingflare up ahead. "Don't let it fall," I whispered. Her arms stretched high above her head toward the torrent of boulders that continued to bury themselves with cataclysmic force into the ground below me. "Jax," Herschel called through the comm in my ear. "She's not holding it. You need to get out of there." I ignored him. There was no turning back. If Lux fell, we'd be dead no matter what. But this was the opening I'd been waiting for, and I had to take it. A dark shape drew my attention upward. A chunk of rock, larger than a sports stadium, fell directly in front of me. "Jax!" Herschel shouted again. "Turn around!" "I can't," I said into the comm. "The motivator, it—" He knew as well as I did. Slowing down or turning too severely meant no more Crystal Air Road, and no more me. The enormous boulder ahead trailed loose rocks and dust behind, as if it were a comet. It would soon drop right where my motorcycle would be. I revved the bike's engine, speeding, undaunted, toward the large shadow of the rock's approaching impact. My bike passed into the darkness, and I could almost feel the dense weight hanging above me. The closer it got, the more its immensity warped the sound around me, muting the raging Armageddon. I cringed, lifting my chin to glance up at the monstrosity that was about to end my life. The shadow around me deepened. "Come on," I whispered. "Hold it." I waited for the mountain overhead to crush me. But it didn't. I spared another glance upward. The colossal rock was frozen overhead. "Yes, yes!" I shouted, racing forward. With another deep groan, the rock rose, and the dark shadow around me paled. I scanned the skyline. The hailstorm of rubble, as far as I could see, was all doing the same. Slower and slower the pieces fell, until they were no longer falling at all. 100,000 boulders simply froze in the sky. I finally passed from under the rock that had nearly fell on me and looked at Wingflare up ahead. Her arms were outstretched as she engaged in a motionless battle, the force of her powers holding the sea of rocks at bay. Finally, she shifted, but the thousands of boulders remained still. Her gaze went upward, as if she was only now ready to face the monumental task of piecing the massive city back together. Strands of white hair whipped about her face, and dimples rippled through the white dress. It seemed the demands of her task took too much concentration for her to maintain her typically undisturbed appearance. Lifting her arms in defiance, she pushed with her powers. A rare moment of emotion winced through her face as lips pulled away from teeth against the strain. The creaking roar of the yawning chasm overhead softened, and amazingly, the two halves of the city stopped moving. The raw feat of power left me awestruck, stealing the breath from my lungs as I watched. Wingflare screamed, and then the two halves of Lux groaned and tilted upright, the giant chasm stitching together piece by piece. This was it, my one opening. "Herschel," I said into the comm, "I need you to redirect a honeybee to my location." "Sending one your way, kid." A minute later, the oversized drone hummed a few feet over my head, speeding through the air alongside me. In one motion, I stood from the motorcycle seat and leaped into the open air. My fingers curled around the drone's landing rails. Its engine whined under the added weight. Hopefully, the drone would be able to make it before its engine overheated. My abandoned motorcycle idled slower and slower until it fell from the sky, no longer able to outrun the dissolving crystal trail. The honeybee lifted me higher, right toward wing flare. As we'd hoped, her focus was completely consumed by the immeasurable task of holding the city together. Miles away, Herschel guided the honeybee from his rooftop perch. It silently carried me behind wing flare, careful to keep me out of her line of sight. The Epic's concentration strained as she worked to reverse the damage we'd caused and return the shattered pieces of a vast stone puzzle to their home. "You ready?" Herschel called through the comm. "Send me up," I said, taking a deep breath and drawing the sword on my back from its sheath. The drone's engine roared, and I shot straight upward. Consumed by her task, Wingflare was too distracted to see my approach until I had nearly reached her. She spun around, a look of shock on her usually imperturbable face. I drew back and swung at her head with my sword. She lurched backward, and the sword passed under her ear. A wave of invisible force slammed into me, ripping my hand from the drone's rail and throwing me backward 100 feet through the air. "Herschel!" I yelled. "It's coming!" he yelled back. A line of reserve honeybees raced up from the ground toward me. I grabbed the first rail I could reach and tried to steady myself in the air. "Go!" I said over the comm. "Get me out of here!" But the drone didn't move. "Herschel, get me out of here!" "I can't," he said. "The honeybee's at full power, but it's not moving. She's got too much of a grip on you." I turned my head. Wing flare. Slow and steady, she floated toward me until she was near enough to speak. Her hair still rippled in the wind, if only barely. "All this for me?" she said, glancing up at the once broken city. Nothing more than a thin, scraggly line bore evidence that Lux was once split in two. Everything we had worked so hard to break was now unbroken. "So close," Wingflare continued, floating nearer. "And yet all for nothing." There was a hollowness to her voice that made it sound almost artificial. She floated yet closer, and closer. Our faces were only inches apart. I remembered every bit of her face from the last time I'd seen it. Skin like hospital plastic, hair bleached to bone. Every part of her filled me with unquenchable rage. I glared at her, my hands itching to take another swing at her throat, but her powers held my limbs rigid, and I couldn't move. If she recognized me, her eyes didn't show it. And why would she? I was never anything more than a speck to brush away, while she was one who'd altered my very existence. But that was how epics lived, unaware of the countless lives they wrecked. "Before you die," she whispered, "you deserve a kiss for your bravery." She leaned in, and her pale lips gently pressed against my cheek. They felt like ice and poison. Her arms lifted as if ready to throw me to my death when a bright line of red streaked across her cheek. A second later, I heard the delayed crack of the gunshot from Abigail's perch. Wingflare shrieked and pulled away, clutching at the graze on her cheek from the bullet. She scanned the sky for the location of the mystery attacker. With her attention diverted, her hold on the drone loosened, and it sped away as fast as its overpowered engines could take it. Wingflare gave me one last sideways glance as the gash in her cheek wove together from Life Force's healing powers. The look in her eyes echoed what she'd said to me. So close, and all for nothing. Before she could stop me, more .50 caliber bullets ripped through the air from Abigail's expert aim. Wingflare pulled up a section of shattered asphalt and yanked the pieces toward herself. The large chunks of debris swirled around her, forming a spherical shield. Bullets ricocheted off the surface, sparking harmlessly against the asphalt. With Wingflare's vision obscured, the honeybee sped toward the ground, pulling me behind a shattered pharmacy and into the camouflage of chaos. All around me, hundreds of ravens rose from the dead, their limbs and bodies fully regenerating. The honeybee sped through them, weaving in and out of side streets until it reached the edge of Galveston. From there, it carried me across the West Bay to safety. I collapsed into the sand at our rendezvous point on a beach with oversized houses and long docks. My energy spent, I took a moment to steady my breath and nerves. I touched the side of my head. The comm in my ear felt like a scorpion. I kept waiting to hear Abigail tell me I was a reckless, worthless child, that I wasn't fit to be a reckoner, that I was no longer a part of the team. But the silence was almost worse, and the longer she remained silent, the more I wanted her to get it over with. To scream and yell at me, and deal out whatever punishment I deserved for being so stupid. Herschel was the first to join me, gripping the rails of a honeybee of his own and landing with a heavy fall into the sand. "You okay?" he said, eyeing my prostrate body. I sighed. "Abigail's going to kill me, isn't she?" He shrugged. "Probably." I sat up and watched as Lux continued its pillaging and destruction across the bay. "You think any of the residents will escape?" Herschel shrugged. "Couple lucky ones, maybe." None of us knew what Lux did with all the people they rounded up in their raids. Slaves, most likely. In previous recon missions, I'd seen the Ravens gather them into cages where they were lifted into Lux by wing flare. "I heard through the comm that she was saying something to you," Herschel said. "What was it?" "She said we were so close, but it was all for nothing." Herschel nodded. "Well, was she right?" I opened my fingers, revealing the handful of white hair I'd managed to cut from Wingflare's head. "Nope." "Is that going to work?" I nodded. "I can make it work." He clapped me on the back. "Then your stupidity was worth it after all." "I don't know. That'll probably depend on how mad Abigail is." "True." Finally, the comm in my ear crackled to life, and Abigail's voice called through the speaker. There was a tension to it that had nothing to do with anger. "Blue team, prep a med kit at the rendezvous point. Brigand was hit. It's pretty bad." "What happened?" Herschel asked. "Wade and Brigand left their post at the Green Vacation Rentals when I called for the retreat, and they were exposed to a shrapnel burst from Jax's little trigger finger stunt with the rockets." An instant stab of cold regret lanced through my chest. "Is he—" I called through the comm in an unsteady tone. "He's only got half a face left, so you tell me, Jax," she snapped. Her voice spoke my name like it was something rancid. Herschel rummaged through his pack, gathering bandages and needles. I slumped down, my footing suddenly unsteady. What had I done? Chapter 3. Boston, 7 years ago. Dan, my older brother, led me down a cobblestone alley with red brick walls. "You ready to experience the best breakfast joint in the whole city?" he asked. It wasn't exactly time for breakfast. In fact, it was the middle of the day, but we'd spent the whole morning building forts and waging war against one another in his apartment. Dan was a history major and knew just about every Civil War fact in existence. He had piles of Civil War stuff lying around and even had a real artilleryman's sword. It was shorter than a typical sword, but Dan thought it fit my 11-year-old size perfectly. He strapped it to my waist with a belt and told me to use it to guard my fort against the incoming armies of Robert E. Lee, who ended up being Dan wearing a blazer over his pajamas. "Do they have bacon?" I asked. He gave me a flat look. "I already said that it was the best breakfast joint in the whole city. Of course they have bacon." We ended up at an old door with the words, "Everything Nice," engraved in its wood. It had taken 3 side streets to get there, but when we finally did, the empty alley made the whole thing feel like some special secret that only Dan knew. He pushed open the door. The rush of smells that wafted over me were magical, frosting and sugar and freshly baked waffles. "Come on," he said, beckoning me inside. A waitress with a blue dress and a name tag that read Doreen sat us at one of the half-dozen tables crammed inside the modest dining room. Dan ordered coffee. It smelled nutty and sweet. We shared a meal from the menu called The Heap. It was a stack of sugar-glazed waffles and 2 plates of bacon and eggs. Cubes of soft butter melted through the squares of the waffles, forming little rivers that pooled on a plate dusted in powdered sugar and cinnamon. Before I could make a move, Dan reached across the restaurant table and snatched a piece of bacon right off my plate. "Hey," I said, but it was too late. He grinned at me. "Sorry, Jax, older brother's entitlement. The oldest brother at the table always gets the soggiest piece of bacon. It's pretty much the law." He picked up an extra crispy piece from his own plate and handed it to me. "You can have this one instead." I smiled. Dan knew how much I loved crispy bacon, but the truth was, he loved it too. When we were younger, we'd always fight over the crispiest pieces. Apparently not anymore. Some of my friends at home had siblings leave for college, and once they were gone, it was like they forgot everything and everyone they'd left behind. Not Dan. Ever since he left home, he had found little ways to let me know he remembered me, which was why I was sitting across the table from him in the first place. This was Dan's spring break, and instead of filling it with parties and road trips, he convinced Mom and Dad to fly me, his dorky 11-year-old brother, all the way from Houston so I could stay with him for the week, build forts, reenact Civil War battles, and eat breakfast together. He was my best friend. My hero. "You have powdered sugar on your lips," I said with a smirk. "It's not powdered sugar," he said. "It's ground-up bone dust from children who crossed my bridge without permission." He crossed his eyes, twisted his lips, and stuck out his tongue in his classic bridge troll face. I laughed, sucking in air and coughing on a bit of inhaled powdered sugar. The dull chatter and hurried footsteps sounded right outside. Someone shouted. I looked up from my waffles and through the window opposite the alley. A woman, hovering in the sky. She levitated right above the heads of the crowd. A small blue cape fell from her shoulders to the middle of her back. She wore a short pink skirt that barely covered anything, and her tight white t-shirt scooped so low down her chest that my 11-year-old self couldn't help but blush. "It's one of them," I said, my eyes wide with excitement. "One of the epics!" I'd heard of her before. Love Struck. I stood up from my chair and bolted toward the door, ignoring Dan's shouted, "Don't!" He tried to grab for me, but I was already gone. He fought his way through the crowd to reach me as I slipped through, going the wrong direction in a group of people who sensed more danger than I did. Love Struck gave the crowd a sultry look, scanning them one by one. Finally, she settled on me. She blew a kiss in my direction. My heart jittered. But there were two things I didn't understand in that moment. First, Love Struck's blown kisses reversed the blood flow of those she targeted. Second, she wasn't blowing a kiss at me. She was blowing one to my brother, standing behind me. The next time Dan's heart beat, the blood in his veins rushed back toward his heart, causing valves to swell and arteries to rupture. I heard a soft snick, like an underfilled water balloon being squeezed until it popped. Dan gripped my shoulder. I spun around. His eyes were wide, panicked. He clutched his chest, and then he fell forward into the street. I dropped to my knees next to him. Dan's eyes didn't move, and his skin was pale. The blood drained from his extremities. Powdered sugar still dusted his lifeless lips. I pushed my hands down on his chest again and again. I had seen people do CPR in movies a million times, and I tried my best. But you can't restart a heart that can no longer beat. I looked up at Love Struck. She was almost giddy at what she'd done. Then she bit her bottom lip as if eager to try again. New epics, first exploring their powers, often went on killing rampages simply to see what they could do. Even good people quickly turned into bloodthirsty murderers when they gained powers. My 11-year-old wide-eyed adulation for superheroes hadn't yet adjusted to reality. Dan's death fixed that. Love Struck fluttered her fingers at me in a flirty, teasing wave. And then she flew in circles, eyes scanning the crowd for another victim. Everyone around me scattered in panic, screams blended with the hysterical slap of footsteps. Store owners barred their doors and yanked down metal window coverings to prevent the frenzied public from entering. Epic murders had a way of injecting more and more selfishness into the world. What else could people do but take care of themselves? More bodies crumpled. Part of me wanted Love Struck to take me too, so the noise and cries would end, and I could fall beside Dan in quiet stillness. Eventually sirens shrieked over the pandemonium. Police officers shouted and formed up in little squads. Gunshots cracked through the air. I hovered over Dan, shielding his body from the chaos. Love Struck soared down the street with the police in pursuit. As the streets quieted, a team of paramedics poured in, moving from victim to victim. One of the paramedics, a man wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a blue patch on his shoulder, scrambled to Dan's side. The man had the bluest eyes I'd ever seen, like gemstones. They glistened in the sunlight, bright with eager hope and determination. And for a moment those blue eyes made me think that Dan wasn't gone after all. He checked Dan's pulse and his breathing, his laminate name badge bouncing against his chest. Atlas Butler. In school, I'd learned about a mythical man named Atlas who held up the world. As I watched the paramedic work, it was as if he were holding my entire world in his hands. A prickling buzz of hope stirred through me, just in time for Atlas to sigh and, ever so slightly, shake his head. "I'm sorry," was all he said, as his blue eyes met mine. They weren't as bright now. He stood, touching my shoulder as he walked away. One by one, the paramedics left. Many of the bodies were taken, but there wasn't room in the ambulances for Dan. They assured me that they'd return for us, but as I waited, they never came. I stayed in the streets at my brother's side until we were alone. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream and wail and sob into Dan's shoulder. But something heavy inside my chest kept me still, waiting, silently clutching his cold, bloodless hand. The world somehow felt both bigger and smaller at the same time. Part of me wanted to hide in a bathtub and never come out, and part of me wanted to run as fast as I could through the open streets, screaming and yelling every word I'd been taught never to say. But a third part, the part that felt like wet snow, told me not to leave my brother's side. That if I held his hand long enough, it would feel warm once again. But it never happened. I don't know how long it was before I noticed the man watching me from across the way. He stood beside an iron bench. Eventually, he stepped forward. My muscles tensed, and I clutched my brother's lifeless hand tighter. "It's okay, son," the man said, holding up his hands placatingly. "I'm not going to hurt you." He looked around at the empty streets. "Where are your parents?" My throat felt dry and stiff, and the words were slow to come. "I'm visiting my brother," I said, squeezing Dan's hand. He nodded. "Let's get you home then," he said. "Where do you live?" "Houston?" The man's face wilted like a scoop of ice cream in the sun. "Houston." I nodded. "I see." The look in his eyes told me that something was wrong with Houston. He sighed and started again. "I don't really know how to tell you this, but Houston, It's what?" I asked. "Obliteration," he said. He'd been saving up energy for weeks. Waiting. He shook his head, coming back to the moment. "Do you have anywhere else to go?" I shook my head. "All my family is in Houston." "No grandparents or aunts or uncles or anyone elsewhere?" I shook my head again. "How old are you?" 11. A sad smile turned up the right side of his mouth. "That puts you in the 5th grade, yes?" I nodded. "I used to teach 5th grade. What's your name, son?" "Jax." He extended a hand to me. "It's nice to meet you, Jax. I'm John, but some people call me Prof." Prof let me stay by my brother's body until someone finally came to take him away. Epic-caused deaths were becoming enough of a norm that the city had been forced to turn part of the Boston Common into a potter's field. That's where they would take Dan, Prof guessed, along with anyone else killed by Lovestruck that day. Nobody ever contacted me to verify Dan's identity or tell me where they had put him. I never heard anything about him ever again. Prof took me to an apartment a few miles away. I'd taken the silver class ring from my brother's finger and put it on my own, but it was too big even for my thumb. Prof made me dinner, carrot sticks and microwaved hot dogs. I don't really have any hot dog buns, or ketchup, or, well, anything else that goes on hot dogs. I took a bite, though I wasn't hungry. The food tasted empty and gray inside my mouth. I probably could have been eating anything in that moment, and it all would have tasted the same. I forced myself to chew after forgetting several times that I still had food in my mouth. I'd offer you dessert, but I don't really have anything like that. I stared at the 3 carrot sticks and the plain hot dog. The tears still wouldn't come. All I wanted was to feel them run down my face. Why couldn't I cry? What was wrong with me? Dan would have cried for me. Prof didn't say much the rest of that night. He set up a spot on the couch for me to sleep and gave me a few blankets. I didn't use them, though. If Dan was going to freeze outside in the ground, I could at least go a night without blankets. The next morning, Prof heated up some canned ham and put it on a plate with more carrot sticks for breakfast. He seemed embarrassed as he handed me the food. I'm not much of a cook, he said. But I found these. He showed me a package of ice cream bars. I joined him at the table and we ate. After a long silence, he spoke again. There's some friends of mine, not too far from here, that might be able to take care of you for a while. Where do they live? I asked. New York. It's only a few hours' drive from here, and it's safe. Safer than most places, at least. What about Dan? I said, still thinking about his cold body lying in the ground somewhere. I'm sorry, Prof said. It's okay, I said, though nothing felt okay. Are we leaving today? Prof nodded. A similar silence was all I offered Prof the day after Dan's death. He and I packed up and left before noon. The last thing he grabbed after hesitating over a pile of old books and pictures was a lab coat. He swung it on and shrugged when he saw me looking. Reminders of our old lives. Like your brother's ring, he explained. We can't go back to those, but we can build new ones. He took me to Dan's apartment before we left Boston for good. Said I should say goodbye once more. Everything was as we'd left it. The whole kitchen table was covered in parts from old Civil War muskets that we'd been trying to put back together. I liked tinkering with Dan, combining bits together and building something great out of seemingly nothing. The parts were in neat little piles of different-sized triggers, locks, muzzles, and breeches. There were half a dozen different barrels all lined up beside one another, and even a couple of bayonets and ramrods. It was a puzzle of sorts, finding the right pieces to build a complete picture. Anything you want to take with you? Prof said, turning one of the musket stocks over in his hand. This, I said, picking up the model 1832 foot artillery sword. A sword? I nodded. Prof shrugged. All right. I kept the sword with me in the front seat as we drove. It made me feel safe. Prof talked to fill the silence, and I listened without reacting. He told me about a group called the Reckoners, about who they were and what they did. He talked about vengeance and making things right again, of killing epics like Lovestruck and stopping them from being able to hurt anyone else ever again. Are you a Reckoner? I asked him. He was silent in turn. The Reckoners are going to do everything they can to stop the epics from hurting people the way they hurt you and your brother, he said at last. It wasn't an answer, but I perked up at his last words. There was something right about them, something meaningful. Like heroes, I said. He looked at me, pulling his eyes away from the road. Something like that. I met his eyes and spoke with as much earnestness as I could muster. I want to be a hero too, I said, feeling my fingers curl around the brass hilt of the small sword. Probably every kid my age had said those words at some point or another, but I felt them, really felt them. I needed to rescue some other 11-year-old boy from having to watch the life drain from his brother's eyes, from losing everything and everyone who meant something to him. I thought of Atlas, the paramedic who'd tried to help but couldn't. I could still picture the hope in his eyes as he worked, the effort, the determination. That was who I wanted to be like. And even though Atlas hadn't managed to save Dan, he was trying to be a hero, trying to hold the world up. But he needed help, and I would be that help. I don't want them to take away anyone else from anyone, the way they took Dan away from me, I continued. My voice felt sticky and dry at the same time. A hollowness warbled through it that felt strangely distant. I knew the words were mine, but they sounded odd. I want to keep people safe, like you and Atlas. You saved me, and I want to save people too. It was a long moment before his eyes watched the road again. He was quiet, and I could see in the scrunch of his brow that his mind was chewing through things he wasn't saying. I slumped back against the seat and stared out the window. I wanted to save people. Protect them. I wanted to be a hero. I needed to be a hero. Chapter 4. I fell asleep sometime during the trip, and when I woke up it was dark. Stars glittered outside my passenger window on a blanket of night. I sat up and rubbed the sleep from my eyes. What time is it? Prof glanced at the car's dashboard, but the digital numbers displayed a radio station instead of a clock. You slept through 2 gas stations, he said. I'm impressed. He grabbed an unopened package of beef jerky and a roll of powdered donuts from the cup holder, then tossed them both to me. Lunch and dinner. Dinner? I said, still a bit bleary. I thought New York was only a few hours away. We passed New York 8 hours ago. Then where are we going? Prof gave me a glance. Texas. I thought of what he told me about obliteration, about the wasteland that my home had become. Isn't it all gone? We're not going to Houston, Prof said, shaking his head. We're heading to a quiet spot north of Newcastle. I've never heard of Newcastle. Prof half shrugged. Doesn't surprise me. Small town. But that's sort of the point. It's west of Dallas, but there's not much out there, except for the Coop. The Coop? He looked at me again. One of our Reckoner training facilities. I met his eyes, a rush of excitement and nervousness pumping through me. Wait, really? I had some time to think while you were out. Love struck an obliteration. They turned your life into a blank slate. Took everything that mattered to you. That's reason enough to want to fight back, but more than that, you got a good head on your shoulders. Maybe this is the 5th grade science teacher in me coming out, but I see something special in you. I see potential. So if this is really the choice you want, then it's yours to make. Yes, I said, probably a little too quickly. I want this. He gave me a hesitant glance. This isn't a video game. You know that, right? We kill. It's what we do. And it's more than pulling a trigger or swinging a blade. Killing weighs on a person, like adding stones to your pockets that never go away. He shifted a bit as if remembering the pile of stones in his own pockets. People like the word assassin. It makes them feel like they've got some fancy job title, so they don't have to think of themselves as murderers. But that's what we do. End lives. It's a hunted and hated existence filled with stale food, unease, and too many mistakes. And every life you take, even the bad ones, takes a bit of your soul with it. I'm telling you this because I don't want there to be any illusion to what you're getting yourself into. You said you want to be a hero? Well, being a hero has its cost. This time I waited before responding. I wanted Prof to know I was thinking about my decision. And I supposed he was right. If being a hero was something I really wanted in my life, I probably needed to know the cost. The silence was heavy and cold. It pressed into me, pushing his words through my mind. I thought back years ago to when Dan had taught me how to swing a bat. He'd set up a t-ball stand in the backyard and even got me a batter's helmet to make it feel official. We practiced all afternoon. Dan ran back and forth, picking up every ball I hit. I was 7, so they didn't go far, but every time a ball soared through the air, Dan gave me a smile of pure encouragement. He was a hero. He was my hero. And if he could be a hero, maybe I could be one too. Chapter 5. The outskirts of Newcastle were dusty fields and skyline. A dirt road, the only proof anyone had ever traveled in the direction we now drove. A few hundred feet off the main path, Prof pulled up next to an old pickup truck. Whatever the truck's original paint job had started as had long since weathered into some dusty shade of pigeon gray. Only faint memories of a deeper blue peeked through. A man leaned beside the truck's driver's side door with his arms folded and his feet crossed at the ankles. He wore a cowboy hat only a few shades darker than the dusty terrain backdrop. Prof stopped the car and gave me a serious look. "Last chance to turn around." I gave him a small laugh. "And go where?" He shrugged. "I'll drop you off anywhere you want. But if you open that door, there's only one road that truck is going to take you down." Prof nodded to the dirt path that squiggled into the horizon. I nodded, and then I opened my door. Prof got out and motioned me over to the man standing beside the truck. The shadow cast by the man's cowboy hat covered his face until he lifted his chin and looked me over. His eyes met mine. They were hard eyes, unmoving. His skin looked like old stone, but the angles of his cheeks were dulled and rounded, as if time had weathered them away, right along with the color of his truck. "Zeph, I want you to meet Jax. He's the boy I messaged you about," Prof said. "Bit young, don't you think? The coop ain't an orphanage," Zeph said. "Trust is the hardest thing to earn with recruits," Prof said. "Wouldn't you agree?" "Suppose so," Zeph replied. "Trust is easier with kids, and I'm curious as to what we might be able to shape out of recruits if we start younger," Prof said. Now he was staring at me too. "Kids adapt. They're quick learners. They can be shaped." Zeph sniffed once. "We'll see." Then he turned, opened the driver's side door with a loud creak, and sat inside. I turned to Prof. "When will I see you again?" He shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe not for a while." "You're sure about this?" I looked at the truck. I wasn't, but I nodded anyway. "I'm sure." Zeph started the engine. It coughed and sputtered, then settled into a labored chug. Prof squeezed my shoulder, then ushered me toward the passenger's side. I sat inside and laid the sword across my lap. Zeph eyed the sword, but he didn't say anything about it. We drove in silence along the dirt road for what felt like an hour. The sun blazed overhead, and if the truck had any air conditioning, Zeph didn't bother to turn it on. I hadn't had water all morning, and my mouth felt like sand. Sweat coated my back, and my clothes were sticky. Neither one of us spoke a single word for the entire drive. I felt more alone on that road than I had after Dan died. We eventually pulled up to a huge industrial warehouse paneled in wavy aluminum siding. "Hop on out," Zeph said, pulling to a stop and getting out of the truck. Dust billowed around us as the tired engine rumbled once more before shutting off. I opened the rusty door. It creaked as I pushed against it, but didn't open all the way because of the dents near the door's joints. "Hop on out," Zeph said again, this time louder as if I hadn't heard him before. I pushed again. The door opened a few inches, then stopped. "It's stuck," I said. Zeph sighed. He walked around to my side and wrenched the door open. Metal creaked and popped. "It ain't stuck." "Oh, I began. Before I could say anything, Zeph tilted his head, his hard eyes and rough face shadowed by his hat. "Rule 1, he said. "No excuses. Ever. Got it?" Again he cut me off. "Rule 2, I am God. You do what I say. You do not disobey. You do not ask why. In fact, you do not ask any questions at all." I didn't speak. "Rule 3, you are weak." I waited for more, but he left it at that. "Wait, that's a rule?" "That, kid, was a question. You have violated Rule 2 and have earned yourself 2 hours on the post." "The post? What's the—" I shut my mouth before the question had a chance to leave it. "Were you about to say something?" I shook my head. "No." "Answer with no, sir.
Well, yes, sir. Are we clear?
Yes, sir. The post, it turned out, was just that. A wooden post planted in the dry, dusty earth behind the warehouse. It stood about 4 feet high and was maybe 8 inches in diameter. My punishment consisted of simply standing there, on the post. I moved to set the sword on the ground, but Zeph stopped me.
What are you doing?
You said to climb up onto the post.
Would you put a firearm on the ground? Get it all covered in dust and dirt?
He shook his head.
You don't put your weapons on the ground. Got it?
I nodded. Yes, sir. Zeph watched me struggle to climb the post with the sword in my arms. When it was clear I wouldn't be able to do it on my own, he hoisted me up. And then he left me there. After a few minutes, the muscles in my legs strained as I tried to balance. Sunlight beat down on me, drenching my already sweaty body in more sweat. After what felt like an hour, I tried to readjust my stance, ever so slightly, to relieve the pressure in my feet. I slipped and fell to my face on the dusty earth. My vision rang as my head smacked the ground.
I said, no weapons on the ground.
Zeph walked over and picked up the sword which had slipped from my arms.
You just earned yourself another hour on the post.
This time, he didn't return the sword to me. I was up and down from the post until the sun dipped in the sky. My feet ached from standing in place. Rocking back and forth to shift the weight only helped a little, but there wasn't much else I could do. Zeph hadn't even taken me inside the warehouse yet. I half wondered if this was where my new home would be, a patch of dirt next to a wooden post.
Back up,
he said as I fell again. I landed hard, kicking up a cloud of dust that made me cough when I tried to breathe. Zeph's tone was as cold and hard as his eyes. I wanted to tell him how much my feet hurt, how jittery the little muscles that were supposed to help me keep my balance felt, how hot I was, how thirsty. But instead, I nodded and let him heft me atop the post where every minute felt like an hour. Through it all, Zeph stood there, leaning against the warehouse's ribbed aluminum siding the way he had against the side of his truck, arms folded around Dan's sword and feet crossed at the ankles. And like before, the down-tipped brim of his cowboy hat covered his face in shadow. Part of me wondered if he was sleeping. Part of me wondered if he was dead. A silent, motionless accessory propped against a wall. But every time I fell, he walked the few steps to my prostrate form without hesitation and lifted me back onto the post. When the last sliver of sun had disappeared behind the horizon, he stepped forward and gave a two-fingered beckoning motion.
Let's go,
he said, heading away from the post. I gracelessly flopped to the ground, which hurt nearly as badly as if I'd simply fallen, then scrambled after him. He led me to a wide bay door and punched a code into a control panel at its side. The door shuddered and rose. White fluorescent bulbs overhead bathed the massive warehouse in light. The space was partitioned into different sections and looked much the way our unfinished basement had in Houston, concrete floor and all. Many of the walls were simply pine boards and plywood. They didn't even reach as high as the ceiling, as if the structural organization changed too frequently to make anything in this space permanent. The pervasive smell of sawdust suggested the same. People milled about, some disassembling freshly broken walls riddled with bullet holes and char damage, while others assembled new walls to take their place. Thwacking noises drew my attention to a pair of distant women fighting with heavy sticks in a roped arena. Gunshots rang out at the other end of the coop in a makeshift shooting range. A few gave sideways glances at the 11-year-old kid wandering through their training grounds, but most didn't notice me. Zeph brought me to a corner of the warehouse where the walls and ceilings formed little rooms. These had sheetrock, and some even had paint.
You can have this one,
he said, opening a door to one of the small, roughed-in rooms and motioning for me to enter. It looked a bit like a prison cell. Simple cot in the corner, exposed toilet, and a pair of pipes that ran to the back of a freestanding sink. A single bulb hung in the center of the sheetrock ceiling with a beaded chain to switch it on and off. I eyed Dan's sword, still tucked in his arms. My sword. Can I paused, not finishing the question for fear he'd march me back outside and stick me up on the post. It was my brother's, I said instead.
You know how to use this sword?
Not really.
Until you do, you're not getting it back.
I stared at the ground. Before I could look up, Zeph had gone. I closed the door behind me and walked to the sink. The pipes gurgled for a moment before coughing out a cool stream of water. I splashed it onto my face, wiping away dried sweat and dust. I expected it to taste like rust or metal, but the water was clean and perfect. I gulped down as much as my belly would allow before slinking down into the squeaky cot and listening to the muted sounds of gunshots and arena combat. Whatever image I'd once had in my mind about being a hero, this wasn't it. Chapter 6. Day 2 was no different than the first. Despite the people bustling through the warehouse, I felt completely alone. When morning came, Zeph was at my door. He showed me to a shower stall that dribbled out cold water, then gave me plain oatmeal for breakfast. Afterward, I followed him to the post. This time, he didn't even give me a reason for putting me atop it, just hefted me up and ambled back to his slouched position against the warehouse's corrugated metal siding. After a few minutes, he hunched over and scooped up a handful of pebbles from the dirt. I didn't see him flick the first one at me. It hit my elbow with a sharp sting before falling to the ground. "Ouch!" I said, nearly losing my balance.
"What are you doing here, Jax?"
Zeph asked, flicking another pebble at me. I swayed on the post, unsuccessfully trying to dodge the rock. "You put me here," I said, glaring at him. "And I didn't even do anything wrong this time." He shook his head.
"Not the post. The coop."
He flicked another pebble. It was a simple question, but in that moment, I wasn't as sure about the answer as I had been when I was with Prof. I wobbled on the post as I thought about it. Before meeting Zeph, joining the Reckoners had felt important. Like by being with them, I could make a difference in the world. But instead of learning how to make a difference, I was standing on a post, staring at a man who clearly hated me. I don't know. He cocked his head.
"You don't know? Seems a pretty important thing to know, wouldn't you say?"
I guess. He nodded to himself a few times, but I wasn't sure what he was nodding at. Then he flicked another pebble.
"Maybe you should figure it out."
A full hour passed before he spoke again. I'd managed to stay atop the post the whole time despite his intermittent pebble flicking. Finally, he motioned for me to climb down.
"Let's take a drive,"
he said, walking to his truck. I eyed the passenger door, knowing that it was plenty stuck, despite what Zeph thought. I gripped the handle and pulled. The door opened only an inch before resisting. I sighed. Zeph sat in his seat and waited for me in silence. I tried again. Again, it wouldn't budge. I'm not asking that jerk for help, I thought to myself, gripping the handle with both hands and yanking. Nothing. I put my foot against the cab and pulled again and again. Nothing. Minutes passed, but Zeph never so much as glanced my way. Finally, I left the door and searched the ground for a heavy stick. When I found one, I returned to the truck, heaved at the door, and as soon as there was enough of a crack, I jammed the stick inside and used the stick as a pry bar until the dented metal around the hinges popped and the door swung open. I climbed inside, and Zeph started the engine without a word. We drove off through a desolate field of dust and mossy patches of weeds. When I could no longer see the warehouse, Zeph pulled over and parked the truck.
"Hop on out,"
he said. I lifted the handle, then used both feet to kick open the door. "Where are we?" I asked. As soon as I asked the question, I thought of Rule 2, but Zeph didn't mention it.
"A good place to think,"
he said. He pointed to a patch of ground.
"Have a seat."
I sat down.
"When I come back,"
Zeph continued,
"I want you to have an answer.
"An answer to what?"
Why you are here."
Then he drove away, leaving me in the hot sun and endless silence. Hours passed. The sun rose higher and higher, and then it fell. I'd never been so thirsty in my life. My stomach clawed with hunger, and my skin was burning under the heat. If there was a hell, it probably was this, which made me really not want to go to hell. Zeph's question bounced around my head, and the thirstier I got, the heavier the question felt. Why was I here? I told Prof I'd wanted to become a hero. But after these last 2 days, part of me wasn't so sure. If this was what being a hero was all about, maybe I should have asked Prof to take me somewhere greener. Somewhere with a cool lake and ice cream cones. Somewhere with drinking fountains and moms pushing strollers through a park with dogs and ducks and smiles. I pictured myself with Dan and with Mom and Dad. We used to go to a park like that and feed the ducks. I'm not sure if we were supposed to feed them frozen peas, but that's what we did. Everything was perfect. We were all so happy. The image crystallized in my memory, clear as if I were still there. Prof told me that being a hero had its cost. Snow cones and tag, couch cushion forts and trips to the zoo. None of that awaited the life of an aspiring hero. I played with the oversized silver ring I'd taken from Dan's finger, imagining a day when my fingers were big enough to wear it properly. As I pictured the haunting image of his body lying motionless in the street, I wondered if the purpose of a hero was to preserve things like snow cones and feeding peas to the ducks. But for others. Not for Dan, and not for me. The cost, I realized, was that I might spend a lifetime fighting for things I'd never get to have. It hurt, knowing that if I chose this, I'd be trading ice cream for bruises and waffles for numberless hours atop that stupid post. When Zeph returned, the sun was setting on the horizon. He pulled up beside me, not saying a word. I walked to the passenger door, gripped the handle, and pulled. When it was open an inch, I shoved my hand inside the gap. It hurt, but I didn't pull it out. Instead, I pried, wedging more and more of my arm inside until the metal finally popped and the door swung open. I climbed in. We didn't speak until we were back at the coupe, and Zeph shut off the rumbling engine. "My brother and I used to tinker with stuff," I said, breaking the silence. "Rebuild old muskets out of parts he'd get at auctions. We'd eat Captain Crunch right out of the box while he taught me how to fix things and make new things. He was super smart, and then he'd take me out to ice cream after. I don't want to lose ice cream or Captain Crunch or sleeping in on Saturdays. But I didn't want to lose my brother either. I thought about your question. I came here to be a hero, to save people and try to make sure they get to live in a world that still has all that stuff, even if none of it will be there for me." Zeph waited a while before answering.
"Things ain't gonna get easier here,"
he said. "I know.
"And it's gonna hurt. At some point, probably lots of points, you'll want to give up because it won't seem worth it anymore. Something happens in everyone, no matter how tough they think they are. Stress, pain, pressure, and time eats at a man. Strips away his willpower and turns him into a blubbering mess of resentment and whining."
He waited for me to argue with him, but I didn't.
"You telling me that's something you want?"
"No, I don't want to hurt like that. But..." I thought of Dan's terrified face as he clutched his chest, writhing on the ground. Lovestruck's giddy smile at seeing what she'd done. The palpable fear in the streets as screams and the trample of footfalls filled the air. "But if nobody fights back, then everyone's going to hurt like that in the end." He was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly.
"So you like tinkering, huh?"
Dan and I were always building stuff, even before he went off to Boston.
"Come on,"
Zeph said, stepping out of the truck.
"I want to show you something."
I wanted to ask if I could get some food or maybe a drink of water, but Rule 2, no questions. He led me through the warehouse, past the training sectors, and all the way to the back toward the supply cache. In the coupe, supplies were stockpiled and organized in a maze of tall metal shelving units and oversized crates. Dismantled vehicles, engine parts, and heavy artillery lay at the very back. The coupe even had an old M1A2 Abrams battle tank, a pair of Humvees, and an artillery cannon. Zeph navigated the labyrinth of endless gear, supplies, and weapons before finally squeezing through a pair of giant crates, which were taller than him and only a foot or two apart. I followed him into an open space about the size of Dan's bedroom. Crates and shelves formed 3 of the walls in the strange space, while the 4th wall was simply the left side of the M1A2 Abrams tank. It had once read M1A2 Thrasher, but most of the letters were either faded or scratched away. Long tables held machine parts, wires, and piles of little silver boxes. The side of the tank acted as yet another table, its sandy-colored armor above the treads, a neat little shelf to hold bins of organized nuts and bolts and other hardware. Zeph motioned to the silver boxes on one of the tables. Some of the boxes were as small as a 6-sided die, and some looked big enough to fit in.
These are called motivators,
he said.
Prof talk about motivators to you?
I shook my head.
Think of them as,
he thought for a moment,
as little coffins. Every one of these boxes are stuffed with bits of dead epic. Usually hair or blood, but sometimes an ear or a finger. And occasionally,
he glanced at a particularly large box,
a bit more.
I didn't want to know what a bit more meant. Why keep pieces of dead epics? Are they like trophies? Zeph lifted an eyebrow.
You got a twisted mind there, kid. The hell's wrong with you?
I flushed. You're the one with pieces of dead bodies in boxes.
Settle down. I'm joking.
But his lips weren't curled, his cheeks weren't raised, and his eyes were as cold as they'd ever been. Maybe frigid indifference was the only look his face could make. Then what are they for? I asked.
DNA strands. Each one of these boxes is a self-contained incubation chamber built to preserve the tissue samples inside. Epic powers live and breathe in epic DNA.
He picked up one of the boxes and turned it over in his hand.
It's our way of fighting fire with fire.
You can use epic powers with these? I stared at the silver box with new reverence. Zeph shrugged.
Sometimes, and even then only sort of. Were you old enough to study much science in school?
Yeah, it was my favorite subject.
Good. Then you'll probably know more than I do about how this works. From what I've learned, humans conduct electricity, and everything requires a specific electrical current. Moving, thinking, breathing. Epic powers are like any other function, in that they require the right electrical current to work. Match the right key to the right box, and open up a pile of treasure. Only problem is that there's always too many keys and too many boxes and not enough time to waste.
My brother showed me a video of a restaurant that poured soy sauce on a cooked squid, I said. The soy sauce caused muscle spasms, and the squid squirmed all around, even though it was already dead. Is this sort of like that?
He half shrugged. Suppose so.
And they work? I asked.
Like I said, not very well. There's a man, Nighthawk, who's got a company all devoted to this sort of stuff. Reckoners get tech from him from time to time, but it's expensive and volatile. We haven't had too much luck on our own, however.
I picked up one of the boxes and studied it. Steel bolts plugged up whatever ports might allow access to the motivator's inner workings. I looked around the room, remembering the similar mess Dan's room devolved into after we began seriously tinkering with a pile of musket parts. For the first time since arriving at the coop, I felt some sense of belonging. Do you think I can maybe work in here sometime? I asked. I knew I wasn't supposed to ask questions, but Zeph didn't make any mention of it this time.
The last lab geek that spent too much time in here got himself vaporized trying to build some plasma-based teleporter from an epic named Slingshot. Not sure it's a good idea.
I held the motivator tighter in my hand. Please? Zeph sighed and gave me a hard look.
Tell you what. You read every one of those, and you can tinker around all you want.
He pointed at a rack of steel shelves where stacks of books lay like abandoned corpses. They were thick volumes with names I could barely read, like Theories of Entangled Microbiology, Reductionism in Enzyme Substrates, and Nucleotide Mutation through Endoplasmic Reticulum. How much time every day do I get to read?
None.
Then why bring me here? He tossed the motivator he'd been holding back onto the pile.
Come on. You're probably hungry.
I set my motivator down. My stomach groaned as if it had hurt him. The whole time I'd been in the hidden workshop, I hadn't once thought about food or water, the two things I couldn't stop thinking about all day. Yeah, I said, following him out of the dusty, abandoned space. Chapter 7. I spent a lot of time on the post during my stay at the coop. Oddly, it seemed like the post got smaller every day. When I first stood on it, both of my feet fit. Eventually, barely one shoe covered its entire surface. As more months passed away, I couldn't understand why Prof had made this man a reckoner's trainer. We never trained with guns or bombs or military tactics like I'd expected. Instead, he had me doing pointless exercises, like having me lie on the floor, perfectly still, while a bunch of mice crawled all over my body eating crumbs he'd toss on me. If I flinched, I'd have to try again, this time for twice as long. Zeph loved no-flinch games and came up with new ones all the time. Sometimes he'd have me go an entire day without eating or sleeping, then have me put together puzzles in a certain time limit in order to earn food. Other times, he'd lock me in a dark room for so long I wouldn't know what day it was. It felt like torture, not training. "Why are we doing this?" I asked when he wanted to put a poisonous spider on my face and have me stay perfectly still until it left.
Stop whining. It ain't gonna bite unless you move.
But why? What is the sparking point? Why am I doing any of this?
Because you trust me. That's why,
Zeph said, again not seeming to care that I'd broken Rule 2. I'm not sure I do. He jabbed a finger toward the warehouse's entrance.
Door's right there. You're welcome to use it.
I don't want to leave, I said. I just want to know why. I've done every stupid thing you've ever told me to do for an entire year. You never tell me why, but I do it anyway. Zeph sighed.
Listen, you're not the first kid to come in here thinking they know best. Every cocky trainee seems to think they know what it takes to become an assassin. And so what do? Shoot tens of thousands of rounds into targets, hundreds of thousands even. They study all the gadgets and gear and gun types and explosives they can get their hands on. They disassemble and reassemble rifles like they're trying for some world record. And then, when the time comes for a mission, they sneeze while hiding in a bush, get spotted, and get their head blown off. Which means the coop spent years of training and buckets of ammunition on developing a useless bush target.
And putting a spider on my face is going to change that? That's not really teaching me how to fight.
Everyone talks about that 1% of the time during the mission when the reckoner fired his shot, and the target fell dead. But 99% of an assassin's mission is a lot less exciting. It's hiding in that bush for 3 days, perfectly still. It's being forced to function at high levels when dehydrated, starving, and weak. Prof thinks that because you're young, I can teach you more than simply how to fight. He thinks I can make you into something new, something better. I told you this was going to get harder. But if you do what I say, I'll turn you into someone who is truly dangerous. Someone who isn't slowed by hunger, doesn't flinch at danger, and yes, knows how to fight and knows how to kill.
You really mean that?
I'm not much for doling out guarantees anymore. People call you on guarantees, and then you get in trouble for it. Suppose it's why I ain't married no more. Anyway.
And then he looked at me, and his whole expression became completely serious, as if what he was about to say was something undeniably certain.
I guarantee that if you do everything I tell you, you will devastate your enemies and leave whoever's left asking themselves if they just survived an attack from a sparking epic.
I stood there not knowing what to say.
You still want to be a hero?
He asked. Of course I do.
Then do what I tell you.
When do I get my sword back? I asked.
Rule 2, he said. No questions.
I asked plenty of questions during my time with Zeph, and he only seemed to bring up Rule 2 when he didn't want to answer. You said I can't have it until I know how to use it, but you won't teach me how to use it. Zeph studied me for a long moment.
Come on.
He beckoned me to follow and led me to one of the sparring arenas.
You ain't ready for swords yet, but I suppose we can start focusing on some other things.
That was the day Zeph began teaching me a martial art form I'd never heard of, called Mak Koi. I'd seen a lot of martial arts movies, and none of them looked like Mak Koi. The motions were stiff, direct, and powerful instead of the wavy, flowery choreography the actors used. This isn't like what I've seen on TV, I told him.
TV is garbage. Soon you'll be able to dance circles around anyone you've ever seen on TV. Except we don't dance. We kill.
For 14 hours a day, I ran, fought, lifted weights, bled, and fought some more. I didn't think it was possible, but combat training was worse than flinch training and post-standing. Eventually, he started me on what he called Peaches training, which consisted of me performing the same exercises I was used to, scaling walls, belly crawls, sprints, hurdles, but with a canvas pack filled with cans of peaches. Every day, he added another can of peaches to the pack. I barely had enough time to eat and sleep between the increasingly brutal routines. And yet, in all that time and all that training, he never mentioned Dan's sword. Part of me wondered if he'd lost it, and that was why he refused to talk to me about it. The more time passed, the more I missed my brother. I didn't have anyone at the coop. Zeph was more like a thorny tumbleweed than a real person. I tried making friends with the other trainees, but they were all much older than me, 17 at the youngest, and many of the trainees were only there for a few months anyway. I was coming up on 2 years, and in all that time, I had no one to even talk to. Until I met Paige. She showed up one morning in Zeph's truck while I was standing on the post. She tried to open the passenger door, but it wouldn't budge. "It's stuck," she called. It had been so long and I had grown so much stronger over the last 2 years that I'd almost forgotten how stuck that door had once felt to me.
It ain't stuck,
Zeph said, just like he had to me that first day. He popped it open and she crawled out. She had long dark hair and big blue eyes. Her clothes were too clean and her skin too soft to belong in a place like this. She looked like a frightened doe, eyes wide and ready to bolt.
"Come on down here,"
Zeph said, beckoning for me to hop off the post. He wordlessly led us into the warehouse and to one of the training rooms where he finally introduced us.
"Looks like we got another kid joining us. This here's Paige. Her whole family just died, kind of like yours. An epic named Graviton who can alter gravity and walk on walls, that sort of thing. He thought it would be fun to make little pockets of concentrated gravity inside Paige's family members."
Zeph stabbed a thick finger into the center of my chest.
"Right there,"
he said.
"Their bodies crumpled up like wads of paper. Bones snapped, skin ripped, and the fine network of tubing we call a circulatory system turned into a handful of leftover spaghetti. You could shovel up what was left of them and fit it into a shoebox if you wanted."
Paige looked as though she was fighting to hold back tears. "What are you doing, Zeph?" I said, a flare of defensive anger rising inside of me. "You're being a total jerk." I never spoke to Zeph like that, but the girl was barely holding it together.
"And this is Jax,"
Zeph continued as if I hadn't interrupted.
"A little heartbreaker named Lovestruck popped every artery in his brother's chest like they were bath bubbles."
He turned to Paige.
"You know what happens if a heart can't pump blood because all its arteries suddenly burst? All the blood sinks to your feet."
Zeph shook his head.
"But that wasn't the worst of it for poor little Jax. You see, he's from Houston, his whole family, and we all know what happened to Houston."
Zeph scrunched all 10 of his fingers together, then splayed them apart as if pantomiming an explosion. My mouth was still open, but no more words were coming out. Paige now stared daggers into Zeph. He followed her glare and nodded.
"There's something different about you two. Most folk could get fired up hearing me talk like that about their past. But you two only got riled up when I started talking about the others. Jax here said he joined up to protect people, be a hero. Paige here said the same sparking thing. Time to see if you both will follow through.
What's that supposed to mean? I asked.
Simple,
Zeph said.
You'll no longer get punished for the things you get wrong. Instead, you'll be punished for each other's mistakes. Jax, if you screw up, Paige gets stuck on the post or has to shovel dirt for 3 hours. Paige, if you screw up, Jax loses dinner or does push-ups until his arms fall off. That sort of thing. Make sense? From now on, you both will be perfect in everything I tell you, so's the other doesn't suffer. Training starts tomorrow. You best be ready.
The next day, Zeph gathered us together into one of the sparring rooms. He gave me an appraising look.
You still want to learn how to use that metal relic of yours?
You're going to return Dan's sword? I asked. Zeph walked to a metal cabinet.
No. You're going to earn it.
He opened the cabinet and pulled out 2 wooden sticks, each in the shape of a slightly curved sword.
This is a balkan. Until you're good enough to practice with real swords, it's what you'll use.
He handed me one and motioned for Paige to step back.
You first, Jax.
He studied me as we faced each other.
Feet shoulder-width apart. Left foot in front. Put your weight forward, not back on your heels. Now sink into your stance and raise your sword.
I did so, but I wasn't really sure how to hold it. Zeph stepped forward and corrected my stance.
You will block 100,000 strikes before you ever take one of your own. Fools rush into a fight swinging like animals. You are not an animal, so you will not fight like one. 100,000 blocks. Are we clear?
I nodded, and he swung his balkan overhead. I lifted my own, blocking his blow just in time. He struck again, exactly as he had before. I blocked, but he simply continued with overhead strikes again and again. Then, without warning, he swept his sword to the side. I lifted my sword reflexively to block overhead, but his wooden balkan cracked against my ribs instead. The impact sucked my breath away, and I stumbled backward.
Against a left-hand side attack block like this.
He corrected my stance, then walked over to Paige. He glanced back to me.
Your mistakes are her mistakes from now on. Remember that.
He pointed at one of the bare walls.
2-minute wall squat, Paige. Now.
She looked at the wall, confused. Zeph sighed.
Back flat against the sheetrock and lower until your knees are at 90 degrees.
She nodded and wordlessly followed his instructions. Zeph didn't use a timer, only folded his arms and watched, perfectly still. Paige's legs shook after only about 20 seconds or so. Her body dipped.
No, Zeph said. You stay up for 2 minutes, or Jax over there doesn't get dinner.
She met his eyes, then mine. Her face was filled with uncertainty and fear. I can't, she stammered, 1 minute into the wall squat. Her legs shook violently, and she pressed both palms into them as if it would help.
That's your choice,
Zeph said.
You decide if you want him to eat tonight.
She looked at me again, determination building in her face. But determination, it seemed, wasn't enough. Several seconds later, her lips quivered like she wanted to cry.
30 seconds left,
Zeph said. She stared intently at me, pushing herself to the limit. Paige collapsed with maybe 10 seconds to go. She sat up and pulled her knees to her chest. She wouldn't meet Zeph's eyes, or mine. Zeph turned to me.
Well, there's always breakfast.
The anger I'd felt before flared inside my chest. Not because I would lose my dinner, but because of the way he'd made Paige feel. I felt my fingers grip the balkan's handle tighter. Zeph eyed the motion.
100,000 blocks before you are allowed to strike back, he said. You're up to 5. Now block, or she gets 2 more minutes.
Chapter 8. That night, after the coop was quiet and its occupants asleep, I crept from my room as I had each night for the last 2 years. This time, however, I paused by the door of the room Zeph assigned to Paige. I knocked softly and waited. Part of me wanted to make sure she was okay after how Zeph had treated her earlier, but another part of me just wanted someone else to talk to, someone other than Zeph. I knocked again. The knob turned and the door cracked open. Dim light from the corridor glinted off Paige's wet eyes. "Hey," I said softly. "Hey." She opened her mouth, and it looked like she was about to apologize. "Don't worry," I said before she had a chance. "No matter what you did, Zeph would have found some way to take dinner away from me. It's not your fault." She looked up and down the hall as if the man might pop out from the shadows. "He's asleep," I said. "Pretty much everyone is. I'm usually the only one awake this late." "Why are you awake this late?" she asked. I smiled. "Come on, I'll show you." Together we snuck down a dark maze of corridors to the motivator workshop in the back of the warehouse. Over time, I'd turned the space into a well-organized garage of tools, machines, and manuals. She entered the workshop and stared straight ahead at the farthest wall. "Is that a tank?" I smiled. "It used to be. Now I use it as a workbench." I motioned to the materials lined up along the armor plating over the tread. Paige scanned the small space. "What is all this?" I walked to one of the tables and picked up a silver box. They had epics in little boxes. They're called motivators, and I've been learning all about them. "Does Zeph know?" I shook my head. "Nope." "What do the motivators do?" "All sorts of things. I've been working in here every night since I got here 2 years ago. At first I had no idea what I was doing, but I've gotten a lot better. These motivators house epic DNA, and as long as you can figure out the biological frequencies at which they operate, you can channel their abilities through machinery." "You can use epic powers with machines?" "Well, not completely. Not yet, at least. But I can do some cool things." I picked up a device I'd been working on for months. This one's from an epic called Sonic Snare. He was an epic who could hear everything in an entire city all at once. "That sounds awful." "Yeah, that was my first thought, too." "How do you know all this?" "That pile of books?" I pointed to a neatly organized shelf. "They're all about cellular biology." I pointed to another shelf. "And those are manuals of information on the epics here in these motivators. Most of it's about what they could do and what they couldn't. There's information about what their weaknesses were and even stuff about their lives before they were epics. The Reckoners have tons of collected research on them." "How much have you read?" "All of it. Zeph said I had to before I could work in here." "But I thought he didn't know what you were doing." I shrugged. "Yeah, but he was probably right. I needed to know all that stuff anyway to get started." Paige looked at the motivator from Sonic Snare. "What does it do?" "Well, not much. Yet. Once I identified its frequency, I wired a speaker to the motivator and—" "Where did you get a speaker?" Paige interrupted. I sort of stole it." "From where?" "One of the other trainees. He had a stereo system with detachable speakers, so I took one of them. I gutted the innards and put a bunch of scrap metal back inside so he'd think it was only broken." "And that worked?" I smiled. "Yep. And now I have this." I held up the silver box that was now fitted with wires, tubing, switches, and a speaker on its end. I adjusted the switches and noise crackled through the speaker. "I used to think it was static," I said, craning my ear toward the speaker. "But then I realized it was all of the sounds from the whole coop, all at once." "How can you tell?" "Watch." I grabbed another device about the size of a briefcase and scooted it closer. "This is called a sound mixer. It can isolate and separate out specific sounds. Even more so now that I've re-engineered and synced it with the motivator." Paige gave me a sly look. "And I'm guessing that wasn't in the workshop to begin with either?" I grinned. "Nope." "How did you find a sound mixer?" "You'd be surprised at the weird stuff people have here." I plugged the sound mixer into the motivator and moved the sliders to isolate and adjust the frequencies. The static shifted, focusing on a single noise. Someone snoring. "That's amazing," Paige said. "It's still a work in progress." I showed her some of the other devices I'd been working on. A filter that converted plastics back into crude oil. A magnet that attracted water. and a book whose text burned away upon being read out loud. Paige was enchanted by it all. I was warmed by her fascination, knowing that this was how it was supposed to be in a world of epics. Mystery and wonder. Unlocked marvels. Instead, the world got elitist warmongers who all found a way to turn even the most benign of epic powers into weapons and pain. But that was why the Reckoners existed, I supposed. To rid the world of what should have been a dazzling evolution. There were no clocks in the coop, no watches, no mobiles. Sometimes it made the time pass more quickly, and sometimes it made one day feel like 3. I couldn't be certain, but it felt like Zeph woke us earlier and earlier each day. Perhaps it was only my exhaustion from spending longer hours in the workshop. Paige was an invaluable work partner, and I often wondered how I'd managed before she came. Our nights in the workshop, working together on new projects, brought me more happiness than I'd known in a very long time. During the day, we blocked thousands upon thousands of Balkan strikes. Day after day, week after week. Whenever I closed my eyes, all I could see was the arc of Zeph's sword. My muscles twitched, blocking the invisible opponent. After what felt like millions of sword blocks, Zeph still didn't allow us to attack. Instead, he taught us balance, footwork, and stances. Every small infraction led to more time on the post. Paige was good. She was faster than me and always had a better stance, but she was always a fraction of a second too slow for Zeph. It was as if she waited for his sword to fall, and only then brought hers up to deflect. But it felt different for me, somehow. After the countless hours I'd spent blocking against Zeph, I learned to sense where his sword was going to go. Slight flexes in his wrists or shoulders told me exactly where I needed to level my Balkan. The motion became so second nature that he could almost never hit me anymore. I think it frustrated him because whenever Paige would make a mistake, he'd come down hard on me, forcing me into exercises that pushed my body to the breaking point. Long-distance sprints with no water, hanging for several minutes from a bar using only one hand, and push-ups. So many push-ups. One day, after hundreds of push-ups, Zeph told me to stand, then immediately tossed me a Balkan. He came at me hard, the force of his strikes rippling through the wooden shaft, testing my already exhausted arms. After blocking a flurry of 24 side strikes and 9 consecutive overhead strikes, I twisted my body and swung the dense Balkan into his side. Zeph's torso housed an enormous amount of muscle, but my body had become like stone as well. And when I struck, I could hear his ribs snap. I hadn't asked him if I could strike, and he never told me I could. He stumbled away in shock, his expression a mix of anger and betrayal. Paige stared at me open-mouthed, a bit fearful of what Zeph would do to her for what I'd done. But I simply stood up straight, and as Zeph opened his mouth to speak, I cut him off. 100,000 blocks, I said. I counted each one. Zeph's mouth shut, and he regained his composure, wincing at the broken rib. I waited for him to scream at me or tell Paige she wasn't going to eat for 3 days. He didn't either. He simply walked over, grabbed my left foot, and angled it an inch outward, as he frequently did when correcting my stance.
Lead with your knees when you strike, not your toes, he said. We're assassins, not ballerinas. Head and shoulders as level as possible. Again.
And he raised his Balkan to the ready, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. After we were finished for the night, Zeph turned to me and said,
You broke Rule 3 today, Jax. 2 hours on the post before you sleep.
What? Rule 3? But Rule 3 is... And then I paused as his meaning set in. Rule 3. You are weak. I had broken Rule 3. I was no longer weak. A grin stretched along my face, but when I turned back to Zeph, he was already gone. That night, I left, on my own, to do my hours on the post. When I returned to my room, my brother's model 1832 foot artillery sword was on the bed, lying beside its scabbard. Zeph had polished and sharpened the once dull and cloudy steel, and it gleamed under the light. Perfect and brilliant. Chapter 9. A year passed, then 2. Zeph taught us stealth, acrobatics, observation, and, at long last, firearms. The first time Zeph handed me a handgun, I didn't know what to do with it. It was heavier than it looked. He showed us how to prep the gun, how to check its chamber and magazine, how to hold it, where to point the muzzle when we weren't shooting. For as much as he downplayed guns, Zeph was the best marksman I'd ever seen. Whatever he shot at, he hit. It was as if the targets were giant magnets that pulled his bullets into them. Paige and I stood in stalls on either side of him. The range was empty except for the 3 of us. We pinned our targets to an automated pulley system which carried them to the far end. I emptied my entire magazine at the target without hitting it once. I stared at the gun. How could I have missed 15 times in a row? Maybe Zeph had given us blanks. I looked over to Paige's target. The paper outline was riddled with holes. She stared at her work, beaming. Then she looked at my target. "Give it a try," she said, apparently not realizing that I already had. "Yeah, sure." That proved to be the template for the way things went from then on out. Paige was a remarkable shot, gleaning something from Zeph's lessons that never clicked with me. Like Zeph, she hit everything she pointed her gun at. Sometimes it looked like she'd only hit the target once, until further examination of the impact points showed a grouping too tight to discern from far away. We spent endless hours at the range. Pick a firearm, clean and prep that firearm, load the magazine, mount the target, destroy the target, clean the range, pick a new firearm. Hour after hour, day after day. My aim got marginally better, though Paige always made me look like an amateur. The better her aim became, the more her shyness melted away into confidence. We still regularly trained in hand-to-hand combat, too. Zeph had us train in the coop's main arena with the older recruits. They were good. Really good. The first older one I fought looked to be in his early 20s. I was still 15. The boy's name was Brandon. He had thick hair that didn't seem to move no matter what he was doing. Girls in the coop looked at him with dreamy eyes and smiled too much when they talked to him. Brandon always knew the right way to smile at them to get them to blush and giggle. I wished I could smile at Paige that way. Focus. I drove the image of Paige from my mind as I stepped into the ring. Brandon looked at Zeph as I entered. "You, want me to beat up a kid?" I readied myself into a defensive stance. Someone rang a bell. Brandon turned his attention to me and shrugged. Then Brandon advanced. He threw out a test strike and I blocked. I struck back. His block came fast and hard, and before I knew what was happening, he'd struck again and I was on the ground, coughing and wheezing. I'd grown so used to Paige's and Zeph's fighting styles that I was completely taken by surprise by his off-kilter leg sweep.
"Get up, Jax,"
Zeph growled. "You got this," Paige said. Brandon still looked confused. We fought again, and again I was soundly beaten. Paige ran circles around the coop all night as punishment. We returned to the ring every day. I fought Brandon a dozen times that week and lost every time. Brandon received an official field assignment the week after and left the coop. I was relieved until I discovered that the next batch of fighters were just as good. The pain was hard, but the worst part was Zeph's disappointment every time I was defeated.
"Damn it, Jax!"
He yelled at me one day after a mock koi bout left me sprawled out on the floor.
"These are barely level 4 combatants, and they're walking all over you."
I had no idea what a level 4 combatant was, but I was at least certain that I was making a complete fool of myself against him.
"If this was the real world,"
Zeph continued,
"you'd be dead. You would have been dead 2 weeks ago. Now go get your sparking sword and practice forms until you can't stand up. Am I clear?"
As the days and months passed, I felt my body growing stronger and yet wearier at the same time. The fighters Zeph continued to bring in came at me like dragons, and most of the time I barely managed to fend them off. Whenever I got the upper hand against one, Zeph would call a second fighter in to sweep my legs from behind. I finally got sick of it, and the next time he tried to double-team me, I called for Paige. She rushed in, and we took the 2 fighters down before Zeph could call in more. I looked up at him defiantly and smiled. "Is that all you got?" He shouted some commands, and 7 fighters ran at us and beat us until we could only crawl off the mat.
You want to fight together?
He asked.
Fine.
It was never a fair fight after that day. Zeph let Paige and I fight side by side, but he always crippled us in some way. Sometimes the opponents would get weapons while we had none. Other times, he set us against impossible odds, 4-2, 5-2, even 6-2. I sometimes wondered if he simply enjoyed watching us get beat bloody. And every night, while everyone else slept off their fatigue and healed their wounded bodies, Paige and I tinkered with motivators in the workshop. It wasn't smart, we needed rest, but it was the only thing either of us looked forward to each day. We'd take turns scavenging for parts and somehow always seemed to find what we needed. One night, I was working on the motivator that Zeph had warned me about the first day he showed me the workshop, the one from Slingshot, an epic who could teleport small distances. I'd been cautious with the silver box ever since Zeph had mentioned the lab geek who got vaporized. But part of me was drawn to the Slingshot motivator for that specific reason. There was an excitement in flirting with danger that ignited my brain cells and enhanced my focus. I had yet to try the device on myself, mostly because I'd discovered what had vaporized the last lab geek in the first place. Teleportation was an unstable ability. The DNA reacted erratically and was difficult to control. Every object I'd teleported with Slingshot destabilized on a molecular level in under 30 seconds. Not so much vaporized as broke apart into energy. The motivator itself melted away, taking with it anything it was touching. The only solution I'd found was to smash the motivator after teleporting the object away, which didn't seem like a sustainable solution. Either the motivator melted into energy or I had to smash it. I knew there had to be another way. Across the table from me, Paige tinkered with the water magnet motivator. I stared at the machine. She'd set the small motivator at the bottom of a cup and was playing with a puddle of water on the table, scooping up the water by dragging the edge of the cup through the puddle until it was all sucked into the container, then switching off the motivator and pouring the water out onto the table again. I watched her for some time, lost in a new thought that swirled around my mind. "What is it?" she asked. I picked up one of the books on molecular biology and thumbed through the pages. "I wonder if there's a way to reverse the abilities." "Reverse them?" "It says here in Theories of Entangled Microbiology that when the cells are stimulated, charged ions flow through protein membranes, which trigger more electrical currents." I flipped to another page and followed the text with my finger. "Those then turn into electrical pulses called action potentials, and action potentials are what let us move and think. For your heart to pump, your body's cells need to generate electrical currents to allow the muscle to contract at exactly the right time." "I remember reading that chapter," she said. "Action potentials. That's what lets us harness the abilities in the motivators." "Exactly," I said. "But what if you reverse the electrical flow through the membranes?" She looked at the motivator. "Reverse it?" "Force the current in the opposite direction." That sounds pretty unstable." "We could reinforce the pathway through an endothermic conduit." She considered the idea. "You think so?" I shrugged. "It could help focus the energy, stabilize it. It's worth a shot." "But what would that do?" "Create a different action potential," I said. "Or it would destabilize and we'd be blown to pieces." "Oh, is that all?" she said with a half smile. "I think we should try it, at least. Maybe on the water magnet, don't you think?" We spent every night over the next week building and fitting a reversal conduit to the water magnet. The end product was a golden coil, looser than a spring but more rigid and inflexible, and not much bigger than my pinky. We quickly took to calling it the coiler. When the moment came to activate it, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to set off a highly unstable energy reaction that would kill us both. "Here goes," I said, wiring the gold coiler to the electrical current output node, then hovering my finger over the motivator's activation switch. She nodded. "Do it." Click. I winced, but nothing happened. "Did it work?" she asked. I plugged an electrometer into the device and studied the readings. "Yeah," I said, relief building inside me. "It looks like it's working." I grabbed a cup of water and poured it over the water magnet machine. The water arced around the motivator as if some invisible bubble was holding it at bay before splashing around its base. "It reversed the power," Paige said, grinning, "like an upside-down magnet." We looked at one another, knowing something special had just happened. I felt amazing. I didn't even care when Zeph pitted Paige and me against 5 other fighters simultaneously the next day. Something about my discovery in the workshop was monumental. I wanted to share it with Zeph, but he still didn't know we were working on motivators. I worried that he'd be so upset that I wouldn't be able to get a single word in. And so, we didn't say anything, continuing our nightly work in secret. I spent months fine-tuning the coiler design, adding reinforced stabilizers to the energy redistribution channels, and building a flow control module that allowed the conduit instantaneous stream redirection. With the flip of a switch, I could reverse the energy flow in any given motivator. That was when I discovered the solution to Slingshot. I wired the motivator to a wrench, then activated it, teleporting the wrench 10 feet across the room. I waited a few seconds, then turned on the reversal conduit and activated the motivator again. The wrench snapped back to its original location. Paige hovered over my shoulder. We studied the wrench for several minutes in silence, waiting for it to destabilize like every other teleported object had in the past. "It's still there," she said after a full minute. Another breakthrough. I promised myself I would eventually tell Zeph about our discoveries, but since I never committed to a time, the subject never came up. Not long after my 17th birthday, I heard that Prof was coming to the coop. I asked Zeph if I could see him, but he only shook his head and said he'd be too embarrassed to present me to the leader of the Reckoners at this point. Instead, he locked Paige and me in the kitchen. "I'm not going to let him keep me here," I said to her. "I have to see Prof. I haven't seen him in years." "You could listen in, at least." "How?" "The sonic snare motivator." I shook my head. "It's in the workshop." "I know." I gave her a confused look. "But we're locked in here?" She rolled her eyes. "We're supposed to be these elite assassins, right?" Paige said. "What good is all this training if we don't use it?" She looked up at the ventilation cover on the ceiling in the far corner. "That's got to be 15 feet up at least," I said. "So help me with the table." We hauled the table underneath the vent, then Paige propped a chair on top of it. She stood on the chair and smiled at me. "You going to climb on my shoulders or what?" "Seriously?" I looked up. "I don't think I'm tall enough. It's still like 8 feet above you." She drew a sword from the scabbard on her back. We'd been using real, unsharpened swords in training for almost a year now. Zeph had us carry them with us at all times. He believed we should train wearing the gear we intended to bring into combat, so we'd learn how to move fluidly with it as if it were part of our body. "Use this to unscrew the vent cover," she said. "Once it's off, I'll bet you can jump and grab the edge." "Right." She folded her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Are you an elite assassin or not?" Paige was like a statue as I stood on her shoulders. I couldn't believe her plan worked, but it did. Except for when I loosened the last screw on the vent cover and the whole thing fell off right into my face. Somehow I managed not to fall off Paige's shoulders. Before I could psych myself out too much, I crouched and leaped upward. My fingers wrapped around the vent's edge, and I pulled myself inside. I peeked out through the hole and grinned at Paige. As she winked at me, my heart fluttered. I stared stupidly at her big blue eyes, completely lost in thought. Had her eyes always looked so blue? "Hurry!" she whisper-shouted with a smile. I nodded and scurried inside the ducting. The ventilation ducts were a maze of narrow shafts. It was pitch black, and I had to feel my way through the passageways, sliding forward soundlessly to avoid the popping of metal below me. I knew the warehouse's schematics perfectly, and since we stole most of the machine parts we used in our motivators, this wasn't the first time I'd navigated the ventilation ducts. It was, however, the first time I'd had to climb so high to access them. I reached the area closest to the workshop and dropped inside an empty room. From there, I snuck through the maze of supply shelves to the workshop. The sonic snare was right there on the side of the tank where I'd left it. Motivator in hand, I plugged in the sound mixer and filtered through the voices and noises around me. Years of practice had honed my skills with the device, and I quickly found Prof and Zeph's frequency. Prof's voice sent a pang of nostalgia through me. It brought back memories of Boston and of Dan. I thought of the long drive to Texas and the image of his car driving away from me and Zeph until it disappeared. The two men talked about a place called Lux and mission plans Prof had for Texas. Then, out of nowhere, Prof asked a question that sent a nip of panic through my body.
"How's the boy?"
I winced, knowing that my performance had been off for months now. I waited for Zeph to sigh and tell Prof how I'd completely failed him.
"That boy's a sparking prodigy."
My mouth dropped open at the man's words.
"I've pushed him hard, Prof. Really hard. He does exactly what I tell him, no matter how painful and no matter how difficult. He doesn't quit. He doesn't slack. He doesn't stop. I've thrown everything at him. I've put my best men, I'm talking soldiers that have trained a lifetime, against that skinny little kid, and he swats them down like they're mosquitoes. This kid could have arm wrestled Steelheart himself and won. I've trained a lot of warriors. This one's something special. And John, you should see that kid swing a sword."
A surge of warm pride welled up inside me. It felt like electricity and honey at the same time. I couldn't stop the grin that stretched across my face.
"That's great news," Prof said.
"From your past reports, I think he's looking like the right candidate to lead the southwestern region. Under different circumstances, I would have suggested we suspend combat training and focus exclusively on leadership and tactics, but Lux will be an all-hands-on-deck operation, so it looks like it will be field experience for him instead."
"When are you going to tell the others about the mission?"
Zeph asked. "Tomorrow afternoon." The conversation ended, and I quietly worked my way back through the ventilation ducts. I couldn't help but smirk like an idiot as Zeph returned to the kitchen. He eyed my expression suspiciously, then glanced at the ventilation duct high above us. His eyes narrowed.
"How in the sparking hell did you get up there?"
He looked at Paige, who only shrugged.
"I take it you were spying on our conversation?"
"Yes, sir." I stood up straighter. "That's what elite reconnaissance soldiers do, sir." Zeph nodded several times.
"Good,"
he finally said. I cocked my head. "You're not mad?"
"Should I be mad that you expertly escaped a locked facility, silently navigated your way through the ventilation system in the dark, infiltrated a secret meeting, intercepted critical information, made your way back to said locked facility, and did all of this without me or anyone else noticing?"
"Sir," I said, my face completely serious, "that sounds suspiciously like a compliment." Zeph folded his arms and gave me a hard look.
"You're damn right it is."
Chapter 10. The next morning I woke early. When I opened my door, Prof and Zeph were right outside. They appeared to be waiting for me. "Prof?" I said, stammering a bit. He cocked his head.
"Who in the sparking hell are you?"
He turned to Zeph. "Where's the little pipsqueak I dropped off 6 years ago?" I grinned at him.
"I think I scared that puny twig away a week after he arrived,"
Zeph said.
"Sorry, but this is all that's left of him now."
Prof studied me.
"You look good, Jax."
Prof wasn't a man who gave out hugs, but in that moment, I didn't care. I strode from the room and grappled him. He laughed.
"Easy there, gorilla,"
he said. "It's good to see you," I said, not really knowing what else to say.
"You too. How have you been?"
I shrugged. "Working hard, trying not to get beaten up too badly."
"What, by Grandpa Zeph over there? He's harmless."
Zeph folded his arms and puffed out his chest.
"You better watch yourself, old man,"
he said to Prof,
"before I pull you out on the mat and show you which one of us is harmless."
Prof chuckled. "Well, don't let him push you around too much." "How have things been with you?" I asked.
"Staying busy.
My team and I are headed east." He studied me for a moment before continuing.
"Zeph's been keeping me up to date with your progress on the motivators. I've got to say, I'm incredibly impressed."
I shot Zeph a look of genuine surprise. "You know about the motivators?" He sighed.
"You're joking, right? You think I didn't notice you working there every night for 6 years? Boy, I knew from day one. I watched you flip every page of every book on that shelf. I could barely believe my eyes when you didn't touch a single motivator until you'd finished reading like I'd asked." Most loyal thing I've seen in this tin can of a building. It's why I never busted you on stealing all that scrap.
You, know about my scavenging runs, too?
Come on, kid. Half the materials in your workshop are there because I planted them for you. A sound mixer? Really? What sparking idiot brings a sound mixer to a combat training facility? You take good notes, so I always knew what you needed. You might have a certain sense of loyalty, but you're dumb as a dented spoon if you think you found all that gear on your own.
Thanks, I guess. I thought I'd been so clever in finding some of the needed gear. Apparently, I wasn't.
Zeph also says that you've been able to reverse the electrical currents on some of the samples. Tell me about that.
It was startling how much Zeph had known, and I felt like a total fool thinking I'd been sneaky at all. The reversal conduits are still a work in progress, but yeah, I think I've made some substantial discoveries. I call them coilers. They've worked on everything I've tried so far, though they're a bit unpredictable. Sometimes the reverse of something isn't what I thought it would be, but it always makes sense when I think about it for a bit.
Reversing epic DNA. That's even more impressive than I imagined, Prof said.
Zeph nodded to my wrist.
Show him your watch.
Sparks, I thought to myself. This guy knew everything. I definitely felt as dumb as a dented spoon in that moment. I held up my wrist. It's from an epic named Slingshot. He could teleport short distances. This version sort of works, but I can't get the teleportation to stick without either destroying the device or killing the user. Instead of a slingshot, it's more like a boomerang. So, boomerang, which is what I'm calling it now, teleports you 30 feet away. You can reactivate it to return you to the original location, but after 30 seconds, if you don't reactivate it, your body will destabilize and you'll, die. 30 feet, 30 seconds.
Boomerang, Prof said, nodding. I like it.
He looked at Zeph.
I think I found your traveling companion.
Zeph nodded.
I was going to suggest him if you didn't.
Traveling companion for what? I asked.
We'll talk later, Prof said. After the meeting this afternoon. But you'll want to get a bag ready for a short trip, and pack that new boomerang device with you.
Throughout the day, people trickled into the coop. Former trainees, leaders, veterans. Zeph stood by the entrance the entire time. He kept checking his watch and glancing at the door. Are you waiting for someone? I asked.
Huh?
Before I could ask again, the door opened, releasing a sliver of white light. His whole demeanor brightened, and a smile creased along his mouth. Zeph? A woman called as she walked through the open door. She wore a black tank top, fitted cargo pants, and black boots. She was older, maybe a little older than Zeph, but she had a trim figure, and her exposed arms were dimpled and muscular. Scars proudly zigzagged over her skin, and she walked into the coop as if it were her home. She looked like a young grandmother mixed with a chainsaw, but the closer she drew, the more I could see the gentleness in her eyes as well. Maybe she was more like a pink chainsaw sitting next to a platter of cookies and a glass of milk.
Abigail,
Zeph called, his face lighting up. Zeph pulled her into his arms and kissed her with a tenderness I didn't know he possessed.
You made it.
Of course I did, she said. They talked for a moment before Abigail peeked over his shoulder at me. Is that him? She asked. Zeph turned and waved me over.
Jax, this is Abigail, finest woman in all Texas.
He puffed out his chest, so proud to introduce her to me. It's nice to meet you, Jax, Abigail said, taking my hand in both of hers. Her voice was like warm honey. Zeph has told me so much about you. I know he isn't often the most effusive with his praise, but you should know he thinks a great deal of you.
You know you're completely ruining my reputation,
Zeph said, taking Abigail's hand in his and lightly squeezing it. For a moment I imagined holding Paige's hand in mine, the way Zeph was doing with Abigail's. He looked at her with such gentleness in his eyes, and I realized that underneath all that thick skin and gruff posturing, he was a good man who cared more for the people around him than he ever let on. More reckoners arrived, filing in and filling the space. Every trainee I'd ever seen at the coop. A grizzled old man with a peg leg, Briggan, my old nemesis in the ring, Much of me wanted another round in the ring now that I was older, stronger, and actually knew what I was doing. But a small chin lift was all the interaction I got from him before he was off to flirt with the nearest girl he could find. Once everyone had arrived, Prof called us all together. The meeting turned out to be an assembly of reckoners the likes of which I'd never seen. In general, the coop had anywhere from 6 to 10 trainees at a given time. When we met together that afternoon, there were 18 of us, including Prof. More people than I'd seen in one location over the last 6 years, gathered together in the main garage near the supply crates and heavy trucks. We were a small army standing in neat rows. Every single reckoner in the room was an experienced soldier, carefully trained to be an elite assassin. I knew that epics were powerful, but the force assembled here seemed unstoppable. Prof walked to the front and cleared his throat.
I've brought you all together to discuss the new epic threat in the South Central region. From the beginning, the power grabbing in Texas has always been unstable. It's consistently followed a tribal pattern of contest with small factions burning hot before getting snuffed out. We've seen occasional epic pairs or trios working together, but never any true consolidation of power. Until now. Most of you have probably heard rumors of the floating city known as Lux. We don't have a great deal of information on it, but we do know it has effectively established itself as the sovereign conqueror of this region. Unlike other rising forces we've encountered in the South, Lux appears to be a stable territory, completely uncontested. And that has me worried. In order to thrive, Lux employs a mobilized parasitic approach. It descends upon cities and strips them of their resources and human capital. What it doesn't steal or enslave, it destroys. Somehow, it's also managing to get a reputation among the people on the ground as some floating paradise. Those not running away from Lux are trying to get inside. We need to figure out what's really going on up there.
Any other epics trying to take him down? The one-legged man asked. Prof nodded.
Some epics, even notable high epics, have challenged Lux. All of them have failed, and we don't know why. Neither human nor epic has stood against Lux and survived. Unchecked, I believe Lux will spread like a disease, growing in power until it consumes the land.
What about cooperative epic attacks? Briggan asked. Have epics banded together against Lux?
A few times. In fact, the biggest unified attempt against Lux by other epics that we've ever seen took place recently in El Paso. Dozens of aspiring epic warlords around Texas gathered their armies and fought Lux in one of its drop zones. They waged a massive battle against the floating city, and they lost. We're not talking low-level epics either, mind you. These were rulers of cities, each with epic underlings of their own.
How did they lose? Another reckoner asked. Prof shook his head.
We don't know. There aren't many reports from the event. Almost everyone who fought was killed. We don't know what sort of epics are up on Lux, or how many there are. But what we do know is that we've never seen this kind of threat in the South before.
I looked around the reckoners. 18 men and women no longer seemed like much of a force at all.
We're going to succeed where epics failed,
Prof continued.
Whispers stirred through the group. I know we don't usually focus on these sorts of high-profile targets, but if there's something I've learned since my time in New Chicago, it's that no epic is truly immortal. We can beat them. But if we don't take out Lux soon, I'm worried more epics will unite with Lux. If that happens, our chances of success become much smaller. Which brings us to our first objective. I'm sending all of you to Arlington under the command of Abigail Casey. We have reason to believe that Arlington is Lux's next target. But this is neither an offensive mission nor a rescue mission. You are there strictly for recon purposes. I want to know what we're dealing with. How many epics are up there? What can they do? How do we beat them? I know there's a lot of you, but I want a low profile on this. No one dies on account of stupidity. Is that clear?
After the meeting was over, Prof pulled me aside.
I've got a slightly different mission for you and Zeph. An errand on the other side of Texas.
I'm not going with the others? I glanced at Paige over the crowd of people.
Not yet. I need you to head to El Paso.
El Paso? Where that epic war happened? Prof nodded.
Have you ever heard of a man named Nighthawk?
Zeph mentioned him once.
Good,
Prof said.
Nighthawk is the foremost authority on motivator technology, and he's in El Paso to salvage any viable epic tissue samples from the bodies. There was a lot of death during the fighting, and it's difficult to tell which bodies are human and which are epic. Instead of transporting thousands of bodies back to the labs at Nighthawk Foundry, he set up a mobile lab in the field to test for potential epic DNA.
Why are we going there? I asked.
Nighthawk is one of the few who claims to have information on Lux. He won't say much more than that over wireless communication. If I want to know more, I have to send someone to the mobile lab.
Early the next morning, I found Paige at one of the workbench tables, fiddling with a motivator. She looked up as I entered. "I'm just packing up a few things," she said. But there wasn't anything to pack up. Her bag was on the ground, zipped and sealed tight. She stared down at the table, her gaze not lingering on mine. "I used to hate it here," she said. "Me too," I said. "But now it's the only place I want to be." She turned slightly, resting a hand on the old battle tank, her eyes tracing the faded letters that had once read M1A2 Thrasher. Only a few letters remained. One by one, war and time had taken them away. And now, Paige was being taken away too. She'd always been important to me, but until that moment, I'd never felt it so intensely. A sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach told me it was the last time I'd ever see her. I knew it wasn't true, that I'd join her soon in Arlington, but I didn't want her to leave. As I looked into her eyes, all I wanted was to tell her how I felt. The words ran through my mind. "Paige, ever since you came into my life, I've had hope for the future. I didn't think I'd ever be able to feel so deeply about anyone after Dan was killed. It was like part of me was lost ever since I left his side, until I grew to know you. Everything about you makes me want to be a better person. When I wake up, the first thing I do is think about you. When we train, I fight my hardest so you don't get hurt. Having you there, fighting next to me, I feel like I can conquer the world. I feel like I can take on all the epics all at once. I feel invincible. And then at night, I imagine holding your hand and walking under the stars instead of walking to an empty room and a cold bunk." But I didn't say that. I didn't say any of it. Instead, I tried not to look into her eyes. Because what if she could see all of that there? And what if she didn't feel the same way about me? Chapter 11. The coop felt empty after Paige left. Zeph and I left early the next morning. Arlington was a mere 2-hour drive east, while El Paso was 8 hours in the opposite direction. I could see the war zone before we arrived. It was littered with remnants of a strange battle. Columns of ice reached from the ground into the sky like slanted skyscrapers. There were dozens of them, all at different angles. The earth was pocked with craters so deep I couldn't see their floors, and lakes and rivers of tar covered huge swaths of ground. "What are those?" I asked, pointing to a giant ring of orbs hanging in the sky. They looked like hundreds of black dots from this distance.
"Drones, likely armed. Nighthawk takes his security pretty seriously,"
Zeph said. As we drew closer, one of the orbs abandoned its position in the ring and flew toward us. It stopped in front of the truck. 2 small muzzles protruded from its surface. Zeph rolled down his window and shouted at the drone.
"We're here on orders from Prof. Nighthawk sent for us."
The drone sat there for another few seconds, and I imagined a distant operator on the other end of the drone's camera checking with security. After a short wait, the drone turned around and moved forward slowly, waiting for us to follow. The war zone was manned mostly, it seemed, by mechanical cleanup crews, scavenging for supplies and DNA. The drone led us to a cluster of mobile buildings near the heart of the destruction. The labs looked like house-sized cylinders cut in half lengthwise and laid on their side. An internal framework held the thick, white canvas aloft. The material hugged the skeleton underneath, showing its ribbed structure. The drone led us to one of them and stopped at the entrance. A keypad clicked, and its red light turned green, as if inviting us to enter. I expected a laboratory inside, but what I found was a lounge, overstuffed couches, coffee tables, even a bar. 2 men sat on the couches. No, One man and a mannequin. "Come in," the man said. He was a pudgy man with jowls that drooped into his neck. The mannequin waved us inside. Zeph hesitated in the doorway, studying the mannequin with a suspicious glare. "Don't be alarmed. It's my wooden soul," the pudgy man said. "I can't really get around much without it." "You're paralyzed," I blurted out. "And you're marginally observant," he said. A sharp sting made me wince as Zeph flicked the back of my head. I looked over the mannequin. It was dressed in a sharp suit and wore a wide-brimmed hat. "Is that a motivator?" "Indeed," the man said. The mannequin nodded. "I'm Dean Nighthawk, by the way, and that," the mannequin motioned to a man in the far corner reading a book. "Well, I call him the Californian." The Californian had been so still when we'd entered that I hadn't noticed him.
"Does he have a name?"
Zeph asked.
"Or is it only the Californian?"
The man in the corner looked up from his book. He had a composed look to him, even the way he sat, perfectly gray hair and round glasses. If he hadn't moved, I would have thought him another mannequin. He took a bookmark from the table beside him and carefully set it into the book's spine, adjusting it until it was perfectly placed. Only then did he stand and give us his full attention. "Kolshevnikov Preobrazhensky," he said, setting the book carefully on the table.
"It's a bit of a joke between Nighthawk and myself. For the life of him, he can never say my name correctly. Since I'm from a reckoner selling California, he started calling me the Californian instead."
"You're a reckoner?" Zeph said. The man gave a single slow nod that looked almost like a small bow. Zeph shot me a sideways glance.
"You, don't really seem like the reckoner type."
"No, I don't imagine I do," the Californian said.
"Kovyshenko, whatever your name is,"
Zeph continued.
"Is that like Russian or something?"
"Or something," Zeph grunted. Silence passed between the four of us. Zeph generally liked making others feel uncomfortable, but in this moment, the Californian was getting the better of him.
"So what are you doing here, then?"
Zeph said.
"If you're part of the California cell."
"Learning," the Californian said. "California here has shown an aptitude for motivator technology," Nighthawk cut in. "And I've agreed to show him a few things. He's been staying here for a few weeks now, doing some research on epic DNA." "Which epic?" I asked. "Mitosis," Nighthawk said. "We've had a sample of his DNA for quite some time, but we had to wait until he was dead to conduct any experiments on it." "How come? Does being dead make a difference in how it works?" "Not really," Nighthawk said. "But epics who are still alive are keenly aware when their DNA is being used in motivator technologies. It causes them intense pain, regardless of distance, and they intuitively know the location of its use. It's as if a conscious part of them in that DNA sample awakens and calls to them. Since I'd rather not fend off armies of angry epics, it's safer to use their DNA once they are dead." "What if you used it constantly, or turned up the voltage so high that it incapacitated the epic?" Nighthawk lifted an eyebrow. "That's a rather dark thought. You'd keep someone in a constant prison of pain?" I looked away. "I was just wondering." Nighthawk thought for a moment. "I suppose if you ran the cells in overdrive, that might work, but it would probably take an enormous amount of sustained energy, and the second you let up, you'd have one angry epic who'd know exactly where you were. Doesn't seem worth it." I thought of Lovestruck. A twisted piece of me wished I had some of her DNA to do just that. "Depends on the motivator, I guess," I said. The Californian stepped closer, clasping his hands behind his back.
"You two haven't yet said why you've come all this way."
"Business," Zeph grunted. I changed the subject, trying to break the tension. "Prof said you might have something that can help us against Lux," I said, turning to Nighthawk. Zeph's head turned sharply, and I could feel his eyes bore into me. I braved a glance, and though the others might not have been able to see it, there was anger in his eyes. "Yes, about that," Nighthawk began, uncertainty in his tone. "I was working on a motivator that could visually penetrate the underside of the city through the clouds in order to be able to remotely map its surface, sort of like X-ray binoculars. But
there were some complications with the molecular variable frequency distributions in the motivator I was working on. I had been hoping it would be ready by the time you arrived, but—"
He trailed off. Variable frequency distribution, I said. Why would you need variable frequencies? Everyone in the room looked at me, including the mannequin, and I met each of their eyes in turn. Nighthawk studied me, unsure how to respond.
"It's a complicated process,"
he said, as if he didn't know whether to address me as a child or give me a real answer. Is the targeted action potential based on an unstable variable? I asked. Nighthawk's brows scrunched. There was a DNA sample I was working on a few months ago from an epic named Phase Binder, I continued. Every time I isolated the frequency for its action potential, the cellular receptors seemed to mutate, which I guess made sense considering the instability of his powers when he was alive. The Reckoners didn't kill him, you know. It was his own molecular instability that caused inconsistencies with phased cells. The body essentially attacked itself, believing that half the cells inside him were foreign entities. Super bizarre.
"It seems you've read a bit on microbiology," Nighthawk said.
A bit, I said, giving Zeph a half-smile. Not all of it voluntarily.
"Well,"
Nighthawk continued, esteeming me a bit more as he talked this time.
"It's not exactly a molecular inconsistency, per se. The DNA comes from an epic named Fathom, who had the ability to see the depths of everything he looked at. In some respects, you and I see in 2 dimensions when compared to Fathom. We might think we see in 3 dimensions, but really, it's merely a series of 2-dimensional snapshots. Fathom was quite different. When he saw something, he saw every aspect of its 3-dimensionality, simultaneously, layer by layer. I look at you and see a boy standing before me dressed in a green shirt and jeans. If I were Fathom, I would see every tissue and bone and blood cell in your body all at the same time. I've successfully linked his DNA to a correct molecular frequency. However, it's the technology I'm at odds with. The output seems to reflect a 2-dimensional surface every time."
Like sonic snare, I said. I could feel Zeph's eyes on me again, and I didn't know why he was looking at me the way he was, but it made me want to squirm.
"Sonic snare?" Nighthawk asked.
Seems like he had a similar power to Fathom's, but with sound. He could hear everything that was going on in a city, all the sounds at the same time. Nighthawk nodded.
"I can see that outputting that information into a device would pose a similar problem."
I used a sound mixer, I said. At first, when I channeled the output through a speaker, I got static. Then I realized it was all the sounds at once. When I eventually wired the sound mixer to it, I could filter through the sounds one by one.
"That's rather clever,"
Nighthawk said, looking at me as an equal for the first time.
"But it still doesn't solve the output problem. You might have been able to isolate one layer of sound at a time, but how did that let you hear the entire picture the way the epic sonic snare heard it?"
Well, with sound, it's difficult, but an image is different, I said, plowing forward with an idea that began unfolding in my head. With Fathom, we could use a visual filter similar to the sound mixer to isolate the images of a given target. Then, we could sort those images into an ordered array, layer by layer, and use that array to form a complete image. You'd export the array into some software to form a digital 3-dimensional image of the object, render it with wireframe modeling, and while sure, we wouldn't be able to see exactly what Fathom might see, we'd at least get a pretty good idea of the general structure. Nighthawk gave me a long look.
"Who did you say you were?"
"That would work, right?" I asked.
"The theory is plausible?"
I glanced at Zeph, hoping for a look of approval, but his face was unreadable.
"I did a great deal of developmental work on Fathom prior to your arrival, so the modifications you're suggesting shouldn't take too long. Let me see if I can implement those changes."
"That will be fine," Zeph said.
"Please make yourselves at home while I work. I'll be in the mobile workshop 2 down from this one."
The wooden soul then stood and picked him up and carried him to the door.
"Can I borrow you for a minute or 2, Zeph?" he said.
"Sure." Zeph turned and followed Nighthawk out. "You've got quite a head on those shoulders," the Californian said after they were gone. "I just really love motivators," I said. "So much potential in such little boxes, you know?" "Most certainly," the Californian said, nodding. "It's why I came here to learn from Dean in the first place.
He not only understands the technology, but is creative and brings artistic flair to his designs. It's truly a shame that all this potential must stay in the box."
He picked up a silver motivator box and turned it over in his hand. "What do you mean?" I asked.
"We're building machines to channel the power when it would be much more useful to channel it ourselves."
"It doesn't really work like that, though," I said, shaking my head. "The motivators act as incubation chambers. We couldn't very well tie that DNA to ourselves. It would begin dying as soon as it met our bloodstream. There wouldn't be any way to keep it alive once it was inside."
"What if, theoretically, we could keep it alive?"
"Hypothetically, if you somehow were able to figure that part out, it wouldn't really matter anyway because we lack the action potentials in our molecular makeup."
"How do you mean?"
"If I want to lift my arm, my body uses a series of action potentials to activate the respective muscle systems," I said. "It's kind of like a car. Everything you use in a car is like an action potential. Step on the gas and you move forward. Step on the brake and you stop. Turn on the radio and music plays. But what you're talking about is like strapping a jet engine to the top of the car with no way to activate it. Our bodies, like the car, lack any action potentials to turn it on. There's no button, there's no switch, there's no wiring to connect the jet engine to the car."
"But if there was a way, how would you do it?"
I thought about the question for a long moment. "Assuming the foreign biology could survive a hostile environment, you would need a link to the host body. Maybe cellular fusion of some sort, where you could link the cells of both bodies to an already existing action potential. It's crude, essentially like wiring the jet engine to your radio, so that turning on the radio will not only play music, but will start the jet engine as well. One action potential, two effects." The Californian's eyes lit up.
"That's brilliant."
I beamed. "Thanks."
"Jax!"
Zeph's harsh voice came from behind. He'd already returned from helping Nighthawk.
"I need your help unloading crates from the truck."
I tilted my head. We didn't have any crates in the truck to unload. I was about to open my mouth and tell him as much, but the look in his eyes stopped me. Yeah, okay," I said, following him out. As soon as we were out of earshot, Zeph whirled on me.
"Are you out of your sparking mind?
"What?"
Were you paying attention, even a little, over the last 6 years at the coop?"
I took a step back. "What are you talking about?"
"What assignment did Prof just give us? Not only the two of us, but every reckoner in Texas."
Reconnaissance, I guess."
"And people who gather intel on reconnaissance missions," Zeph continued. "What do you think they're called?"
My heart was quivering at the anger in his tone. I don't know. Maybe...
"Spies!"
He cut me off, the word coming out like the edge of a knife.
"We are called spies! And what do spies do?"
I was sure he wanted a different answer, but I didn't know what, so I simply repeated what he'd said before. "Gather intel?"
"Gather! What kind of spy in his right mind distributes more intel than he gathers?"
"I don't know."
"A really bad one. That's what kind. Mentioning Lux was stupid enough, but then you had to go on and talk about yourself and how sparking good you are at motivators. You had to impress everyone, didn't you?"
"I was trying to find a solution to the Fathom motivator."
"And you couldn't have done that on your own? I've seen you fix plenty of motivators by yourself. Think maybe you could have said something like, 'Thanks, Mr. Nighthawk, sir. I'll take what you've got and be on my way.' But no. I saw the look in your eyes. You wanted to impress him. You wanted him to know how sparking smart you are. And so you started babbling everything."
"Going after Lux wasn't new intel," I protested. "Nighthawk already knew that."
"Did the Californian?"
I don't know." Zeph sighed and rubbed his face with one hand.
"Neither of us have any idea who that man is."
"He's a reckoner," I argued.
"And that suddenly means we can trust him with critical secrets? Titles don't mean much these days."
"I'm sorry," I said. He sighed again.
"You need to be more careful. World ain't what it used to be."
"I will be." Zeph nodded.
"Information is a stronger weapon than bullets and bombs. It's the weapon we exploit to kill epics, and we need every advantage we can get. Luckily, while you were busy running your mouth, I was out doing our job."
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a vial of blood, then tossed it to me. "What's this?" Zeph glanced back at the lab.
"Mitosis. It's the sample the Californian said he came here to work on. I took it.
Like, stole it?
You, of all people, ain't really in a position to disparage stealing. Besides, I don't know who that guy was, but he weren't no reckoner.
What does it do? I asked, swishing the blood back and forth.
I ain't a sparkling scientist. That's for you to figure out. Now, I'm going to see what other intel Nighthawk has on Lux, and as soon as he's finished with that motivator, let's get out of here. Think you can keep your mouth shut until then?
Chapter 12. We left the next morning. It was almost 9 hours to Arlington. When we were still 3 hours away, Zeph's mobile rang. He glanced at the screen and answered immediately, putting it on speaker.
Abigail, he said quickly. Is everything okay?
Chaos roared through the mobile. Gunshots, shouting, distant explosions. They're everywhere, Abigail called from the other end.
Who? What's going on?
There was a tension in Zeph's voice I'd never heard before. Soldiers from Lux, Abigail said. They flew down from the city like ravens and swarmed the whole city. They're killing everyone.
How did they find you?
Zeph asked. One of our lookouts was injured in the attack, so we sent a squad to rescue him. It didn't go well. More reckoners went in. Then all hell broke loose. More gunshots and explosions crackled through the speaker. And they don't die, Abigail continued. The soldiers from Lux. They don't die.
What do you mean they don't die?
Zeph asked. They can regenerate limbs, fix bullet holes to the brain. All of them. Hundreds of immortal soldiers. Every time we kill one, they get back up.
There's got to be one epic keeping them all alive, Zeph said. And he's probably close by.
No, Abigail said. The powers are reaching over the entire city.
You need to recall your teams and get out of there, now.
We're trying, damn it, she said. There's no sparking way out of here. The truck's engine revved as Zeph accelerated. He stared resolutely at the road ahead.
We're coming, Abigail.
How close are you? She asked.
We're still a way out, but we're coming.
He hung up the mobile, and we drove in silence for what felt like forever.
There,
he said, pointing to a distant dark cloud.
I think that's Lux.
I checked the odometer. Are you sure? We're still over 100 miles away, I said. Can we see it from that far away?
It's the whole sparking city, he said.
As we got closer, I realized Zeph was right. The dark looming shape morphed into texture and rock. It was indeed a city, a mountain lurking under the cloak of a cloud. Every time Zeph checked in with Abigail, it seemed another reckoner had died. I thought of the neat rows of reckoners standing at attention in the coop. We had looked so powerful then. By the time we neared Fort Worth, Lux loomed in the sky like a great behemoth. It was on the move again, heading south as we headed east. Abigail called to tell us it was finally leaving. Only a few reckoners had survived. The enormous city moved quicker than I'd expected. It wasn't long before its shadow no longer haunted Arlington, but then it suddenly and sharply changed its course. What is it doing? I asked. It looks like it's heading toward us. The two of us exchanged a look.
That's impossible,
Zeph said.
It doesn't make any sense.
But I could hear a sense of uncertainty in his tone. I pointed out the driver's side window. Take the northbound in 2 miles, just in case. He didn't respond, but in 2 miles, he took the exit and switched to the northbound. Lux turned too. I began. It's...
Yeah,
Zeph said, cutting me off.
I see it.
He laid into the accelerator, pushing the truck faster. How can it see us? I asked. We're a little speck on the road.
I don't know. Something doesn't make sense.
I looked out the windows. In pre-calamity days, cars piled up in lines on the massive roadways. Not anymore. People were careful about how they traveled. And when they did, they were even more careful about not being seen. There wasn't another car for miles. Why would they be hunting us? I asked.
Apparently someone up there knows something we don't.
Zeph slammed on the brakes, spun the car around and headed south. Lux changed directions too.
Sparks.
Zeph cursed under his breath. He turned west, heading back the direction we'd come. Lux followed, easily outpacing our 90-mile-an-hour speed. It's gaining on us, I said.
Yeah, I know it's gaining on us,
Zeph said through his teeth. The black clouds roiled toward us, billowing and churning around craggy rock. Lux bore down on us inexorably, no matter how we adjusted our course.
We need shelter,
Zeph eventually said, taking the next exit into Fort Worth. We plunged into the obscurity of high-rises and narrow streets not long before the shadow of Lux blanketed the ground around us. Zeph parked in an underground lot and killed the engine.
"Get out,"
he said, throwing open his door. I opened my own door, hearing that pop of metal I'd come to love, and wondered if it was the last time I'd hear this sound. We each grabbed an assault rifle, a bag of ammunition, and a comm. I slung Dan's sword across my back and strapped it into place in its leather harness. Then we fled into an abandoned Trader Joe's above us. A dozen or so people were inside. They'd converted the abandoned store into a shelter. One by one, their heads turned to look at us. A man in an orange shirt sitting before a propane camp stove stood up. "They've got guns!" he shouted. "Run!" The others screamed, scooping up what they could and running through the front door into the street. I wondered how many times they'd had to flee from marauders. Desperation always seemed to bring out the worst in humanity.
"Keep moving,"
Zeph said, as shadows cascaded down the windows that lined the storefront, bathing the store in darkness. We made our way to the back of the Trader Joe's and crouched under one of the windows. Outside, soldiers in black uniforms fell from the sky like raindrops under the dark clouds. Abigail had called them ravens, and it was a fitting description. Dressed in all white, an epic descended among them, her long white hair and the fabric of her clothing perfectly still as she floated. I'd read about her in the mission briefing. Her name was Wingflare. When the ravens touched down, they flooded the streets, swarming around like insects. The red rank insignia stripe on the chest of each of their uniforms stood out from the black fabric like a bright slash of blood. Knives and weapons jutted from their black uniforms like thorns.
"Stay quiet,"
Zeph said, crouching lower and peeking through the window.
"They can't search every building in this whole city."
"What if they already know where we are?" He shook his head.
"See how they're fanning out in a search grid formation? And they're not locking down a particular area."
"Why are they looking for us at all?" Zeph didn't answer. He knew as much as I did. People ran frantically through the streets. The ravens trained their weapons on them, scanning for us. They fanned out, spreading through the streets until only one raven remained, occasionally stopping the fleeing people to interrogate them. Each reaction was the same. The person would hunch over, stare at the ground, and lift their quivering arms high in submission. The raven would then ask them something, and the person would shake their head before getting shoved away. The raven repeated this process until he stopped someone I recognized. The man in the orange shirt with the camp stove. The man assumed the same submissive posture, hunched and cowering, but this time when the raven asked his questions, the man looked directly to the area of the store where we were hiding.
"Calamity,"
Zeph said under his breath.
"We need to take out that raven."
He lifted his rifle and leveled it at the raven who was scanning the building from the man in the orange shirt's direction. "Don't," I said. "Nearby ravens will hear the shot and swarm this whole area."
"They're all going to know where we are anyway,"
he said, taking aim. I drew Dan's sword from my back, then lined myself up with the raven. Judging the distance between us, I adjusted the dial on the wrist watch that held Boomerang. I pressed its glass face. The dark corner of the Trader Joe's vanished. When I reappeared, I was standing a foot away from the raven. I didn't hesitate. Before the raven could even process what was going on, his head was lying by his ankles. I manually reactivated Boomerang and returned to the Trader Joe's. The whole exchange took less than a second. Zeph glanced at me.
"Nice."
The man in the orange shirt stared at the decapitated body at his feet. He glanced around as if terrified I might return for him. There was a special kind of fear that filled people's faces when they believed an epic wanted them dead. He turned and ran.
"The streets are clear,"
Zeph said.
"Let's cross."
He smashed the window with the butt of his rifle and hurtled over the sill. I followed him across the street to a Bank of America panel in black-tinted windows. A raven spotted us a block to the north. He started shouting something, but Zeph put him down before he could finish.
"Keep moving before he gets back up,"
Zeph said. 2 rifles fired from behind. Zeph dove for cover. I boomeranged inside the Bank of America, then ran along the edge of the building in the direction of the 2 ravens, still another 20 feet away. They hadn't noticed me running toward them because of the dark windows, but I could still see them. I threw myself at one of the large glass panes, shattering it and drawing back Dan's sword. I took them out before they could even look my way. But another squad of 4 ravens stood right around the corner of the building to the left. All 4 of them lifted their rifles, aiming them right at me as if lined up for a firing squad. Fingers curled around triggers, but before they could shoot, I activated Boomerang and reappeared next to Zeph. The crackling retort of 4 rifles echoed around the corner of the building, but the only thing the bullets hit was glass.
They must have an epic with them,
one of them shouted. Zeph pulled me into the Bank of America before the squad of ravens could see where we'd gone. We traveled along the inside of the building, hiding behind another black window. A dozen new ravens flooded the street from both ends. They passed by us, the tinted windows obscuring us from notice. I waited for the right moment before executing a quick series of boomerang jumps, flashing in, slashing twice, flashing back. Dan's sword cut through them all. Bullets sprayed from the muzzles of their rifles, but none of the ravens knew where to shoot, and the only ones hit by their frenzy of gunfire were soldiers from among their ranks. I flashed in and out of their numbers, silencing them one by one. Confusion spread through their ranks like a disease. Every time they tried to regroup, another one was cut down by Dan's blade. When every raven was lying in the street, it was quiet once again.
We need to move before more come,
Zeph said.
And before these ones start healing. This way.
He sprinted toward a Marriott hotel across the street. Together, we ran. The concrete near our feet burst in little pockets where new bullets struck it. Zeph fired back mid-sprint, and distant bodies crumpled.
When we get inside, head out the back and...
His voice cut out suddenly. I looked over my shoulder, but Zeph was no longer running behind me. I skidded to a stop and spun around. He was on the ground, crawling forward. "Zeph!" I yelled.
"Go!"
he said, trying to wave me away.
"Leave me here!"
A whole squad of ravens marched toward us, though they were still several hundred feet away. Bullets pattered against the concrete and asphalt around us. "I'm not leaving you," I said, grabbing his arms and pulling him forward. Only then did I see the streak of blood his body was leaving in the street behind him. "How bad is it?" I asked, still dragging him along as more bullets chipped away at the sidewalk. Zeph shook his head.
"It's bad. You need to leave me here."
"I already told you I'm not leaving you. They're still far enough away that we can find shelter."
"Wing flare's coming," he said. "She'll kill us both. Get to cover. That's an order."
All of a sudden, the bullets stopped. I looked up. The squad of ravens was no longer advancing on us. Above them, Wing Flare floated high, staring straight at us. She lifted one of her arms and stabbed a finger in our direction. The Marriott Hotel, the entire hotel, ripped from its home in the earth and rose. It moved closer and closer to us, its shadow crawling along the streets like a demon hunting its prey.
"Turn around,"
Zeph said, shoving me the other way.
"Go now."
"I'm not going to leave you," I said, trying to grapple Zeph's arms again.
"She's going to kill me, Jax, and you're going to need to stay alive to balance the books on that front. You hear me?"
But I wasn't going anywhere. Zeph grabbed my hand.
"I'm going to miss watching you swing a sword. That much is for damn sure."
The high-pitched, charging sound from Boomerang stole my attention. I looked down at Zeph's hand clutching my wrist. He'd activated the motivator, and it was pointed back at the Bank of America, several stories up. "No!" I started. Right before I teleported away, Zeph threw my wrist down against the street, smashing the watch. The world vanished for a fraction of a second. When it reappeared, I was inside an office high above the street. Boomerang whined and sparked as it tried to return me to its anchor point, but the device was too damaged. I was trapped, forced to stare out the window at Zeph lying in the street. I peered over at Wing Flare as she floated closer to Zeph, dragging the hotel in the air with her. Her head swiveled back and forth, searching for me. The reflective black glass in front of me shielded me from her gaze. The Marriott Hotel's shadow line was almost at Zeph's boots. I felt numb inside. Why did everything I love always get ripped away from me? The building loomed over Zeph, but it didn't fall. Metal creaked precariously inside it as the structure's shadow engulfed him. Wing Flare floated closer. "Where is he? Where is the boy?" My blood went cold. Me? What did she want with me?
"Ain't no one here but us two, sweetie,"
Zeph said. His voice crackled in my ear over the comm. The hotel creaked again, as if she were squeezing it tighter. "Give him to me, and you can go free. Doesn't that sound nice?" Her face was devoid of emotion as she spoke. It was as if the muscles weren't there to pull her cheeks into a sneer or a scowl or anything but impassivity. Zeph pushed himself to a sitting position and shrugged.
"You can smash the city to bits, but you ain't gonna find him."
"Find the boy," Wing Flare called to the raven standing in formation behind her. "I was told to bring him in alive. so do not damage him beyond repair. Another wave of cold dread lumped inside my throat. What did they want with me? The ravens marched away, giving a wide berth to the precariously floating hotel as they spread out. "Let's play a game," Wingflare said, turning her attention back to Zeph.
I don't play games.
The building creaked and moaned as if reflecting Wingflare's anger that didn't show on her face. "If you run fast enough, I will let you live. Are you ready?" Zeph clutched his leg, wincing. Despite the 2 bullet wounds through his thigh, he rolled to the side and pushed himself upward. With painful effort, he rose until he was standing. "Yes," she called to him, excitement building in her eyes. "Now, run." But Zeph didn't run. He simply straightened his back and lifted his chin. "Run!" she shouted at him. "Zeph, you gotta run," I said over the comm. He looked at Wingflare, and it wasn't resignation in his posture, but defiance.
We don't play their games,
he responded, his voice steady.
They play ours.
"Run!" Wingflare shouted. The building shook above Zeph. He turned his attention back to Wingflare.
You first,
he said. The building shook more. Metal crunched in on itself, squealing and tearing apart against its own weight. "Run!" Wingflare screamed. A manic fury burned in her eyes. I looked up at the building over him. "No," I whispered. Wingflare screamed again, and the building fell. Its immeasurable weight sped downward. A deafening crash echoed all around. Metal squealed and roared as the building smashed into the ground. Clouds of dust rose like a sudden fog, engulfing my vision and obscuring everything outside of the bank. Pieces of metal and wood speared the windows around me. I ducked behind a desk as bits of concrete shot like bullets through the room. I waited to feel something tear through my body, but nothing ever did. The ravens searched, but they never found me. Perhaps if Zeph had tried to run, she would have let him live like she'd said. What had been her game in all of it? We don't play their games. I could hear Zeph's voice echoing in my mind. And perhaps that was what all of this really was to them. A game. One we thought we had some modicum of control over, when in reality we had none. Maybe the Reckoners were simply a bunch of playthings to the Epics. Insignificant. Inconsequential. I lay there on the floor of the office, knowing that Zeph was gone, and wondering if I had something to do with it. Lux was looking for me for a reason. What had I done? I stayed hidden until Wingflare and the ravens gave up. They flew back to Lux, and the city floated away. And then I was completely alone. More alone than I had been on the streets of Boston. Abigail answered the mobile before it had even rung one time. "Zeph? Are you okay?" My heart broke at the sound of her voice. "It's me," I said. "Jax, where are you two? You both should have been here hours ago." "It's just me now." "Where's Zeph?" Abigail asked. And once again the conversation I'd had with her previously flashed in my mind. Lux, it found us. Zeph didn't make it. Silence. "Where are you?" she asked after a long moment. "Not far. I'm in Fort Worth." "How did Lux find you?" "I don't know," I said. "They knew exactly where we were. They were hunting us. Or, more accurately, they were hunting me. But I didn't say that to her. I didn't say anything regarding Wingflare asking about the boy. It was probably important information that I should have told her, but I didn't. I was alone in the world again, and I couldn't risk Abigail kicking me out as a liability. I'd be completely alone, and I couldn't let that happen. But one thing was for certain. Lux had to fall. Chapter 13. I found the truck still parked under the Trader Joe's and drove it to meet Abigail on the outskirts of Arlington in an abandoned discount mattress store. She was with 2 other Reckoners who'd also survived the attack in Arlington. My old sparring partner, Briggan, and the grizzled old man with a prosthetic leg I'd seen when the Reckoners had assembled. Zeph's words from long ago repeated in my mind. Years of training and buckets of ammunition, all for nothing. A piece of metal jutted from Brigand's stomach. Abigail was hunched over him, doctoring the wound when I arrived. "You made it," Abigail said, looking up as I walked through the door. "Hey, kid," Brigand said tiredly. "Good to see you again." He tried to manage a smile through the pain. "Hey," I said. "You two know each other?" Abigail asked. "I used to beat him up at the coop," Brigand said, giving me a wink. "This is Herschel," Abigail said, motioning to the man with one leg. "Our demolitions expert." Herschel and I exchanged a nod. "All right," Brigand said to Abigail. "Let's get this over with." She gripped the piece of metal and yanked. Brigand winced and clutched his stomach, though no sound escaped his lips. Abigail quickly cleaned the opening and stitched it shut.
"A few more of those and you'll start looking like me,"
Herschel said, shifting his weight to the metal prosthetic.
"But at least your pretty boy face is still intact, right?"
I looked around the room. "Where's Paige?" Abigail's expression dropped at my words. "Jax." Her voice was soft and tender. Too tender. Is she hurt?" I asked. Abigail didn't answer right away. "Wing fire. Abigail paused as if she couldn't say what she was trying to say. She what?" I stammered. "She pulled up a section of road and crushed Paige underneath it." I paused for a moment at the words. "What? Is she okay?" "Jax." Abigail's voice was tender once again. "She's dead." The words felt like ice stabbing into my skull. "Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. I was just with her 3 days ago. I was with her 3 days ago!" I was yelling. I hadn't meant to yell. I tried to pull in a breath, but something was wrong with my lungs. Images forced their way into my mind. Dan lying in the street, his white, bloodless skin, his empty open eyes. No, not again. I clutched at my skull with both hands. My fingers raked along my scalp as if I could tear out the knowledge Abigail had just injected into my head. "But I already lost Dan," I said, my lungs still not working right. "And Zeph, I already lost both of them. I'm not supposed to lose her, too." Abigail's arms wrapped around me. I hadn't even noticed her close the gap between us. The moment felt like a strange, heavy blur that twisted my stomach and pulled at my throat. Eventually, my thoughts caught up with the reality of what had happened. Another person in my life was gone. I had joined the Reckoners to become a hero. And now Paige was dead. I'd tried so hard to protect her in the coop, but it was all for nothing. No matter how strong I became, I couldn't stop the most important people in my life from being hurt. The pounding in my head eventually subsided, leaving me drained and tired. Abigail held me all the while. I was supposed to be a hero, but there were so few left to save. Dan was dead, Zeph was dead, Paige was dead, and now nearly all the other Texas Reckoners were dead. I looked into Abigail's eyes, only then remembering that she had lost someone too. "I'm sorry about Zeph," I said. She pulled back and placed a tender hand on my cheek. Unspoken empathy passed between us as she nodded. "We'll be okay," she said. The rest of that day, Abigail tried contacting Prof to notify him about our losses, but he never picked up.
"Still no answer?"
Herschel asked. Abigail set the mobile down and shook her head. "I haven't heard a word from him since the meeting at the coop. I know he had some work to do up in New York, but that's the last I've heard. It's like he vanished."
"You checked with any of the other Reckoner cells?"
Prof didn't share information between cells. Too much of a liability. What with capture and torture and all. Herschel grunted.
"Makes sense, I guess."
"What if..." Brigand trailed off for a moment before finishing. "What if he's dead too?" I expected Abigail to shake her head and say that Prof couldn't be dead, but she didn't say anything like that. "What if we're all that's left?" he continued. 4 Reckoners in a mattress shop.
"Sounds like the beginning of a bad joke," Herschel said.
"It's not much of a retirement package, that's for sure," Brigand said, looking around the room. "Retirement?" Abigail said. Brigand lifted his eyebrows. "You're not seriously thinking we can continue, are you?" "Of course I am," Abigail said. "But there's nothing left." Every other reckoner was wiped out, just like that. He snapped his fingers. We lost our supplies, our guns, everything. We still have the coop, Abigail said. Yeah, Briggan said. A big metal box with stale oatmeal and a closet full of wooden training swords. Get ready, Lux, here we come. Herschel, Abigail said.
What?
Where do you stand in all this? He chewed on something with his front teeth.
Only retirement I'm looking for ends in a pine box and an ugly tombstone. Y'all can find some sunny beach for all I care. But I ain't done killing epics.
Jax? She asked, turning to me. I nodded. Sounds like we still have a team then, Abigail said. You going to be part of it, Briggan? He looked at each of us in turn and sighed. I'll take that as a yes, Abigail said. We'll regroup back at the coop. It's got more to offer than wooden sticks and stale oatmeal. Briggan folded his arms.
Oh yeah? Like what?
I spoke for the first time during the conversation. My workshop. Chapter 14. Everything at the coop was the way we'd left it, except there was no Zeph, no Paige, no anybody. Silent as a shadow. Briggan nodded to the sparring ring at the far end of the warehouse. You up for another go? He asked with a smile. A day ago I would have jumped at the opportunity to have a rematch with Briggan, but now a ring match was the last thing on my mind. How about we try not to injure each other for the foreseeable future? Abigail said, glancing at the bandage she'd tied around Briggan's stomach in the mattress shop. Considering that reckoners are a rather endangered species, not to mention that the fate of the world might very well lie in our uninjured hands.
Too bad, Briggan said with a half smirk.
I tried to smile back, but my cheeks felt stiff and didn't move right. The team followed me to my workshop where I showed them the progress I'd made on various motivators. Never realized we had a tank, Herschel said, eyeing the Abrams battle tank that formed the far wall of my workshop. Tanks are sneaky that way, I said. You never see 'em coming. Is that how you lost your leg? Briggan asked, eyeing Herschel's prosthetic. Herschel lifted an eyebrow. You think a tank shot it off? Briggan shrugged. Or ran over it? Sounds like a damn fine leg story, Herschel said. But it ain't mine. How did you lose it? I asked. I'll tell you, Herschel said. But only if you guess it right first. That sounds like the opposite of telling us, I said. He only shrugged, then turned around and stared, looking around the workshop. I unstrapped the leather harness from my back that held Dan's Civil War sword and set it on one of the workbenches. Herschel eyed the sword. You always carry that thing around with you? I nodded. Zeph always said I should train with the gear I planned to fight with. Walking around ain't training, he said. I only shrugged. You any good with it? Briggan asked. I'm all right. Herschel eyed a crate of rifles at the far end of the room. Bark and sword ain't much use against those. Not when you're standing across the room. In less than a second, I drew the sword from its sheath and hurled it with an overhead arc at the crate. The heavy blade made a deep reverberating noise as it turned twice in the air and thunked into the wood. Exactly at its center, the speed of the throw driving the sword nearly to its hilt. The others all looked at me. Lucky throw, Herschel said. Do it again. And so I did. Twice. Herschel studied me. His eyes narrowed. You know, kid, there's a whole lot of things I want to do before I die, and that just made my list. He picked up an empty black notebook from my bookshelf and scratched the words Bucket Book on its cover. He opened to the first page and wrote, Learn to throw a sword like Jax. Can I see that? I asked. He handed the notebook to me. I added a new line. Ride a motorcycle through a wall. I saw it in a movie once, I said. I've always wanted to try it. Herschel nodded approvingly. I like that one. When you're done showing off, maybe you can show us what you've been working on, Abigail said, her arms folded. Just a thought. I stuffed the book in my pocket, then ran them through all the projects I'd been working on. This is good stuff and all, Herschel said. But I can't see how hearing through walls is going to change the course of human history. Not saying you haven't done a damn fine job here, but I was hoping for a bit more, Lasers and fireballs? I asked. He nodded.
Lasers and fireballs.
Abigail picked up one of the silver boxes. I don't know. Lasers and fireballs might not be what we're looking for. Sometimes the best way to destroy something is to burrow in deep and take it out from the inside.
We don't know what's really up there, Herschel said. How do you expect to infiltrate a complete unknown? We can't go in blind.
Prof sent Zeph and me to El Paso so we wouldn't have to, I said. We found something that might give us what we need. I unslung my pack and set it on one of the workshop tables. From inside, I pulled out a device that, once assembled, looked like a miniature satellite. It's not lasers or fireballs, I said, but we can use this to map the surface of Lux from the ground. Stand over here. I positioned Briggan in front of Fathom, then hooked up the motivator to a power supply and aimed it at his chest. Whoa, he said, holding up his hands. Don't point that thing at me. It's not going to hurt you. Hold still. I plugged in the monitor and turned on the device. As with Sonic Snare, the initial output came through as static. I accessed the filters and isolated onto Briggan. His image appeared on the screen, but it was tens of thousands of little lines that formed the three-dimensional model of his body. Bones, tissues, and even the flow of blood were represented through white lines.
This is going to help us bring down Lux. How? Herschel asked.
Nighthawk built it with an amplification structure for a range reachable up to several miles. Given enough time, I believe we can build a map of the top side of Lux by scanning from underneath. This will give us a full set of schematics, including tunnels, sewer systems, and passageways. It should even give us a general ping on personnel locations. Those readings won't be entirely accurate, of course, since people move around, but we'll at least have an idea of where they cluster and approximate population sizes. This is good, Abigail said. This is really good.
Now all we need to do is grow some wings so we can fly up there, Herschel said. Unless you got a better idea in another one of these magic boxes.
He picked up a motivator and studied it. What about the ladder drop advertisements? Abigail said. What ladder drop advertisements? I asked. Herschel motioned to me.
Kid wasn't at the on-site briefing. El Paso, remember?
Right, Abigail said. For the last several years, Lux has been dropping flyers over dense populations. Thousands of flyers. Hold on, I've got one in the Jeep. She left and returned a few minutes later with a single sheet of paper. Attention, seekers of glory. The Dominion of Lux calls upon all worthy candidates to prove yourselves herewith. Join our number. Join the strong. Become part of the elite and feast upon the last treasures of the earth. Worthy candidates, climb your way up the ladders of Lux to paradise and rise. At the bottom of the flyer was more information about when and where Lux would drop these supposed ladders and welcome new residents into their floating city. Bunch of sparking garbage, if you ask me, Herschel said. They're gathering slaves. Tyrants don't share loot with subjects. It's never been that way, and it never will be. Maybe, Abigail said. Then again, maybe they really are looking to build a civilization. Why? Briggan asked. If everyone up there is immortal, why would they need anyone new? Kid's got a point, Herschel said. But if it were all for nothing, I began, why even drop the ladders? What's the point in being king if you don't have a kingdom? Abigail asked. I thought for a moment. We could go to one of the drop sites, I said. Sneak bio-trackers onto some of the climbers. That way we'd be able to monitor them once they arrived. We'd know if they were killed once they reached the top, and we could get a general idea of where they go. Not a bad idea, Abigail said. What are you going to need to make this happen? Honestly, I said, I need a tech expert. I can't map the city on my own, even if Fathom works as well as we hope. I'm going to need someone really good.
Whatever happened with that kid in the bunker? Herschel said, turning to Abigail. You know, the skinny one with all the Twinkies?
He looked at me and shook his head.
Don't make no sense. Sparking grasshopper of a kid and all he does is eat Twinkies all day? How's that even possible? Kid should look like a hamster who swallowed another hamster.
I believe he's still in his bunker, Abigail said. Who is he? I asked.
His name is... Herschel paused, his brow wrinkling as he tried to remember. I don't know.
He shook his head. Skinny Twinkie boy or something dumb like that. Abigail gave him a disapproving look the way his mother might. His name is Wade, she said. Herschel shrugged. Same thing. Abigail turned to me. He's about your age, she said. A brilliant hacker with serious potential. He found an underground bunker when the Epics took over and has been living there ever since. He's been asking to join the Reckoners for a couple years now, but... She glanced at Herschel. Herschel does have a point. He's a bit... soft. I'd be surprised if he's ever held a weapon, let alone used one. That's okay, I said. We don't need another soldier. We need a nerd. Herschel huffed. He'll get plenty of that from Twinkie Boy. I'll give him a call, Abigail said. 2 days later, he was there, standing at the front door of the coop wearing a faded superhero t-shirt. Is he for real? Brigand said, looking Wade over. He pointed to his shirt. You realize the whole point of the job is to kill those things, right? Wade grinned. Hell yeah, it is, he said. His Texas accent was about as thick as Texas accents came. Is that Cheetos powder on your cheek? Herschel asked. Huh? Wade wiped at his face. Then he licked the orange dust from his hand. You, ever shot a gun before? Herschel asked. Do video games count? Herschel folded his arms. What do you think? Wade smiled. Definitely. He ain't gonna be able to sit behind a computer the whole time, Herschel continued. Especially if we're bringing him up to Lux with us. I'm a quick learner, Wade said. Herschel sighed, shaking his head. Abigail must really hate you, kid. Why's that? He asked. Herschel clapped Wade on the shoulder. His muscled arms caused the boy to stagger. Apparently she wants you to die very quickly. I can train him in basic combat, I said. The others looked at me. You? Brigand lifted an eyebrow. Last time I saw you fight, you were on your back with my heel on your chest. That was a long time ago, I said. I turned to Abigail. I'll go over the essentials and get him into good enough shape for the climb. It might not be everything he could or should know, but at least it will be something. Zeph trusted you, Abigail said. So I trust you. Okay, Jax, you're in charge of Wade's training. But, she held up a finger, he's being recruited as a programmer, not a soldier. I don't want you to push him like Zeph pushed you. Is that clear? Teach him the basics, but that's all. We can't afford any injuries. Guns and tactics it is then, I said, though I was about as bad of a shot as anyone could be. If only Paige were here. My life once again fell into a steady routine. Wade and I stayed almost exclusively at the coop, while Abigail, Brigand, and Herschel studied everything they could from every source they could on Lux. During Lux raids, the 5 of us tracked the floating city, coming close enough to build our Fathom schematic, but staying far enough away to avoid another Arlington. The Fathom device worked, but it was a much longer process than I thought it would be. The diameter of the beam covered less area than we'd anticipated, and so we had to follow Lux, city after city, watching them burn and destroy and steal everything in sight. And every time the city descended, a nervous feeling in the pit of my stomach waited for it to turn and hunt me like it had before. But it never did, and I never understood why. Months of observation and research gave us only morsels of information. We tracked a few climbers on one of the latter days, and their biosignatures remained intact long after the climb. At least they were alive. As for the city itself, we still had no idea what was up there. Some cities had been changed so dramatically by the epics that they were renamed to something else, like Nukago, Babalar, or Hell's Crater. The same had been true with Lux. It had been called Sugarland, Texas, before wingflares scooped the entire city from the earth and lifted all 43 square miles of it into the sky. We also learned the name of the epic keeping everyone in the city alive. His name was Life Force, but everything else about him was a mystery. Abigail was convinced that Wingflare was the epic in charge, but I wasn't so sure. In Arlington, Wingflare had told the Ravens, "Find the boy. I was told to bring him in alive, so do not damage him beyond repair." That sounded like she was acting on orders, but I couldn't share my experience with the others because they'd know I was a liability. The 2 epics, Life Force and Wingflare, often came down in pairs. Life Force kept everyone alive, and wing flare kept them all afloat. We quickly realized that for us to have any success at all against Lux, Life Force would have to go first. Otherwise, there'd be no point. Life Force could simply regenerate anyone we killed. Life Force had the ability to heal not only himself, but anyone remotely close to him. In Arlington, Abigail had said he was healing members of his army miles apart from one another. Over time, we also discovered that in the face of its attacks, its near-constant ransacking of human civilization, and even its carnage-fueled raids that turned thriving cities into graveyards, Lux had still managed to garner a reputation with people on the ground as some floating paradise that promised freedom from the destitution, poverty, starvation, and scarcity that ravaged this new world. Damn flyers. Seemed people would believe anything they saw in an advertisement. I had a hard time blaming the people, though. When finding a place to live in the post-calamity days of the fractured states, one usually got to pick only two: food, water, shelter, safety, electricity, human rights, or air conditioning. Well, probably not human rights, but according to its flyers and its reputation, Lux was supposedly the last place on Earth with all seven. Ladder Day, we discovered, happened every few months. Lux would drop dozens of ladders from its edges, their lengths uncoiling from the dark clouds like the tentacles of some great unseen sky beast, inviting ignorant fools into its jaws. When the ladders fell, Life Force gave outsiders 24 hours to climb up into the great city, where the promise of strawberries and honey, bar soap and hot showers, and even old-time county fairs awaited the lucky. Not many were ever able to make the climb. It was all a lie, anyway. It had to be. I doubted a single one of the stories was true. Ice cream shops, white picket fences, and stuffed giraffes from county fairs all died when the epics were born. Despite the widespread rumors, Lux had to be a rat trap decorated in mystery and false promises. Still, people desperately fought for a place among the tyrant city's population each time the ladders fell, and we quickly discovered that we might not have another choice, not if we wanted to get inside. Piece by piece, Wade built his map of the city using section samples we took from the ground with Fathom. At the coop, we used a holoprojector to watch the progress as the model of the city unfolded in its three-dimensional glory. Wade and I spent a lot of time in the lab together, me tinkering with motivators and him piecing together the Fathom images. I continued work on the reversal conduit coiler, testing it, with caution, on handfuls of different motivators. "You ever try reversing Fathom?" Wade asked one day. I shook my head. Not really sure what that would do. Reversal is pretty unpredictable. It's tough to guess exactly what the reverse of something is going to be. "Is there always a reverse effect?" he asked. "Every motivator I've tried, yeah. It's just not always what we think it is. For example, with Fathom, he could see the depth of everything. So what does that mean the reversal would be? Something that allowed us to see nothing? You could always try it and see. But what if it's not seeing nothing? It might end up turning things into nothing." "Sounds like a pretty good weapon," Wade said. "I'm sure Herschel wouldn't mind you coming up with some vaporizer." "Until it vaporized me, or him, or everything around us." "Nah," Wade said. "That's been our problem this whole time. Fathom doesn't have a wide enough spread with its ray for something like that." "I suppose that's true," I said. The more we talked about it, the more the idea itched at me. What would the reverse of Fathom's ability be? I looked up from the workbench and opened my mouth to bounce the idea off Paige. But Paige wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. Something in my chest twisted, knowing I'd never see her standing on the other side of a workbench again. "You okay?" Wade asked, tilting his head. "Huh?" I met his gaze. "Yeah, just thinking." The next time I was alone in the lab, I put a metal table in the center of the room and set a can of dry oatmeal atop it. Then I wired the coiler into the Fathom motivator. I tinkered with it for an hour, making sure the effect would be isolated to the can of oatmeal. I didn't like testing the reversal conduit on motivators if I couldn't at least guess what the effect might be. But at the same time, it was slightly exhilarating, the mystery of possibility at my fingertips. I played with the switch for several minutes before finally flipping it. An almost invisible ray shot from the end of the Fathom device. It struck the can square on, causing the paper label and the can itself to burst into flames. The flames were bright yellow, and in seconds, the whole can was gone. "Well, I guess Herschel gets his vaporizer, I said, disappointed that it wasn't something more interesting. I walked to the small table to clean up the ashes left behind from the test, but as I hunched over its surface, there was something strange about the ashes. They weren't the charred, thick lines I expected. They were precise and crisp, as if drawn with a pencil. I traced the lines with my finger. They didn't smudge or wipe away. They were etched into the table, as if they'd become a part of it. Fathom hadn't vaporized the can at all. It had reduced it to a single plane of dimension. It was so one-dimensional that it was as if it had bonded to the table itself. I returned to the Fathom device and deactivated the coiler, then zeroed in as best I could on the black one-dimensional lines the can had left behind. When I activated Fathom, the nearly invisible rays shot forward. Purple vapors leaked from the black lines. Without warning, the whole steel table burst into dark violet fire, burning away to a pile of ash, except the can of oatmeal sat in the center of the ash pile. Undamaged. Perfect. Every detail restored. I left the workshop and burst into the mess hall where Herschel and Abigail were eating lunch. "You got to see this," I said. "Right away." They gathered the others and met me in the shop. "Give me your gun," I said, motioning to Herschel. He gave me a suspicious look, but handed it over anyway. I pulled in a new table and set the gun atop it, just like the can of oatmeal. Herschel scowled. "That is my favorite gun. You'd better not mess it up." I directed the Fathom device at the gun and calibrated the target parameters. "No promises." He glared, but I only smiled back. "If this works," I said, "I promise it'll be worth it." "Worth it for who? That ain't your gun." I activated the reversal conduit coiler and flipped the switch. The gun burned away to nothing. Well, almost nothing. New scowl lines that I'd never seen before appeared in Herschel's forehead and under his eyes. "He did it," Wade said, oblivious to the hostility emanating from the man standing next to him. "You built a vaporizer for Herschel." "Not everything has to be a weapon," I said. "It does when you start melting away all the ones we already have," Herschel said through his teeth. "Relax," I said. "Your gun's not gone." I deactivated the coiler and fired again. Like before, the table burst into purple flames, burning away into a pile of ash. "Perfect," Herschel said dryly. "Now you vaporized the gun and the table. We are now saved from the evil conquering force of Lux." I stepped to the pile of ashes and reached inside, pulling out the gun. The room was quiet. "What does this mean?" Abigail said, finally breaking the silence. "It means we can bring an entire arsenal with us, wherever we go." "What do you call it?" Wade asked. We all looked at him. Monumental world-changing discovery, and that was his first question? Everything was different after that day. Even Brigand seemed optimistic, excited even. With practice, I learned that the reversed Fathom device bonded the target object to whatever surface it was placed upon when reduced to one dimension. We needed something lightweight, portable, and most importantly, unassuming in case there were security pat-downs or inspections once we gained access to the city. The scorch notes, that's what I decided to call them once we'd settled on paper as the base surface, opened an entire world of possibility for us. A second great discovery came after I folded up a grouping of successful scorch notes and put them on a new paper and embedded them again. Scorch notes inside of scorch notes. The process only worked a small percentage of the time, and I was never able to embed them more than 2 deep, but the discovery enlarged the potential by yet another degree. Knowing that we likely wouldn't be able to walk into Lux with a mysterious souped-up ray gun, I had to devise a way to activate the scorch notes without using Fathom. I built another motivator that looked like a simple silver Zippo lighter with a flip lid. The next day, Abigail called a meeting. "We're making progress," she said. "But we still don't have any leads or intel on how to take out Life Force. Our entire plan depends on killing him. Otherwise, there's no point in going after the other epics." We all knew this was true, but we hadn't talked about it because none of us had an answer. Life Force, his origin, the specificity of his powers, his weakness, and everything else about him was a mystery. It felt like we had everything going for us except for the most critical piece, which then made it feel like we had nothing going for us after all. "From our observations," Abigail said, "his healing is relatively fast, and he can regenerate a raven from any injury across vast distances. I've seen fully burned and dismembered ravens get up after several minutes looking like they hadn't even sprained an ankle. There's got to be some way to reverse the healing, Wade said offhandedly. Reverse it, I repeated. Yeah. I shook my head. No. I mean, what if that's been the answer all along? We reverse it. Brilliant, Briggs said dryly. Next thing you're going to tell me is that if I want to find a 20-year-old supermodel who's single and wanting to mingle, that I should just find her. He looked around the room expectantly. I rolled my eyes. What I mean is that I can reverse epic DNA. So what is the reverse of regeneration? Herschel met my eyes.
Destruction.
Abigail released a weary sigh. Now all we need is to get some of Life Force's DNA while he's flying in the middle of the sky, protected by the most powerful epic I've ever seen, and surrounded by an entire army of flying soldiers, all of whom are immortal. Wade smiled. Sounds easy peasy.
Where's Lux headed next?
Herschel asked. Abigail met his gaze. Galveston. And it should be there within a week. Chapter 15. The following week, we set up our attack for Galveston. Life Force never showed, but Wing Flare did. And now I sat on the beach in Galveston watching the city burn as I clutched the precious strands of Wing Flare's hair.
Is that going to work?
Herschel asked. I nodded. Better even than we'd been hoping, I think.
Then your stupidity was worth it after all.
That'll probably depend on how mad Abigail is.
True.
Abigail's voice called through the comm in my ear. Blue team, prep a med kit at the rendezvous point. Brigand was hit. It's pretty bad.
What happened?
Herschel called back. Wade and Brigand left their post at the Green Vacation Rentals when I called for the retreat, and they were exposed to a shrapnel burst from Jax's little trigger finger stunt with the rockets. An instant stab of cold regret lanced through my chest. Is he... I called through the comm in an unsteady tone. Brigand's only got half a face left, so you tell me, Jax, she snapped. I wished for the warmth to return to her voice, the warmth she'd had when she held me and comforted me about Paige. Herschel rummaged through his pack, gathering bandages and needles. I slumped down, unsure if the unsteady feeling beneath me was from the loose sand. What have I done? A few minutes later, Abigail and Wade arrived, carrying Brigand between a pair of honeybee drones. I felt sick. This was all my fault. If I hadn't gone in when Abigail explicitly told me not to. Brigand clutched the side of his face. Herschel had the medkit ready and immediately administered morphine. When Brigand was relaxed enough to release his face, Abigail gently eased his hands away. Shrapnel had raked across the side of his face from his chin up to his ear and over to the edge of his forehead. Bits of rubble were embedded into his scalp, their pathways carved deep into his skin. Fire had burned away patches of skin and hair. Herschel crouched over him, applying burn gels and antiseptics. The grizzled man worked with the dexterity of a surgeon. He unrolled strips of bandages and knew exactly where to lay them.
He'll be all right,
Herschel said at long last, leaning back and slouching into the sand. Brigand drew deep, slow breaths. His eyes were closed, though he was awake. It should have been me wrapped in bandages. I deserved the burns and the pain, not him. The drive back to the coop was 400 miles, but it felt like 4,000. I couldn't look at Brigand. Every time he met my eyes, I glanced away. The shame was something rotten inside me. I wanted to pretend it wasn't there, but that wasn't true. And it didn't get better once we were back at the coop. It's not your fault, Brigand said to me the next time I looked away. It's what we all signed up for, right? Guns and glory and all that. I'm fine, really. The words sounded different from this new Brigand. He'd been cynical after the defeat in Arlington, but he'd still been able to laugh. Not this time. I felt like I'd robbed a piece of the joy he used to have. He'd lost more than his pretty face. It was something deeper, in his soul. Of course it's my fault, I said, trying to avoid looking at the bandage that still wrapped half of his face. Abigail called off the mission and you left your post like you were supposed to. You never should have gotten hit by the debris from that rocket. On the comm, you said you could make your new plan work, Brigand said. Do you still believe that? I nodded. I do.
Then you made the right call. Besides, who am I looking to impress these days?
He looked around the room and shrugged.
Everyone's pretty much dead anyway.
The old brigand would have said it with a smirk. This brigand sounded defeated. Jax, Abigail called from across the room. I looked up. Get a full briefing for us prepped and ready by tomorrow morning. I want to know exactly what you think was worth your reckless stunt. Got it? I nodded. Yeah, okay. I slunk away to the workshop to prepare for the briefing. Wade worked beside me, sifting through some of the unsorted supplies Herschel had brought in from the Jeep. He never mentioned Brigham or Galveston. Instead, we worked in silence until he stopped on a small vial of blood. Hey, he said, pinching the vial and holding it up for me to see. What's this? I stared at the vial, regret bubbling up inside me. Zeph, I said. He got it in El Paso. The guy who trained you? I nodded. I was being an idiot, and he was doing actual spy work. Wade looked confused, but he didn't respond. I took the vial from him, turning it side to side. The old blood was gloopy as it flowed along the glass tubing. What's it do? He asked. I shook my head. Not sure. I never got a chance to test it. On the way back, I paused, recalling the image through the front windshield of Lux hunting our truck. Well, I guess I sort of forgot about it. What epic did it come from? I closed my eyes, trying to remember what Zeph had said. Mitosis, I said. But he didn't know what the epic could do. He said he wasn't a scientist and that it was my job to find out. Wade tapped away at his computer for a minute, then turned the screen so I could see. Mitosis, he began. Added to the Reckoner's Lorist database a while back from the new cargo Reckoners. He was an epic who could use multicellular division to duplicate himself and anything he was wearing. But each time he divided, the clones became weaker, destabilizing the molecular structure of each other clone. He was killed by David Charleston in New Cargo, and the DNA was sold by the Reckoners to Nighthawk. I swished the vial again, and now it's back in Reckoner hands. Think you can do anything with it? Wade asked. I froze, still staring at the blood, then looked up at Wade. Pause what you're doing. I need your help. We worked all through the night, building a new motivator housing module and testing electrical currents. By the time we had finished, morning had come, and Abigail entered the workshop. She looked around the room. You two have been busy. We've made amazing progress, I told her, motioning her over to the edge of the tank that held a stack of diagrams. When Zeph and I were with Nighthawk in El Paso, Abigail held up her hand, cutting me off. We can talk about all that in a bit. She looked at Wade. Can you give us a second? Wade nodded and scurried out of the room. Abigail pulled over one of my stools and sat. We need to talk about what happened in Galveston. My stomach winced a bit as I grabbed a stool of my own and joined her. I know, I said. That was probably really reckless of me. We've both lost people we care about, she said. I know it's hard to think straight when emotions are high. Her voice was soft, and it reminded me of my mother's. When I was a child, I remember breaking a window in the basement one time when I was playing soccer by myself with a football. Mom didn't act mad. Instead, she got 2 little brushes and helped me sweep up the glass. Then we made grilled cheese sandwiches, and she never mentioned it again. I lowered my head. I shouldn't have rushed in the way I did. Probably not. Abigail could be incredibly stern when she wanted to be, but this wasn't one of those times. Jax, there aren't many of us left. This fight against the epics, it's nearly taken all of us with it. She placed a hand on my knee. We need to be careful. We can't afford to lose anymore. If we're going to beat them, we're going to have to work together from now on. I swallowed and opened my mouth. I know. I'm sorry. I do trust you, she continued. I want you to know that. Everything that's happened is all behind us now. We can do this. I nodded again, feeling like I was once again in my childhood basement, sweeping up the glittering shards of glass with my mom. She stood and drew me up into a hug. Well, she said, Now that that's all over with, it sounds like you have something for us. I smiled. I do. Well, we do. Wade was just as much a part of this. She smiled back. I'll get everyone to the briefing room then. We gathered in the kitchen, which doubled as the briefing room now that there were only 5 of us. All right, Jax, Abigail said. What have you got for us? I stood and walked to the front of the group. I went after Wing, Flare, and Galveston because I saw an opportunity we hadn't thought of before. That was only partially true. It may have been how I was spinning it in this meeting, but the emotions raging through me when I drove my motorcycle off the edge of the building were anything but logical. Paige and Zeph were dead because of her, and all I had wanted to do in that moment was put my sword through her heart. I believe that the DNA I gathered from Wing Flare, I continued, will allow us to take control of Lux itself. Abigail's eyes widened. I couldn't tell if she was skeptical or excited. What does that mean exactly? She asked. Wade and I have been digging through the Fathom schematics of Lux. I activated the holo projector in the room and pulled up a 3-dimensional image of the city. It turned slowly above one of the tables. I enhanced the model, zooming into its center. The city gets its power from a centralized plant, here. I highlighted the area on the image. Power? Herschel said. How the hell are they getting power 2 miles up in the sky? I zoomed out, spun the image, and zoomed in again on a field of towers. Windmills. The low-level variance of foliage movement from the compilation of Fathom snapshots we took of overlapping areas indicates that there's not a whole lot of wind up there, yet the wind turbines are operating at full throttle. The windmills are either being driven by artificial wind, or the rest of the city is being shielded from real wind. Either way, this data suggests that there's another epoch in Lux with influence over the weather, which makes sense considering the city would otherwise be unlivable due to the altitude and ambient temperature that high up. Now, as far as we can tell, I continued, zooming back to the power plant, this power grid supplies 100% of the energy to the city. There are no secondary large-scale generators or power distribution channels. With the strands of hair I obtained from Wing Flare, I believe I can build a motivator that would allow us to control Lux. However, to wrest control from Wing Flare, we would need a significant amplification source. Hence the power grid, Abigail said. I nodded. We use the energy from the power grid to supercharge the motivator, allowing Wade to electronically seize control of the city. From there, we safely bring it to the ground. Wade stood and joined me at the holoprojection. He pointed to several areas in Lux. I've taken a deeper look at some of the areas regarding resource consumption, he said. Bottom line, they're using buckets of power, which means we'll have plenty enough to siphon for the motivator based on what Jax is hoping for. And you're confident you can fly this thing? Abigail asked. If we can indeed take control of it? I've started working on the device already, Wade said. I still don't see how this is going to work, though, Abigail said, turning to me this time. You're going to be battling Wing Flare, who knows her powers a whole lot better than you do, has a whole lot more control over them than you do, and who's likely a whole lot more powerful. Even if you manage to match her power, which itself seems a tall order, you've got to have enough control to fly the city into the ocean unchecked. When I was in El Paso, I said, Nighthawk told me that epic DNA, no matter how far away from its source, has an inseparable connection to the epic. If an epic is alive when their powers are accessed through a motivator, it causes them extreme pain. If we can amplify the motivator through the city's power grid, supplying it with a sustained flow of energy, Wing Flare won't be able to move, much less control the city. I neglected to mention that one of the side effects of using DNA from a living epic was that Wing Flare would know exactly where the motivator was while doing this, one complication at a time. Speaking of El Paso, Abigail said, Prof told us that major epics banded together against Lux. They brought their armies to fight with them, yet they were all completely wiped out. How are you going to deal with Life Force and his ravens when everyone who's ever tried has failed? I held up a small metal bracer with 5 wires that hung from its end like wind chimes. With this. You're going to use a little arm guard thing with tentacles? Herschel said. Boy, you need to upgrade the contents of your gun box. Gun box? You know, the box everyone keeps at the foot of their bed with all their guns in it. Pretty sure that's just you, Wade said. Anyway, I said, redirecting their attention. This isn't some arm guard. I modified it with the DNA Zeph got in El Paso. The DNA was taken by the Reckoners from an epic named Mitosis. It allowed him to make several copies of himself. I enhanced it with a coiler to reverse its effect. Instead of making more copies of something, it reduces the number of copies. How's that going to be useful? Briggan asked. Seeing as there aren't multiple copies of life force. What's fewer than one copy? I said. 0 copies. How do you know it will work the way you're thinking? Abigail asked. I scanned the room. Do any of you see any cans of oatmeal? The team looked around. What's your point? Herschel asked. There used to be 15 cans right there. I pointed to an empty steel table. Now there are 0. It works. We're not killing life force. We're erasing him. I opened a cupboard and pulled out a can of oatmeal, then set it on the table. Then I unclasped the mitosis bracer and secured it around my forearm. The 5 loose wires ran along the back of my hand, nodes at the ends of each of the 5 wires attached to my fingertips. Once the bracer was in place, I opened and closed my hand, turning it over and showing the others. Still looks like a weird glove to me, Herschel said. I activated the motivator and the bracer emitted a hum of energy. It grew warmer around my forearm as the energy built. Small vibrations shuddered through my fingertips. I reached for the oatmeal can, wrapping my hand round it. The heat in my arm intensified and the hum grew louder. The can flickered once. The others scooted to the edge of their chairs and leaned forward. The can of oatmeal finally succumbed to the power of the motivator, crumpling in on itself and disappearing entirely. A long silence followed, and the team all turned to Abigail, who looked deep in thought. Huh, Herschel finally said with a grunt. I can also send the charge through a contact-based weapon, I added, grabbing another can of oatmeal and drawing Dan's sword from its sheath. I activated the motivator once again, gripping the sword with the finger nodes. The sword began to quiver with energy. I slashed down at the metal can. The blade caught its corner, lodging in the aluminum. The can shuddered, flickering in and out of existence before, like its predecessor, disappearing completely. So, Herschel began, I don't like oatmeal any more than you do, but if you keep doing that, we ain't gonna have anything to eat. Can you duplicate things with that, too? Briggan asked. No. Duplicated objects are too unstable. Mitosis himself had trouble with molecular stability when making multiple copies. Okay, Abigail said finally. I think we may have a shot. Step 1, we get up to Lux on ladder day, just like everyone else, but we bring the scorch notes with us. I want them hidden and dispersed throughout our gear in case we're searched. Step 2, she continued, standing to more closely examine the 3-dimensional rendering of the city's power grid. We wire a coiler outfitted with Wing Flare's DNA to the city's power grid. Once the coiler is supercharged, it will disable Wing Flare and allow Wade to lower the city to avoid an extinction event. And step 3, she studied the motivator I'd just demonstrated. We use a coiled mitosis to take out life force. Herschel, she turned around. I want you to prep a supply of explosives, weapons, and materials, and work with Jax to convert them to scorch notes. Briggan, start collecting every piece of relevant tactical gear we would need for the power grid infiltration. Wade, I want those schematics triple-checked and analyzed for escape points and additional threats. And Jax, I want you to stay here and go over the plan with me another 10 times. Is everyone clear? The team nodded. Then let's get started. Chapter 16. We spent the next several months preparing for ladder day. When the day finally came, we found an empty apartment building and checked our supplies for the 100th time. Wade better get here soon, Herschel said. I don't want to go looking for him. Just then, the apartment door burst open. Pepperoni pizza, Wade said, holding a thin cardboard box above his head. He lowered the box, cracked open its lid, and inhaled. Oh yeah, that's something special. He laid the box before us, opening the lid in full. Steam snaked up from the soft cheese and warm crust. Where in calamity did you find pepperoni pizza? Herschel asked, his eyes as wide as the pepperonis themselves. Dredgeline's restaurant? Wade said casually. You stole a pizza from Sweetwater's most powerful epic? I asked, impressed. It didn't seem like something Wade would do. I had him pegged as more of a sit back and safely monitor things from behind a computer screen sort of guy, and not so much a steal pizza straight out of an epic's mouth sort of guy. He shrugged. Weren't that hard. I hacked into the delivery database and his personal restaurant sent a delivery to an abandoned building instead of, well, Dredgeline. And I didn't steal a pizza, I stole 8. Rest are out in the hall. Figured we needed a proper night of partying before we climb into the belly of the beast. He picked the pizza box back up and placed it in Abigail's arms. For you, Wade said. Wade had quickly managed to blend in with our reckoner group as if he'd been with the reckoners from the beginning. His enthusiasm, constant smiling, and eagerness to impress had created an almost instant camaraderie with the group.
You get us anything to drink?
Herschel asked. Now what makes you think I managed to steal pizzas and drinks? Are you crazy? But before Herschel could respond, Wade grinned. I got the truck to deliver a whole plastic jug of powdered lemonade.
And ice?
You kidding me? Herschel scowled.
No ice.
Wade glowered, folding his arms. Go eat your sparking pizza, you ungrateful geezer. Herschel's scowl finally broke, and he grinned.
Good job, kid.
8 pizzas were barely enough for 5 reckoners who'd been living mostly on canned black beans for the last 3 months. We gorged ourselves for hours, laughing and telling stories. We'd been through so much together. Bullets and blood, tears and failure, mistakes and death.
You think they got pizza up there on Lux?
Brigand said.
Doubtful,
Herschel said.
Likely we're leaving this wasteland for another one. It ain't gonna be no different than down here. People will still be selfish and greedy and hell-bent on self-annihilation. Only a matter of time before this whole marble is turned into a piece of charcoal.
That's pretty bleak, Wade said. Herschel shrugged.
It's the way it is.
Well, Abigail said, if you had one last day here to do anything you wanted to do, what would it be?
Anything?
Brigand asked. Anything with anyone, Abigail said. Dead or alive.
Back when I was a kid, Herschel said, my mom would take me to the zoo.
You had a mom? Wade asked. Herschel cocked his head.
The hell kind of question is that?
I don't know, Wade said. I just figured that, one day, about 1,000,000 years ago, a big ugly rock fell from a rock tree and broke in half. And you crawled out of it.
A rock tree, Herschel said.
Brigand and I exchanged a glance.
Makes sense to me,
Brigand said. I nodded. Finally, Herschel shrugged.
Yeah, suppose that's fair.
So, the zoo? Abigail prompted.
Right, the zoo. My mom would take me there. We'd watch the polar bears all swimming behind the glass, and the lions, well, they pretty much just lay there looking majestic. But the last time I went to the zoo, it wasn't with my mom. I was on assignment with Special Ops. An epic named Feral had done something to all the animals in the whole facility. They were warped and mutated, heads all growing out of their bellies, and too many arms and teeth the size of boomerangs. You ever seen a giant tortoise with boomerang-sized teeth, bulging bloodshot eyes, and an extra head growing from its shell, shrieking like a sparking banshee? It's about the stupidest, creepiest, most terrifying thing I've ever seen. My team and I had to put down every last one of those freaks. And none of them went down easy or quiet-like. I ain't the religious type, but if anyone were to ask me what the pit of hell looked like, I'd tell them it was the Cameron Park Zoo.
Brigand and Wade stared at Herschel, eyes wide and jaws slack. I imagined my own face looked something similar. And you want to go back there? Abigail asked. To a zoo? Feral and her circus of freaks took away my best sparking memories from my childhood.
Hell yeah, I want to go back. See it the way it's supposed to be. Hold my mom's hand and try to get the parrots to talk. Not fire a whole magazine full of rifle rounds at an alligator that looks more like a giant centipede that's coming after you with 5 too many heads and half its arms all bent and flopping around. Whew, it ain't right.
That's really sort of sweet, Abigail said. In a messed up way. Herschel shrugged.
What can I say? I was born from a rock tree, right?
What about you? I asked, looking at Wade. He didn't even have to think about it. There was a video game I used to play as a kid called River City Ransom. I had it and every other video game ever made stored on my servers. Then an epic named Electrodyne came along and poof, it was like none of them ever existed. I was able to get new copies of almost everything before most of the internet went belly up, but River City Ransom? He shook his head. I could never find it again.
A sparking video game? Herschel said. You could do anything in the world, and that's what you'd spend your one day doing?
You bet your stump leg I would, Wade said. No hesitation. What about you? Abigail asked, turning to me. I'd go to Boston, I said. Back to the Everything Nice diner. The day I lost my brother. I'd get waffles and extra bacon, but this time, Lovestruck wouldn't show up and kill him. Instead, we'd go back to his apartment and put together old muskets until we were so tired we'd fall asleep on the floor. Brigham, Wade said. What about you? I'd spend a whole day barbecuing and eating steak. Every kind, too. Ribeyes, fillets, T-bones, tri-tip, maybe grill some portobello mushrooms and vegetables. And wine. Lots and lots of wine. He smiled at the thought. You? He turned to Abigail. I used to be in finance, Abigail said. Back then the job seemed so important. Staring at balance sheets, analyzing income statements. I spent more time staring at a computer screen than I did at the real world. I had a daughter, Sophie. She'd take my empty jewelry boxes and put rocks in them and then hide the treasure boxes around the house. Then she'd make treasure maps with clues and bring them to me and tell me to go find the treasure. The very last treasure map she ever made had a whole packet of instructions all stapled together. The map itself was 4 pieces of printer paper taped into one. I told her I was giving a presentation to the board of directors at my firm in the morning, and I didn't have time to find the treasure. Abigail paused, her eyes heavy. I knew I should have spent the evening doing her treasure hunt, but instead I picked out bar graph styles and font types and rehearsed something I already knew by heart. I never even got to give that presentation. Our office building was melted into a pool of glass that morning, right before I got there. That was when the first wave of epics hit Dallas. Back then the epics were a lot more erratic than they are today. Sophie never made it home from school. If I could have one day to do anything at all, I'd do her treasure hunt. I'd find that rock and never let go. Chapter 17. Thousands had gathered for this month's ladder drop in Sweetwater, Texas. The name sounded greener than the city truly was. Maybe once upon a time it had been greener, but not anymore. Many had set up tent communities, waiting for the floating city to descend. If they had seen what we had seen, they wouldn't be standing there staring stupidly into the dark clouds overhead. Once the ladders fell, the now quiet mob around me would turn into a frenzy of piranhas, scrabbling to sink their teeth into fresh meat. I stared into their upturned faces as they wandered. Anxious hope. Desperate hope. I wished I could tell them what they were really climbing toward. But the truth was, I didn't know. We all had our guesses, some more optimistic than others, but I had a hard time believing it was some paradise. Not after what I'd seen. Benevolence and evil can't coexist. Simple as that. Rocks and dirt crunched under my feet as I walked. The Texas earth was flat and barren here. I could still remember a time when there were oak trees instead of craters and buffalo grass instead of bits of rubble. Rubble that was always either shattered rock or shattered bone. I tried not to think of the crunching under my boots or how much of it came from human remains. I joined the others and gazed at the storm clouds above. They churned softly, shrouding the great evil that lurked inside their black bellies. You think it's like all them people say? Wade asked. Herschel grunted. Ain't no way it's all chocolate and rainbows like these poor fools think it is. He glanced at the crush of hopefuls surrounding us. Brigham thinks it is, Wade pressed, glancing at the man. Said he heard something about soda fountains and chewing gum and even a Ferris wheel. That's what I heard, Brigham said. Over the last few months, Brigham had seemed almost eager for this day. In our search for answers, he'd recovered bits of evidence suggesting that Lux was the paradise it claimed. But Brigham should have known better. He'd seen what all of us had seen. The blood, the death, the darkness. But I had already taken a portion of his spirit when I'd taken a portion of his face, and so I never wanted to disagree with something that made him a little more hopeful. Then Brigham's a poor fool, too, Herschel said, saying what I wouldn't. But Herschel was never one to fantasize, sing to his cattle, or pretend that the world hadn't gone completely to hell. Soda fountains and chewing gum, Brigham said, unabashed. And girls. Lots of beautiful single girls. I felt guilty all over again. Brigham's bravado when talking about girls wasn't the same anymore. It was like he was playing to our expectations rather than saying what he actually felt.
I'll lick your sparking boots clean if that pile of rocks ends up being some puffy cloud full of ponies and campfire songs, Herschel added.
Brigand nodded.
Deal.
What do you think, Jax? Wade asked, his puppy dog face aiming its bullets of eager optimism toward me. No way was Lux some colorful carnival. All I'd seen the city do was terrorize the innocent. Life Force and his crony epics were tyrants who'd invaded and ransacked countless cities. Lux was an elevated edifice built on greed and death. I knew this, knew it with every part of my being. And yet, I didn't want to be yet another scowl in Wade's life. I don't know what's up there, I said. Herschel huffed.
Carnivals and butterflies?
You believe that garbage, Jax?
Come on.
I shrugged. I don't know what to believe anymore. Herschel rolled his eyes.
Whatever you say, kid. Get your butterfly nets ready then, but be careful you don't catch a raven instead.
The thousands around us, chins all lifted in hope, didn't have any doubt what awaited them. Maybe the people truly were ignorant, or maybe they simply didn't care.
I say we forget about these ladders and try breaking that floating rock into pieces again, Herschel said. We almost had it the last time.
You saw what Wingflare did in Galveston, Abigail said. She's too powerful for that kind of a direct assault.
Not if we use enough firepower. Bet that flying witch can't put a pile of dust back together. I'll bet my good leg that even the ravens won't find all of their splattered pieces to reassemble when I'm done with them.
He patted his titanium alloy prosthetic. That's your good leg? Wade asked. Herschel rolled up his pant leg, then opened a compartment in the leg that held a small tin bottle of whiskey. He unscrewed the bottle's cap, took a swig, then returned the bottle to the hidden leg compartment.
I know what I said.
Get ready, Abigail said, checking her watch. It's almost time. Wade, you'll go first and set the climbing pace. Got it? Wait, me? He looked nervously to me. You'll be fine, I said. And he would be. We'd trained over 6 months for this. Although Wade's confidence needed a bit of work, he was fit enough to set a sufficient pace.
All about psychology, Herschel said. If we stick you at the end, you can tell yourself that falling behind is only hurting you. But when you're up front, well, you know that if you fail, the rest of us die too.
I rolled my eyes. Thanks, Herschel. He gave Wade one of his characteristically over-muscled shoulder pats, staggering him.
No problem.
The 5 of us stared up at the eerie, churning clouds together until Brigand's voice broke the silence. There, he said, pointing at a spot in the sky. A small, distant shape fell from above, heading straight for us. A ladder. It looked like a snake, uncoiling and rushing downward to devour its prey. A murmur spread over the mass of people around us. Their heads were all tilted, their fingers pointing at dozens of ladders now falling over them. Most ladders were so far away that they looked like threads dangling from the sky. The murmurs grew into shouts, which evolved into a sort of preemptive panic. Stay together, Abigail said. The mob of frantic people picked their directions and ran, crashing into one another as they tried to predict where the distant ladders would finally touch ground. Abigail pointed to the nearest ladder. We go for that one! As we'd practiced, we linked arms and plowed forward. We reached the nearest ladder with only about a dozen people ahead of us. Up! Abigail shouted, as the hysterical crowds around us rushed for our ladder. Mobs of people tried ripping us away, but Wade grappled the ropes and held tight. I was on the far end and had a free hand. I threw out disabling jabs at anyone who got too aggressive. Wade started up the ladder, but was immediately grabbed by someone in the crowd. I struck him in the sternum, and the man doubled over. More hands grabbed for Wade. I unlinked my elbow from Herschel's and took a defensive Mach-Koi stance. It had been a long time since I'd last fought hand-to-hand. Abigail wouldn't allow me to teach Wade Mach-Koi, knowing how far Zeph had taken things when he trained me. And I never got that rematch with Brigand. After Galveston, I no longer wanted it. I flowed through Mach-Koi stances, striking at the bodies around me. People didn't focus well when they were acting in fear. They threw their arms in wide, wind-milling strikes. It was almost disappointing how simple the swings were to dodge and block, but it made it easier to down them without seriously injuring anyone. I enjoyed fighting more than I'd ever admit to anyone else. The thrill of danger ignited a sense of focus in me when nothing else could. Jax, Herschel called. I spun around. The other members of the team were already up on the ladder. What are you doing? Get up here! I broke free from my trance. The crowd had withdrawn, standing in a wide arc several feet away. I turned and grabbed the rungs, scampering up after my team. As soon as I was up, the piranhas swarmed below me, ripping and pulling at one another now that the shark had left the tank. I imagined they weren't bad people, simply desperate, clinging to the idea that Lux was their last chance at a life they once had, a life fading quickly from human memory. Only when we were 100 or so rungs up did I feel the throb in my knuckles. "Are you all right there?" Herschel asked, looking down at me as I clenched and unclenched one of my hands. "Yeah, I'm good," I said. He nodded. There was no judgment in his eyes. The dozen or so climbers ahead of us let us pass on the backside of the ladder. There was enough space in the rungs, and we were strong enough climbers that it wasn't difficult. The whole way up, Wade never complained once. He set a good pace, strenuous and steady. Once we'd reached dangerous heights, we paused to fish the rappelling gear from our easy-access pockets. Each of us was strapped into harnesses with 2 carabiners we could use as alternating supports up the ladder. We took a break an hour in, securing ourselves to the ladder with the carabiners and relaxing for a moment to replenish our energy with water and granola bars. No other climbers had reached half the distance we had, but I could still see them far below. I watched as distant climbers could go no further. Some were pulled from the ladder by climbers below them. Some slipped and fell. Some simply didn't have the strength to hold the ropes any longer. Despite the awful scene below, I half wondered if we were climbing our way to a worse fate than the one we were leaving. I knew Herschel was right. Lux wasn't cotton candy and Ferris wheels. There was something darker that awaited us, something false and sinister, an advertisement that lured us toward pits and chains. But no matter what waited at the top, one thing was for certain. There were epics up there that needed to die. Chapter 18. The air was thin and the temperature freezing. "You sure this isn't 20 miles up instead of 2? Wade called from above. I wondered how long we had been climbing for, and I kept doing what I wasn't supposed to do, look down, a very long way down. The details of the earth had muddled into a blurry tan. I scanned the sky for the other ladders and climbers around us. I could see almost none. We climbed in silence, and then I did the other thing I wasn't supposed to do. I looked up. Directly above us were thick clouds. "Here we go," Wade called down to us. "Don't die." At his next step, his head disappeared into the clouds. One by one, the members of our team vanished until it was only me. I took one more glance at the distant ground, then entered the darkness. Black clouds swallowed me as I ascended the ladder. The mist was so thick I couldn't see the rungs. We climbed for another hour in almost total shadow. My palms were slick with cold sweat, and my arms burned despite the frosty bite of the air. "Everyone still here?" I called through the obscurity. But before anyone had a chance to respond, my head breached the surface of the clouds. Sunlight washed over me. I pulled in a full, warm breath, as if I'd been transported back to the hot Texas earth. A few feet above, an iron dock extended out over the murky ocean of clouds below. The others had already climbed atop the dock. As I reached the top rung, Wade reached out a hand and pulled me up to join them. We'd just exhausted ourselves on a mile-high climb up to what was probably a floating rock of death, and Wade still wore his classic dopey grin as if we were all playing cards instead of preparing for an assassination. The iron dock extended 100 feet or so from the edge of Lux. At the far end, a set of heavy double doors barred entry to the city. 2 ravens stood in front of the door, automatic rifles in hand. "We made it," Abigail said, staring over the edge. I followed her gaze, uneasily picturing myself leaning too far over the edge and falling, splashing into the sea of clouds. We walked along the narrow iron dock toward the guards. At our approach, one of them stepped forward. The uniforms for the ravens were intentionally intimidating. Black Kevlar hugged their limbs and torso. Utility belts and straps held more guns, grenades, and knives than seemed practical. Weapons jutted out at odd angles from various joints, making it look almost as if their bodies grew them at random. The Kevlar extended up their necks and over their faces, all the way to the black mirrored goggles and bulletproof helmets. Each soldier in the group had a single red slash across their uniform, extending from shoulder to hip. "Welcome to Lux," the raven who'd stepped forward said. It was the first time I'd ever heard one of them speak close up. His mask had a voice modulator that made the words sound metallic. I wondered if somehow he'd know who I was. I eyed his hands, waiting for them to reach toward the pistol at his side and draw it. I still couldn't shake the memory of Lux tracking us, hunting us. The Raven nodded to each of us as we approached.
Congratulations on your climb. You have now become part of the worthy elite. Proceed through here for processing.
Processing? I asked.
Standard procedure, the Raven said. We'll do a light search, make sure you're not carrying weapons, that sort of thing. Then we'll register you and get you a house.
What do you mean, a house? Wade asked. The Raven turned to face us all.
I'm sure many of you were used to living in holes, sewers, or whatever pile of sticks and leaves would keep out the rain. But here in Lux, life is different. We take care of our own.
You give people a whole house? Wade pressed. The Raven pounded twice on the heavy metal doors behind him. A latch dropped from the other side, and they creaked open.
Welcome to Lux,
he said, motioning for us to proceed. I tensed, not knowing what to expect as the doors opened. We entered a courtyard surrounded by metal walls on all sides. At least 100 ravens stood in 2x5 formations, like statues along the walls. In front of each formation stood a squad leader, marked by 2 diagonal red slashes across their uniforms. The metal doors clanged shut behind us, and a sickening feeling sunk into my gut. We were outnumbered, outgunned, and at the mercy of an army of ruthless killers who were likely to gun us down and strip our bodies of their valuables. I glanced at Abigail, silently asking what our next move was.
Squad 4,
one of the squad leaders began, his voice modulated as well.
Process this group and assign them to Zone 7.
One of the squads marched forward. They retrieved handheld scanners from their utility belts, then surrounded each of us.
Please remove all metal objects from your person and raise both arms,
the squad leader said to us. We took off our packs, and the ravens gathered them. The scorch notes were safely tucked into unassuming notebooks and sewn into the linings of the canvas bags themselves. I hoped they would seem like curiosities rather than a threat if they were found. What about my belt? Wade asked, fiddling with a belt buckle the size of a salad plate.
Lux is a conflict-free zone,
the Raven began, as if he'd had to recite this very same speech 1,000 times before.
Any and all weapons, explosives, and metallic objects will be surrendered if you wish to enter. Violence and disorder will not be tolerated. The safety of our citizens is our top priority. Please remove all metal objects from your person and raise both arms.
I ain't gonna beat a man to death with a belt buckle, Wade pressed. Can't I keep it? Wade, Abigail said, giving him a do-what-they-say look. He sighed, his grin morphing into a pout as he took off the buckle. The ravens hovered their scanners over the packs and a soft beeping sounded.
Huh,
one of the ravens muttered, rifling through the pack.
Look at this.
He held the scanner for another raven to see. Soon a group of them hovered around the scanner and rechecked the packs.
Take the items to the lab,
a raven finally decided. Wait, what? I asked, taking a step toward them. 2 ravens blocked the way.
I'm sorry, but there's a situation with some of your belongings. We'll issue you any replacement items you require.
I eyed the scanner. Was it possible that it detected epic DNA in the scorch notes? If so, the mission was over before it had begun. Every detailed schematic we'd created using Fathom was spread out in various hidden pockets throughout the packs. But if I pressed the issue and drew attention to myself, they'd know something was wrong. My heart pounded as they shoved the packs into a crate and hauled them away. The squad of ravens then scanned each of our bodies. As they waved their batons in front of Herschel's left leg, another beeping sounded.
Please remove all metal objects from your person and...
Can't really do that, Herschel said, lifting his pant leg to expose the metal prosthetic. It's a titanium alloy grafted straight into the bone. Lost it when a damn Rottweiler attacked me. I suppressed a smirk. First of all, it wasn't from a Rottweiler attack. That much we knew from one of Wade's failed guesses. Also, it definitely wasn't grafted into the bone, but the Raven didn't need to know that. The Raven looked at his companions as if unsure of how to proceed. As I watched the army of ravens, one of them stared directly at me. I could feel his eyes locked on mine behind his black goggles. This raven was the only one I'd seen in this enclosed courtyard with 3 red slashes on his uniform. I squirmed in place, feeling like I'd been discovered. It was Lux chasing me all over again. The elite-ranked raven marched forward, making a beeline toward me. My whole body tensed. Just go away, I thought to myself at him. But the raven seemed undeterred. He shouldered his way through the other soldiers until he was standing right in front of me. Sparks, we were dead.
"What's the problem here?"
the elite raven said, his voice modulator making him sound nearly identical to his companions.
"This one's leg is."
The raven with the scanner motioned to Herschel's prosthetic, but the new raven's focus was entirely locked on me.
"Leave it,"
the new raven said. The raven with the scanner took one glance at the 3 red rank stripes on the raven's chest, then nodded.
"Yes, Lieutenant, but I said leave it. I will escort them to Zone 7 personally. Understood?" "Yes, Lieutenant."
The lieutenant motioned to us.
"You 4,
he said, his voice hard and commanding.
"With me."
Then he turned and walked through a small door in the metal walls of the courtyard. We followed, and as I passed the threshold of the door leading into the city of Lux, my breath caught in my throat. After a lifetime of witnessing shocking, unbelievable things, not much seemed to surprise me anymore. But what I saw before me froze me in place. The blazing sun overhead illuminated a glittering landscape below. We stood on a hilltop and gazed over a city untouched by the devastation wrought by calamity and the warring epics. Right in front of us was life as I hadn't seen since childhood. I wondered whether I was in a dream as I stared down into an actual old-world carnival. Bright tents in reds and blues and oranges. Children burying their faces in puffs of cotton candy. Dancers wearing yellow and purple feathers. Hot dogs and ice cream. Clowns twisting balloons into mice and giraffes. And towering over it all was a grand Ferris wheel filled with laughing, carefree riders. "So," Brigand said, turning to Herschel. "About my boots." Herschel's face twisted with confusion.
"What about your boots?"
"You said you'd lick them clean if this pile of rocks ended up being some puffy cloud full of ponies and campfire songs." Herschel scowled. Then he turned and surveyed the world before us.
"I don't see no ponies."
Brigand released a small laugh. It was good to hear him laugh, even if it was short-lived.
"Admit it," he pressed. "You were wrong."
Herschel grunted. He opened his mouth to argue, then shut it and simply grunted again. It was true. The scene was like a fantasy. The laughter, the caramel apples, the games. This world was supposed to be filled with fear and death, not smiles. I pictured the burning corpses and rotting husks of cities Lux left in its wake, its inexorable appetite sated only by plunder and murder. From our vantage atop the hill, we could see beyond the carnival into the heart of the city. Neat rows of pristine houses, painted in whites and blues, each with a little square of fresh-cut lawn. I shook my head, as if to make the vision before me dissolve into the wretched wasteland that it was supposed to be. It didn't. Lux really was everything we'd been told it would be. Despite its carnage, its murder, and its darkness over the world, Lux held a wealth of treasure I could barely even remember seeing as a child. The epics up here didn't build. They burned. That Ferris wheel belonged somewhere else, and people almost certainly had to die for it to be here. Those balloons at the carnival had been purchased with lives. The bright green lawns were being watered with blood. My anger descended into rage as I stumbled forward toward the explosion of carnival colors. And then I glanced at Wade. He was staring straight ahead, enchanted at the massive Ferris wheel that rotated steadily on its axis, his eyes slowly following its motion. For the first time since I was little, I saw magic and innocence and wonder. His face was aglow with the possibility of goodness and hope, as if all the horrors of the world below us had suddenly evaporated, and we were now free to become little kids once again. In that moment, I felt a sharp twinge of discomfort. Our mission was to kill life force, which would naturally lead to the death and destruction of this city. Life force kept Wing Flare alive. Wing Flare kept the city afloat. And we were here to change that.
"This way,"
our Raven escort said.
"Housing is on the other side of the carnival. I'll take you to your new home. Once you're settled, you're welcome to return."
I squirmed uncomfortably as the Raven led us forward. Something didn't seem quite right about him. I made sure to walk a few paces behind so I could always keep an eye on him. As soon as the raven was fully turned around, Abigail and I exchanged a glance. I carefully pointed to the daggers jutting from the raven's shoulder. They each had quick-release straps that would be easy to unlatch if we needed to take them. Abigail nodded. She held up one finger, pointed to herself, then held up another finger and pointed at me. A dagger for each of us, if the need arose. As we walked toward the housing sector, the raven led us through an iron gate and into an explosion of color. Carnival goers lined up in front of little huts, where workers handed them paper plates filled with hot donuts, drizzled in chocolate and sprinkles, chili dogs overflowing with shredded cheese and lettuce, and freshly fried potato wedges speckled with salt and seasonings. We passed jugglers, fortune tellers, and dozens of brightly colored tents. "Anyone else want to take a little break?" Briggan said, his gaze lingering on the shiny lights and hot dogs. I knew he was joking. But despite the smell of cotton candy, the sight of the giant Ferris wheel, and the bouncing music floating through the open space, the truth was, this place was a disease, infecting the world, and no part of me wanted to spend the afternoon tossing rings around bowling pins. Soon the music and color and smells faded into suburbia. The raven led us down a street that looked as if its asphalt had been laid less than a week ago. There were no cars, but a few people rode bicycles with baskets full of groceries and packages on the handlebars. The first neighborhood we entered sent a nostalgic pang through my memory. It was a suburb like the one I'd grown up in. I could almost see myself playing in the parks, learning to ride a bike, playing catch with my dad for the first time. I stood transfixed. Green grass and freshly painted houses surrounded me. There were no broken windows or missing walls or gaping holes in the roof like there were everywhere else in the world since calamity had appeared. These were like little doll houses, but they were real. We turned down Cherry Pie Lane, passing one man mowing his lawn and a woman taking her dog for a walk. The people here even dressed in old-world clothes, brightly colored polos and clean ironed khakis. On the other side of the street was a small park with trimmed grass and lemon trees. Underneath one of the trees, two boys, probably brothers, sat together having a small picnic. They looked to be about the same ages as Dan and I had been the last time I saw him. The older boy even looked a bit like Dan. He pointed at something in the distance, and when the younger one turned his head, he stole a pickle from the boy's plate. The younger boy turned around. "Hey!" he complained, but his face was all smiles. The older boy shoved the whole pickle into his mouth and shrugged like nothing was amiss. I thought of Boston and crispy strips of bacon. A strange guilt swam through me. These two boys had finally found the one place in this world of ruin with picnics in the park and laughter and I was here to take it all away from them. I glanced at Briggan, whose face was still bright and carefree, as he drank in the surroundings.
"This one is yours,"
the raven said. He pointed to a light gray home with white shutters. It had a wraparound porch with a swing and a flower bed. The raven retrieved a key from his pocket and walked up the porch steps. He opened the door and motioned for us to enter. Inside, the space was pristine and untarnished. The carpet looked new and the walls freshly painted. The living room had white couches, and the dining room had a cozy four-person table set with plastic decorative plates on top of red table mats. "It's," Abigail began, taking a step onto the unsullied carpet. "So clean." Once we were all inside, the raven walked in after us. Panic surged through me. What was he doing? Was this an execution? This was all my fault. This raven had followed me here like Lux had followed me all those months ago. No, I told myself. If he was going to kill us, why not do it when we were first searched? Why wait until now? The panic began to subside, but then the raven turned the deadbolt, locking all of us inside. Sparks, this was not the way I was going to die, executed in some empty house. I struck quickly, aiming for his kidney. It was a cheap shot that would crumple a target much larger than this one. My knuckles struck something hard. Body armor! A bulletproof ceramic plate. I recoiled. The raven reacted with startling speed. He turned and hit me twice in a row in the chest with lightning-fast punches. I struck back, but he blocked. I tried another 3 strikes, but with each attack, the raven blocked me with ease. He spun 180 degrees, then lifted his leg to deliver a powerful kick to my stomach. I flew backward, sprawling out on the tile floor and sliding backward as I fell. The rest of my team turned and advanced on the Raven, but in a fraction of a second, a sidearm was in his hands and aimed at Abigail's head. "Stop!" the Raven shouted, his voice modulator gurgling out the word. The others froze. The Raven released one hand from the gun's grip and grabbed the chin strap of his helmet. In one fluid motion, he pulled it free, and he was not a he at all. My blood froze and somehow lit on fire simultaneously. I opened my mouth, my eyes as wide as they would go. Paige? Chapter 19. "Hi, Jax," Paige said, lowering the gun. "You're alive?" I scrambled to my feet, then crossed the gap between us in 2 strides and threw myself at her. My arms clamped around her so tightly they would have snapped a lesser person in 2. She held me as waves of raw emotion coursed through me. A piece of me had died with every person in my life I'd lost, bit by bit until it felt like nothing was left. As I held her against me, those pieces of me revived into new sunlight. A deep sense of relief and joy awakened in my soul. Until this moment, I never knew how deeply I cared for her. When I finally let go, I stepped back and looked at her. The Paige I had known for years stood before me. And yet, in the 6 months we had been apart, so much about her had changed. Not the way she looked, exactly, but the way she stood. There was a confidence in her that I'd never known her to have before. The Paige I knew always had her brown hair drawn up in a ponytail, her shoulders and back curled inward in a shy, timid posture. She often chewed on her bottom lip and waited for Zeph to tell her what to do. She wore clothes that were too big and took up as little space around her as possible. She never drew attention to herself and was expert at being unnoticed. The woman before me, the one I found myself unable to pry my eyes away from, was anything but unnoticeable. This Paige's hair fell over her shoulders. Her stance and shoulders were wide, and her spine was straight, as if daring anyone to defy her occupation of the space around her. This wasn't a girl who waited for orders, but a woman who gave them. So much about her had changed, but her face was still the same, and it filled my whole soul with a smile and the warmth of memories only the 2 of us had shared. It felt like a rebirth. Whatever else happened moving forward, I was never, ever going to lose her again. "I saw you die," Abigail said, stepping forward and drawing Paige into a soft hug, careful to avoid the pointy bits jutting out from the Raven armor. "I should have died," Paige said. "I was lying next to a minivan when wing flare dropped the strip of road on me. The slab cracked and folded around me, leaving a small pocket of space." She laughed to herself. "Saved by a sparking minivan." "But you're here," I said, still looking at her as though I was seeing a ghost. "In Lux." "I found a way out of the rubble," Paige said. "But then a Raven spotted me. He thought it would be fun to cut me up instead of shoot me." I gave her a half smile. "I take it that didn't go over very well for him." She smiled back. "Nope." She reached for a dagger at her shoulder. The tips of the daggers all aimed upward, away from the body instead of down toward the ground like they normally would in a sheath. They were held in place by snaps and leather straps across the hilt, allowing you to reach across your chest and pull a knife free while still keeping your arms up in a defensive posture. Seemed handy in a struggle, assuming you didn't slice your own hand off. "This dagger belonged to the Raven who attacked me," she said, spinning the dagger expertly in her palm. "I disarmed him almost immediately, then killed him probably 15 times with it. He kept regenerating and coming at me again." She shrugged. "I knew I was going to die anyway, so I made a show of it. The other Ravens formed a circle around us and started chanting. The more I killed him, the more the crowd started cheering for me instead. Eventually, I tossed the dagger to the ground and took him out hand to hand. Again and again and again." Life Force and Wing Flare were hovering right above us, watching the whole thing. When the Raven was finally too humiliated to come at me again, Life Force descended and landed right beside me. "You should have seen it, Jax. Everyone in the circle scattered like he was strapped with C4 or something." He handed me this. She reached to her side and grabbed a long black cylinder the size of a large flare or an oversized stick of dynamite. It had a mesh grip and each of its ends were capped in steel. Life Force called for 10 ravens to attack me, she continued. He said if I beat them all, I could keep this and come up to Lux where he'd make me a raven. I eyed the metal cylinder in her hand. Her thumb swiped across a switch. Something clicked. Black steel shot out from the tip of the cylinder and locked in place. A full-length sword rested in her grip. It looked like a sliver of darkness. The blade had a black tungsten carbide edge that matched the black of the handle. It was as if she were holding a shadow in her hands. It's like a switchblade, Paige said. But, bigger.
Looks like electron compression technology, Herschel said.
I heard of electron compression. Some of the fancier guns used magazines with electron-compressed rounds to house significantly more bullets. Every good sword has a name, she said, looking at me. That's what Zeph told me. So this one's name is Toothpick. That's a good name, I said. She nodded. I thought so too. She drew the blade back into its hilt and holstered the cylinder. Life Force made me a raven right then and there, she continued. That's when I got my first stripe. She paused and touched one of the 3 diagonal red insignias that ran shoulder to hip on the front of her uniform. It was a moment before she started speaking again. Afterward, Life Force assigned me to work security detail on the building where Languish, one of his lesser epics, lives. He said if I did well, he'd fast-track me to palace security. She looked at each of us. There's something going on in Life Force's palace. Something secret. Only ravens with 4 stripes or more are assigned to the palace. So, I decided that if I was going to really infiltrate this place, I needed to earn 4 stripes. After 3 months, I got my second stripe and was promoted to squad leader. She touched the second diagonal red line on her uniform. And last week I got promoted to lieutenant. So here I am, she said. A raven lieutenant. I have a whole battalion. I would have tried to make contact with the ground, but the Raven communication network is a closely monitored system. The confidence, the strength. It radiated from her like sunlight. I wanted to tell her, but I didn't know where to put my arms or how to stand, let alone how to make those words come out correctly. Come on, Paige said, walking through the middle of the group and motioning us to follow. Let me show you what I've been working on while I've been here. We followed her down the hall and into a stairwell that still smelled like sheetrock and concrete. The stairs led to an unfinished basement that she had transformed into a solid-looking base of operations. Metal racks lined the back walls, stocked with assault rifles, extra ammunition, blades, explosives, and pistols. The other walls held maps, schematics, plans, and dozens of notes detailing reconnaissance. The main space itself had several different workstations, each set up with multiple screens and computer terminals. You've been busy, Abigail said, looking around the room. 6 months of research, Paige said. She paused and smiled again at us. I'm so glad you all came up here. I kept hoping you might. I was there 3 ladder days in a row, checking every ladder station for you. After what happened in Arlington, I figured the most logical course of action was to try taking Lux down from the inside. Good guess, Abigail said. Did any of the others? Paige trailed off. Herschel shook his head. All dead. She turned to Briggan. Was that from Arlington, then? She asked, looking at the scars covering the side of his face. Briggan turned away, and a familiar twinge of guilt squirmed through my stomach. No, he said, not meeting her eyes. So what have you found up here? Abigail asked, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. Paige caught on and shifted the conversation. Almost more than I know what to do with, but we'll talk about that later. Right now, you're all probably exhausted, hungry, and certainly in no mood for a debriefing. I'll tell you everything once you've had a chance to settle in. I marveled at Paige's transformation. The old Paige would have fallen in line without another word or checked with Abigail first, but this Paige was in complete control. A break sounds perfect, Abigail said. Paige smiled at her. Since they have real food up here in Lux, I've learned to cook. Sort of. How long has it been since any of you have had lasagna? And I'm not talking about mashed up spaghetti noodles covered in expired cheese. I mean real lasagna. I honestly couldn't remember. Come on, Paige said, waving us up the stairs. You're all welcome to help. I wouldn't mind using a fancy stove, Abigail agreed, following. I miss my Bosch. Lost it clear back when Wave Rider flooded McAllen.
I can boil the noodles, Herschel said. I'll stir 'em with my leg.
He facetiously rolled up his pants hem.
Gives 'em extra flavor.
Paige looked down at the missing limb. How'd you lose it? She asked, casual and unabashed.
I like this girl, Herschel said. Asks the one-legged man how he lost his leg and doesn't even apologize for it. You seem different than I remember from Arlington.
She was different. Paige shrugged. Experience changes a girl.
That's how it goes, Herschel said. But I'm going to have to apologize because I can't tell you how I lost my leg.
None of us know how he lost it, I said. And he won't tell us until we guess the right answer. Really? Paige asked, intrigued. Yup, Wade said. We all have our theories, and there's a bet going on to see who can figure it out first. What if people guessed already? Herschel rolled his eyes.
About everything you could imagine.
Jax here always guesses something hardcore like torture or somehow getting it whacked off by a helicopter blade, Wade added. Not sure how that's even possible, but whatever. Abigail always guesses something boring like gangrene or Berger's disease. Just because it's not getting melted off by lava doesn't mean gangrene is boring, Abigail argued.
He's right, Brigand said. Gangrene is pretty boring.
Wade thinks he lost it to something stupid, I piped up. Like accidentally blowing it up or trying to kick an angry raccoon, only to have 12 more raccoons spring out of nowhere and chew off his leg. That was his last guess. I say Herschel is hardcore, so he deserves a hardcore leg story. Wade shook his head. Nah, if it was something epic, he wouldn't keep it a secret. It's gotta be something super embarrassing. Paige folded her arms and scrunched her lips together as she studied Herschel. It can't be that either, she said. See, if it was something embarrassing, he wouldn't keep it a secret. He'd simply make up a new story. And sorry, Abigail, but I'm with Wade on gangrene being way too boring.
All right, then, Herschel said. Then what do you think?
She studied him some more. It's gotta be something heroic. Rescuing puppies from a collapsing building, that sort of thing. Why would he keep that a secret? Wade pressed. That doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense, she said. From what I know of Herschel, he's a good guy. Good guys don't need to brag about doing good things. Wade scoffed. Nah, but it's your guess, and you only get one free one. What do you mean? Whenever we guess wrong, Herschel gets that person's dessert for the night, or the next time we have dessert. He ends up with a lot of dessert. Paige tipped her chin. Okay. Here's my guess. You carried someone through the snow for 10 miles and got frostbite.
Nope.
She mused, thinking of something else. I watched Paige as she bantered back and forth with the others. She fit so easily, like she'd never been apart from the team this whole time. Upstairs, she gave us all assignments for the lasagna. We gathered flour and eggs and salt for the dough. She worked without a recipe but knew exactly how much of each ingredient to use. Abigail cracked eggs into a plastic bowl, then mixed in the flour and salt. Herschel joined her, and she showed him how to knead the dough. They rolled it flat, then passed bits of it to Wade, who fed it through a pasta maker where it came out in long rectangular sheets. I worked over the stove, cooking the sausage and beef, while Paige made a mixture of tomato paste and seasonings. The smell of fresh tomatoes and oregano brought me all the way back to my mother's kitchen. We took turns layering our respective ingredients into a glass baking dish, then talked in the living room as it cooked. Herschel told stories of his time in the military. Paige and I talked about when we first met at the coop. Abigail talked about being a mother. Part of me wished I were an epic who could have frozen that moment forever. But moments such as those don't last. That was something I knew too well. So when the lasagna was finished and each flavorful bite of mild ricotta and sharp sausage was savored, we knew it was time to return to the business of death. Chapter 20. What do you know about the epics up here? Abigail said. There are 4 of them, Paige began. Wingflare is second in command. She's the one who keeps the city in the sky. Then there's Cloudbreaker, who controls the atmosphere. It's why the city always feels like summertime 24 hours a day year-round. Languish is the third epic. He's the one I worked security detail for. He's the reason no other epic has been able to take the city.
The war zone in El Paso flashed in my memory. I knew there had to be a reason dozens of powerful epics hadn't been able to do anything against Lux.
He can shut off the powers of other epics, Paige continued. And his range is huge. 10 miles in any direction at least. Every epic who's ever challenged Lux has died, because as long as Languish is using his powers, they become human, no stronger than you or me. And he can target specific epics, so Wing Flare can keep Lux in the air while he dampens intruders. Finally, there's Life Force. He's the high epic and king of the city, but I don't know much about him. He's unusually secretive. I know he's been working on some hidden project in an underground lab, but I'm not sure what exactly. It has to do with epic DNA, that much I'm sure of. It's probably why they confiscate any they find. Is that the same lab they took our packs to? Wade asked. After they stole them?
The Ravens picked up something on their scanners, I said. Paige nodded.
Standard protocol. The scanners do a wide sweep for a variety of materials, and one of those materials is epic DNA. If anything turns up with traces of epic DNA, we send it to the lab.
She gave me a look.
I assume that was motivator technology they found?
I nodded. We need it for the mission.
What's the mission? She asked.
2 phases, I said. Back in Galveston, I was able to get a hold of Wing Flare's DNA, I said.
What?
Paige said, her eyes widening.
How?
I tried not to look at Briggan. Long story that involved cracking Lux into pieces, but now we have a handful of hair strands.
That was you? Of course that was you. I was working security for Languish back then. Thought I was going to die when Lux snapped in half.
I grimaced. Sorry about that.
Don't be, she said. So what are the 2 phases?
Phase 1 involves breaking into the central power plant and wiring a motivator to the power grid to supercharge it. The effect should incapacitate Wing Flare so we can take over the city.
Take it over? And do what with it? She asked.
Well, after we kill Life Force, we'll fly it off the side of Texas and drown it in the ocean.
How are you going to kill Life Force? Do you know his weakness?
Paige asked.
Otherwise he'll just regenerate.
Not exactly, I said. But I have something that will work. There was an epic named Mitosis who was killed in New Cago. He could make duplicates of his body. I managed to get some of his DNA and reverse its effect with a coiler. So instead of duplicating something, the effect now eliminates copies, and reducing something to smaller than 1
is 0,
Paige finished. I nodded. I've been testing it, and it works.
You can't heal if you don't exist,
Paige mused. Exactly. She thought for a moment.
That's not a bad plan.
Except we needed the city's schematics, and they were taken by your friends and apparently sent to the lab.
Where did you get schematics to the city?
Paige asked. We compiled them using a motivator. That was what Prof sent Zeph and me to retrieve. Paige cocked her head as if noticing something for the first time.
Why isn't Zeph with you here?
I looked at the ground. Wing Flare. When I looked up again, it was Paige who was looking at the ground.
Oh.
A moment of silence passed before I continued. I told her about the Fathom DNA and how we'd used it to map the city, then reversed it to make the scorch notes. But most of it was taken, I said.
Most of it?
Herschel and I exchanged a glance. Just to be safe, we split up a lot of the items between the packs and Herschel's leg.
Herschel's leg?
She looked down. He patted the titanium prosthetic. Right next to the whiskey, safe and sound. And you intercepted our group before the Ravens had a chance to scan it, I added.
That's fortunate at least, Paige said.
Herschel grunted. I wouldn't exactly call losing nearly everything in our packs to those vultures fortunate. This is all we got left.
What all did you pack in the leg? Paige asked.
Hopefully enough, I said. We have a couple of the Wing Flare hairs I got in Galveston, along with a sample of the Mitosis DNA. It's not the whole vial of DNA, but it should be enough for the motivator.
Any scorch notes?
Paige asked. I nodded. I made backup copies with basic support tools like the sonic snare kit and some boomerang watches, but that's it. It's not nearly enough for the mission we had planned.
Without the Fathom blueprints, we'll be going in blind. Not completely blind, Paige said. I've studied the city schematics for 6 months now. It's not a perfect knowledge, but it's something. Can you get us to the power grid? Abigail asked. All the utilities are underground, along with the Raven tunnel network, she said. I've seen the tunnels from the Fathom blueprints. They look like a maze under Lux. Paige nodded. Life Force designed it that way for several reasons. His Ravens have access to all parts of the city through the tunnels. He also wanted the underground utilities to have maximum protection, and most importantly, he wanted Lux to feel like a safe paradise without the omnipresence of guns and guards. How can we get to the power grid, then? Abigail asked. Paige directed us to one of the walls in the basement, which had several blueprints pieced together in a giant collage of Lux's undercity. This is the central power plant, she said, pointing to a large room. There's only one entrance, Herschel said with a sigh. That's going to make things harder. Yep. Though I do know some less used entrances we could use to access the tunnel network in the first place. Can we get past the guards? Abigail asked. Paige shook her head. The corridor leading to the power grid entrance is a main thoroughfare. She dragged her finger along the wide passageway. Anywhere from 10 to 100 Ravens walk by that door every hour. I scanned the blueprints. Maybe we could blast our way through, I said. What's in here? I pointed to the nearest adjacent room. First of all, Paige said, that room is a Raven command station. It will be full of Ravens getting shift duties, handing in reports, and checking raid assignments. That's the last place you want to be. Second of all, that room is... She measured the distance. 35 feet away from the power grid, through solid rock. There's no way you're tunneling through 35 feet of granite from the middle of a Raven command station without being seen or heard. What's this? Herschel asked, pointing to a partition in the corner of the command center. A storage closet? Paige said. Empty? Herschel asked. Of Ravens, that is. Probably. Looks big for a storage closet, Herschel continued. About 10 feet by 10. If you could get us inside, we could tunnel from there. Through 35 feet of granite? Paige asked again. How do you plan to do that? We don't need to tunnel through 35 feet, I said. Only 5. We have the boomerang watches. They've got a range of 30 feet. We dig 5 feet, and I could use boomerang to teleport the rest of the way. Thought that thing had a 30-second timer on it before you vaporized, Herschel said. 30 feet, 30 seconds, right? Even if I only get a few seconds of work at a time, I can teleport back and forth for as long as it takes. How many boomerang watches do you have? Paige asked. 2. I've been working on a third, but... I pulled the remnants of an old version of boomerang from my pocket. It's more a tangle of wires than a finished device right now. That still doesn't solve our problem of needing to tunnel through 5 feet of rock without being overheard, Abigail said. Paige looked up at me. Sonic snare, she said. You said you have that with you. Yeah, I said. Do you have any coilers you can use as reversal conduits? Of course I do, but why? And then it clicked. We reversed the sonic snare device to hide the sound, I said. Hide the sound? Herschel said. We'd have to test it first, I said. But the theory makes sense. It should create a pocket of soundless space. I turned to Paige. You can sneak us into the tunnel network? Probably, if we go through the Alyssa. The Alyssa? Abigail asked. It's a boat, Paige said, jumping in. A few years back, Life Force found an old ship called the Alyssa. It's got a bunch of tall sails and everything. He had Wing Flare lift it into the city and put it here in the Sugar Lakes. Wade cocked his head. So, the entrance is floating on a lake? Sort of, Paige said. The boat is stationary and connected to the underground tunnels which need ventilation like any other facility. One of the vents is on the lowest level of the Alyssa. Hold on, Wade said, lifting a hand. You're telling me that an entrance to this secret Raven command center is hidden underneath a boat, which is on top of a lake, which is then on top of a floating city? Yes. That's pretty sparking cool. What about Life Force? Abigail said. How difficult will it be getting to him? He lives in a palace of sorts, Paige said. Getting to him won't be a problem, though. With my position, I occasionally coordinate with palace guards, so I have keycards, passcodes, and wrist modules. Breaking in and out won't be an issue. The main problem is that we're only going to have one shot at this. Data in Raven Security is a closed network system. They'll identify my keycards and passcodes after the attack. All of my security clearances will be shut down as soon as they make the connection. We'll be locked out for good, and the entire city will be on lockdown. If the plan doesn't work perfectly the first time, we're probably all dead."
"Good thing it's going to work then," I said. Abigail glanced at me and nodded once. "It's going to work, because we're going to make it work. No mistakes." Herschel grunted. "I never met a mistake I couldn't fix by blowing something up." "I'm not really sure that's how mistakes get fixed," Briggon said. Herschel shrugged. "It's how I fix them." The others in the room smiled, but I squirmed uncomfortably, not knowing if Briggon was simply jumping into the conversation, or if it was a subtle comment on the explosions at Galveston. "And you're still confident in your ability to rewire the grid?" Abigail asked, looking at me. "Yes, I can do it. It will be a lot of work, but with Wade's help, we can—" Abigail shook her head. "No. I want Wade behind a computer the whole time. We need eyes on security cameras, alarms, and connections." "It's a two-man job," I said. "Boomerang only gives us a 30-second window, and much of the wiring will need to be constantly held in place as we work. We'll need 2 people to alternatively boomerang back and forth into the power grid room, trading off hands." "Can Briggon help you with the rewire?" Abigail asked. I glanced at Briggon. "I'll start going over the system diagnostics with him today." "Good. When is the best time to make our move?" Abigail asked, turning to Paige. Paige accessed her wrist module. "Lux is scheduled to reach San Angelo in a little over a week. It's a decent-sized city, so Life Force will probably send out at least half the Ravens on the raid. Since I'm management now, I won't be sent on a routine raid like this. It'll be the best time to make our move." "That gives you about 7 days to coil a sonic snare and get it up and running, Jax," Abigail said, turning to me. Chapter 21. While Briggon studied pages of power grid wiring schematics, Wade, Paige, and I worked together on a dozen different iterations of the reversed motivator design. The first device sent out a silencing beam. It was successful but completely useless. We needed the wave to envelop us like a bubble. "Did you guys ever see a laser light show?" Paige asked. "Back before Calamity?" Wade and I shook our heads. "I went with my mom one time," Paige said. "They used super fast-moving lasers to project images onto the ceiling. What if we did the same with the beam?" "What do you mean?" I asked. She thought for a moment. "We could create a bubble by shooting the sound-dampening beam in every direction around us super quickly, like the laser show." "And Wade could program in distance thresholds for each particular beam," I continued, "so it would be able to create a 3-dimensional shape." "That's a good idea," Wade said. We worked for 3 more days building a prototype. When the time came to test it, Paige's idea worked. Wade was able to create an adjustable field to alter the bubble shape as needed. Everything was ready to go. When the day for the raid came, we suited up and waited for night to fall. Lux raids sometimes lasted well into the night if there were still riches to plunder. With the cover of darkness, we headed out. At the edge of the Sugar Lakes, Paige led us to 3 white paddle boats, each with 2 seats, decorative swan wing side panels, and a giant plastic swan head at the front. The swan head made it seem like it would be impossible to see straight ahead while moving forward. "Paddle boats?" Herschel said. "Are you joking?" "What did you expect?" Paige asked. "A submarine?" "Band of reckoners takes down Texas's most notorious epics using swan-shaped paddle boats," Herschel said. The Alyssa floated serenely in the center of the lake, its tall sails shone in the moonlight. "The entrance to the utility shaft is on the starboard side," Paige said. Wade squinted at the boat. "Which of them sides is starboard?" Paige pointed at the tall Alyssa. "That one." Wade looked at me, just as confused as before. Abigail marched toward the water where we paired up in the boats. Paige and I took the last one. The space was cramped and clearly not meant for revolutionaries decked out in full tactical gear. Each of us was covered head to toe in Kevlar assault uniforms that Paige had requisitioned from Life Force's armory. We were nearly as pointy as most Ravens were, but we were in all black, and we each carried 2 sidearms, several grenades, and an assault rifle. After a moment of squirming, we managed to wedge ourselves into the seat. "Let's go," Paige said, cranking her feet. I pushed against my tiny pedals. It felt like riding a miniature bicycle. When we reached the others at the Alyssa, the other paddle boats were weaving back and forth as if they didn't know where to go. Clearly no one knew which side starboard was. Paige led us to the right side of the ship, and the other boat joined us. Wade grabbed the side of our boat to keep it in place. "How are we supposed to get up there on that boat from here?"
Wade asked. There ain't no ladder or... But I was all too ready to get out of the dumb swan boat. I wiggled free from my seat, calculated how much power I'd need to make the jump, then leaped straight upward and grabbed the edge of the Alyssa. Heaving my body up and over the edge, I stood and looked down at Herschel, who'd been uncoiling a grappling hook. You coming? I asked. He looked from me to the edge, to the grappling hook in his hands, then back to the boat's edge. Sparking show off. He tossed me the grappling hook. I secured it to the edge and waited for the others to climb aboard. Paige probably could have made the jump as well, but she was a lot classier than me, so she climbed the rope with the others. Once aboard, Wade dropped his pack and unzipped it. I'll set up the antenna booster here. Brigham looked around. Won't they see it? Wade shook his head, pulling out a long black cable. He secured it horizontally to the underside of the ship's railing, then stepped back. See? You can't even see it's there. It should be able to catch the signal from within the dense rock and relay it over the city. Abigail led the way to a hatch in the hold of the ship. A sign posted in the center of it read, Caution. Utilities Service Entrance. Authorized personnel only. Brigham clipped the lock with bolt cutters and lifted the hatch. A ladder led down into a seemingly endless vertical tunnel. I gripped the sides of the ladder with my gloved hands, then swung my legs over the hole. I curled the toes of my boots around the ladder edges, using them to cinch my shins to the sides. Then I slackened my grip on the ladder just enough to let my body shoot downward in a mostly controlled fall. In seconds, I hit the dark bottom, where I crouched and waited for the others. I couldn't see anything in the space except for the ladder and a few thick electrical pipes. In front of me was a locked metal panel that presumably housed the controls to the ventilation system. The ducting entrances are here, Paige said, squatting low and pointing to a small square grate. I joined her on the floor, and together we unscrewed the grate and popped it free. The ducting system was about 2.5 feet square, large enough for each of us to fit comfortably with all our gear, except for Herschel, who had to leave his FAMAS tactical rifle behind. Paige led the group, the light from her wrist display softly illuminating the vent. Get ready to activate the sound envelope, Paige said. We're heading over the first populated area. I reached to my shoulder where I had the small motivator connected to a series of wires into a battery pack on my back. I flipped the switch. We'd tested and retested it back at the house, and it had worked every time. The bubble had a strong 15-foot field that I could stretch into an elongated elliptical shape to cover us as we crawled. I was in the middle, so the bubble would reach over all of us. Good luck to all of us, I guess, Wade said. Herschel grunted. Luck don't favor reckoners. Here goes, Paige said, crawling forward. Despite how sure we were of the effectiveness of the sound envelope, we crawled as slowly and quietly as possible. Even if they didn't pick up on our sound, a shaking vent right above their head would raise certain suspicion. The maze of ventilation ducts felt miles long, even though I knew it wasn't. Crawling in the narrow space was unusually exhausting. I couldn't imagine the time Herschel was having of it. His barreled chest and broad shoulders barely fit as it was. Even with half the Ravens out on the raid, we made our way over several densely populated corridors. I listened carefully to the dull chatter and footsteps below, fearing with every knee forward or creak of metal that one of the Ravens would stop talking and notice that something was going on right above them. But no one ever did notice, and eventually we made it all the way to the storage closet off the command center. It was time for the first real test of the sound envelope's ability. I peered around Wade and Abigail to Paige, who reached for the quick-access buzzsaw at her waist. If this doesn't work, she said, loud enough for us to hear, I'm glad I died among reckoners. Something clicked, and the buzzsaw began to whir. The sound, amplified in the tight space, made my skin crawl with its volume. As the buzzsaw struck the galvanized steel, sparks showered over Paige's head. I'd always been confident in my motivator inventions, until now. Because this time, I wasn't only counting on its success for me, but for everyone. An eternity passed as Paige cut away the metal in front of us. Finally, the buzzsaw fell still, and the chatter of normal conversation in the command center nearby soothed my tingling nerves. She pulled away the panel and reignited the buzzsaw, carving away sheetrock and wood framing. The buzzsaw fell still once again, and she peered over her shoulder. I'm through. Then she crawled forward and dropped into the supply room. We followed, and it was as empty as we'd expected. Dusty boxes and file cabinets lined the walls. I motioned for everyone to stay quiet while I unclipped the sound envelope and adjusted its settings. We'd needed a narrow elliptical envelope to crawl through the vents to hide our sounds without unwittingly catching ravens in the sound envelope. We'd need a wider diameter for the next stage. Paige walked to one of the far walls. "This is the closest we're going to get to the power grid," she said, carefully scooting away a file cabinet. "You're up, Herschel," Abigail said. He gave her a smile. There were a few times you could count on Herschel smiling. One of those times was when he got to blow something up. He motioned for Wade, who'd been carrying the pack of explosives. Herschel unpacked small charges of C4 and began attaching pins and wires together. Since we were going to be in the same room, the charges had to be small. We hacked away at wood and sheetrock until we reached the rough rock surface. Conversation and movement still emanated from the other side of the door, where ravens filed in and out of the command center. Herschel attached the first charge, then we all backed away. I stood at the front of the group, staying close enough to envelop the sound. Herschel squeezed the trigger, and a deafening explosion burst from the wall. Rock and debris sprayed outward in a cloud of dust. The dust settled, and the six of us waited in silence. No one came pounding on the storage room door. No one screamed or shouted orders. Everything was business as usual. Abigail nodded to Herschel, who grabbed a second charge and placed it in the cavity he'd created. Each subsequent explosion carved out another beach ball-sized pocket from the wall. 24 charges in, there was a narrow 5-foot corridor. When we were ready, Wade reached into his pack and grabbed his computer. "Hacking into the security cameras now," he said, pulling up a display. As we'd expected, the generator room itself was empty, but the control room held a single operator, sipping a cup of coffee and reading a book, his back to the door. "Keep a live feed," Abigail said to Wade. "I want to know what's going on in there at all times." He nodded, and also accessed the video feed to the closest security camera in the corridor to give us advance warning of anyone attempting to enter the main power grid room. "Okay, Jax," Abigail said. "You're up. Take out the grid operator, assess the situation, then return and report." I held up the boomerang watch. "You realize this thing only lasts for 30 seconds at a time, right?" "Better move fast," she said. "Are you ready?" I asked, turning to Briggan. He held up his wrist for me to inspect the second boomerang watch I'd strapped to his wrist earlier. "Right behind you," he said. I stepped into the hollowed-out cavity in the rock. I touched the dial on the watch. The world around me vanished, and I appeared inside a room lit with harsh fluorescence. The main generator was in the middle of an empty concrete floor. It was painted in a pale blue. Thick pipes snaked along its surface before disappearing into the ground. Barrel-sized steel tubing ran floor to ceiling, leading to unknown places. The control room was only a dozen steps away from the teleport location. I crept to the door and placed one hand on the knob while drawing the tranquilizer gun from my hip. Animal tranquilizer seemed our only option. If we killed the ravens, they would simply get back up. My palm was sweaty. I didn't like guns. I was never a very good shot, and you couldn't pull the trigger over and over with a tranquilizer. You got one shot before having to reload an entire cartridge. I twisted the knob and pushed open the door. If I only had one shot, I needed to make it count. I stalked through the room, my feet gliding soundlessly, until I was within range of the operator. I aimed the tranquilizer and steadied my breathing. Click. The dart shot forward and lodged into the back of the leather swivel chair. Ugh, great. The operator cocked his head at the puncture noise, then swiveled around in his chair. I scrambled to load a second dart, but I wasn't going to be fast enough. I was too far away to reach the man before he pressed whatever panic button the room held. His eyes went wide as they met mine, but before he could make a move, a dart appeared in his jugular. The operator barely had time to touch his throat before slumping from his seat and onto the floor. I spun around. Briggan spun the tranquilizer gun once around his trigger finger like an Old West gunman. I released a sigh of relief. "Thanks," I said, holstering my tranquilizer gun. Briggan looked around the room. "What do we got here?" he asked. I took a moment to familiarize myself with the small octagonal room. It was filled with buttons, dials, meters, switches, and lights. So many lights. Some of the lights blinked while others stayed a solid yellow or green. That's when I no longer felt my fingertips. I looked down. They were dissolving right before my eyes. "Sparks," I said, quickly touching the boomerang watch's face. The octagonal control room disappeared, and I was back in the hollowed wall of the supply room. All 10 fingers intact. My heart thumped in my chest. That was close. A second later, Briggan appeared behind me in the cramped space.
Did it work?
Herschel said, peeking into the cavity. Thanks to Briggan, I said. We're a go. Wade brought me a toolkit, and I activated Boomerang again, flashing into the power grid. I dropped the tools where I stood, then walked around the room inspecting the layout. We had a pretty good idea of the layout, even before we'd climbed to Lux. I'd taken a dozen virtual tours with Wade on his computer, but with the wireframe snapshots, it had been impossible to know exactly what we were walking into. Fathom was powerful, but it didn't show everything. Even the details it did show had to be explored, and there was simply too much to explore everything. In order to gain access to a main line in the generator, I'd need to temporarily disable the system protections. Most of these could be hacked into and disabled by Wade. If he could gain operator access, he'd be able to override voltage control and transmission line protections. Then, the microprocessor-based relays would be able to detect faults and analyze which circuit breakers needed to be opened and manually reconfigured. Once configured, we'd need to trick the system into experiencing a component fault without initiating an alarm. The next time I boomeranged into the room, I opened a safety panel to manually override the circuit breakers and interrupt the flow of power at high energy levels. As long as the system didn't register an emergency, we could disable the overcurrent relays and wire Wingflare's motivator into the main line. The metal panel popped free, and I leaned it against the main terminal. I then stared into a jumble of wires all crammed into a space too small for its contents. A few seconds later, Briggan appeared at my side. "That's not what it looked like on the diagrams," he said, following the tangle of wire. "Sparks," I muttered. "This is a mess. Whoever wired this workstation must have never expected their work to be looked at again." "What are we going to do?" Briggan asked. We returned to the rock cavity in the room with the others. "First priority," I began. "We need to override the transmission line protections." "That's not going to work if we don't know the wire layout." "We'll figure it out," I argued. Briggan gritted his teeth. "That guard's not going to stay unconscious forever." Then we trank him again. "At some point, there's going to be a shift change. Then what?" I sighed. "I don't know. But what I do know is that we're going to need to sort through those wires before we can expose the generator connections leading to the unit transformer." Before he could argue further, I boomeranged back into the power grid room and ran over to the mess of wires. Briggan joined me and crouched by my side. "This blue one here leads to the primary resistor," I said, tracing a wire with my finger. "No," Briggan said, pointing to an orange one. "This one does. Look." "Sparks, you're right." I scanned the circuit board. "Okay, we need to bypass these 3 capacitors and redirect the current along an alternate path." "That's not going to be easy," he said. "It'll take both of us to hold the wires in place if we're not going to trip any alarms." Briggan was right. We'd need both our sets of hands to make the cuts and rewire the board. But that seemed impossible given Boomerang's 30-second restriction. We returned to the rock cavity. "We're going to need to trade off," I said. "One person teleports in and holds the wires. The next waits 10 seconds before coming in, rushes to the board, works for 10 seconds, then takes over holding the wires." "That sounds like a lot of juggling," Briggan said. I nodded. "We'll make it work," I said. For the next hour, we jumped back and forth, trading off clumps of wires. Our progress was interminably slow. On what felt like the 100th jump, we dropped the entire bundle of wires we'd been carefully sorting, and everything fell into a colorful mess of spaghetti. "Damn it, Jax!" Briggan snapped. "Me? I wasn't the one who dropped it. You were handing me the bundle and—" Before I could finish, Briggan activated his boomerang watch and vanished. I gritted my teeth and jumped back to the rock hollow myself, abandoning the pile of wires. "What was that?" I said, not hiding the anger in my voice. He motioned in the direction of the power grid room. "Why aren't you holding the wires? There's a dozen exposed copper tips back there." I tried to say something, but once again, he activated Boomerang, leaping through the rock wall and returning to the grid. I followed. "Briggan," I said as I hurried after him. "We've got to get this done," he said, ignoring me. "Whatever you want to say can wait." I could sense the tension building in him, but he refused to slow down or take a moment to calm down. Another hour passed like this. The grip of his hands was as tight as the lines in his face. "Let's take a break," I tried. "Clear our heads for a few minutes." He shot me a glare. "I'm fine." He turned to grab a screwdriver he'd set on the floor earlier. He scooped it up quickly. Too quickly. It clipped the edge of the metal panel leaning against the main terminal and sent it clattering to the ground. I froze. Zeph's words sounded in my head. "Every cocky trainee seems to think they know what it takes to become an assassin, and then, when the time comes for a mission, they sneeze. and get their head blown off. We waited in silence, but no footsteps charged toward us. I think we're okay, I said after a moment. He nodded and jumped back for a fresh boomerang charge before I could say anything else. When he returned, we kept working in silence. Together, we grouped, marked, and taped the mess of wires into some semblance of organization. Then we slowly built bypass jumpers to redirect the current. Finally, it was time to make the final cuts and splice the remaining connections. "Hold on," Briggs said, scanning the wires. "We can't cut the blue line." "What do you mean?" He traced the wire back to the board. "Look, it will short out the transistor here." I scanned the circuit board, following the maze of wires to their homes. "That's a secondary resistor node. The primary resistor should be able to pick up any overload and absorb the electrical impact." "I'm telling you, that's a critical path which will short out the transistor." We boomeranged back and forth another few times, analyzing and reanalyzing the circuit board. "I don't think it will cause a short in the electrical path," I said, shaking my head. "There are too many redundancies in play." "Jax," he said, his tone hardening, "I'm telling you, it's going to short out and make all this work pointless." "I don't know," I muttered. "Jax, I'm right. And besides, you owe me." His words cut through me. Whatever else I'd been about to say didn't make it out of my mouth. Instead, I simply nodded. "Okay, we'll cut the green into orange instead. Same time to avoid a short." Briggs handed me the second pair of clippers. We boomeranged back to the panel and held the wires for a simultaneous cut. "Ready?" Briggs asked, looping the green wire over his clippers. I did the same with the orange wire. "Ready?" We cut the pair of wires simultaneously. I held my breath as the rubber sheathing and thin copper was snipped away. All was silent. I released my breath and smiled at him. "You were right," I said. "It was an alarm wailed up above." A gush of cold fear swirled through my stomach. "Quick," I said, stripping the ends of the freshly cut wires. "Wire them to the new nodes, now!" Wade's voice cut through the comm. "There's a group of ravens heading your way," he said. "Get out of there!" We worked quickly, boomeranging back once more for a fresh 30 seconds before finishing the wiring and shoving everything back into the workstation. Together, we screwed the panel back into place. I glanced at my watch. 10 seconds left before we dissolved into nothingness. "Get the last screws," I said. Briggs scooped them from the floor, but dropped one of them. "Sparks!" he said, scrambling for the screw. "Hurry!" Wade's voice yelled into the comm. The door burst open, and ravens shouted commands. One of them spotted us. "Let's get out of here," I said. Before Briggs could reach his watch, a bullet hit his shoulder and knocked him to the side. His wrist smacked against the wall, and my stomach fell as I saw the smashed boomerang watch face. He pressed frantically at the unresponsive button on his broken motivator. "Take mine," I said, crouching beside him and clawing for the latch to release the watch from my wrist. But like before, my fingers were dissolving into nothing. Briggs looked from my disappearing fingers to my eyes. "Don't leave me," he said. "I'll take you with me," I said, thinking quickly. I'd never tried transporting two at once, but it was all I could think of. I reached for Briggs. Bullets pattered against the wall between us, forcing me to jump back. My hand had almost dissolved all the way to its wrist. Still, I pried at the band, trying to rip it free. I met his gaze, unsure of what to say. "I'm sorry." I pressed what was left of my hand into the watch face. The control room disappeared, and I was once again in the rock cavity, my hand whole. I immediately reactivated Boomerang and appeared in the large generator room. Guards began shooting before I could move. Across the room, Briggs lay hunched in the corner, still frantically pressing at his broken watch. His eyes met mine in one last pleading look, right before I was forced to return to the rock cavity. Chapter 22. Abigail waited for me below the vent in the storage room. "Briggs," I said, my voice shaking. He's still in there. There are ravens everywhere." She looked over my shoulder into the rock cavity. "Is there any chance you can still get to him?" "I tried. There are too many of them." Silence. Finally, she nodded. "He's gone. We will be too if we don't get out of here." "There's got to be a way to get him," I said. She gripped my shoulder. "I'm sorry, Jax. We need to go. Now." She didn't wait for me to respond before turning around and climbing into the ventilation duct. I followed, fumbling for the sound envelope and turning it on. The command station below us buzzed chaotically. We wormed our way through the vents to the Alyssa. No one spoke. not even when we paddled back across the lake to shore. The ravens were on alert now. We moved fast and made it back to the house without being spotted. Back at base, the silence persisted. Wade worked on establishing a link to the power grid motivator. The last bit of failed wiring had sprouted a new set of defensive firewalls. Paige monitored raven chatter. The rest of that night, we were all on edge. He could still be alive, I told Abigail that night. We need to go in after him. What do you think, Paige? Abigail asked. She thought about it. They probably took him to the palace. Life force might kill him. He might not. He's unpredictable. That means there's a chance, I said. Maybe. Could you get us inside the palace? Abigail asked. If we knew where to look. Wade paused his work with the motivator link to hack into the palace systems. Briggan, however, wasn't showing up on any of the camera feeds. It's a big place, Paige said, and not everything's monitored. I can check with my teams and see if there's any information. There wasn't. We spent the rest of the night planning 100 different options. Come morning, we still hadn't decided on our next course of action. If we all were captured or killed, then everything we'd set in place would be ruined. But none of us wanted to simply forget about Briggan either. What about the boomerang watch? I said, turning to Wade. Is there any way you can remotely activate it? He thought for a moment. Well, it does operate on a specific frequency that probably isn't used anywhere else in Lux, but didn't you say it was broken? It's probably only the jump nodes that are damaged, I said. The rest of the device is likely still intact. What if you hacked into one of the signal towers and sent a radio wave over Lux matching the frequency of the boomerang watch? I used a standard reckoner encryption when I built it, so if you send a wave on that frequency, nothing else should pick it up. Wade thought for another moment. That might work, but it's not a regular interface. He wouldn't be able to interpret whatever information I send. Morse code, I said, almost before Wade had finished. We can activate the electrical nodes in the watch in a Morse code pattern. If Briggan is still wearing it, the electrical shorts should be recognizable. If he can't feel the electrical shorts, he'll hear them. They'll be quiet, but he'll hear them. What if the ravens have confiscated it and get the message instead? We send a message only he can respond to, I said. 4 reckoners in a mattress shop. Paige looked at me, her head cocked. 4 reckoners in a mattress shop?
Just something he said back in Arlington,
Herschel said. How's he going to respond to us? Abigail asked. Assuming the messages find him. Tell him to activate Boomerang, I continued. If the jump nodes are disconnected like I think they are, it won't cause him to jump, but it should at least send a pulse out on the same detectable frequency. Wade got to work immediately, and it wasn't long before he'd hacked into the nearest radio tower and was ready to broadcast. Ready? He asked. I nodded. Send it, and put it on a recurring cycle once every 5 minutes. We waited for hours. No response. That night, each of us took shifts by the computer, waiting for any indication that Briggan was receiving the messages. The next morning, Wade double-checked the frequency output. Everything seemed in order. Either the ravens had taken the watch, or Briggan was dead. When we'd all but lost hope that he'd ever respond, the computer screen lit up with 2 words, retirement package. A tidal wave of relief rushed through me. He's alive, I said. More words appeared. In palace. Bring mitosis. Mitosis, I said. He must be near life force. Another message appeared. Ravens organizing loot. Come fast. We headed out into the night. The darkness of Lux's streets was unnerving, with the unblemished plastic-looking houses lining a too-perfect road, complete with stop signs and tall streetlights. The sterility of it felt the way a dream might, moments after waking, leaving you with that uncomfortable question of whether the world to which you awoke was more or less real than the dream from which you left. The 4 of us marched as quietly as we could, the only sound the steady patter of boots on asphalt as we passed fruit trees, white picket fences, and mailboxes. Mailboxes? I thought to myself. Who gets mail up here? After a little over an hour of walking, we rounded a corner, and the sugar mill, Life Force's palace, came suddenly into view about a half-mile up the road. A tall smokestack stood beside 2 large silos which, in turn, stood beside a peaked warehouse. The whole compound was surrounded by a concrete wall, which was then surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed coils. Giant spotlights dumped pools of light around the entrance. When we'd almost reached the front gates, Paige led us through a cluster of trees that hugged the east side of the building. We crept along under the cover of leaves and branches until Paige pointed at a small gate in the chain-link fence. Glancing at the small display on the back of her wrist, she turned to us and whispered, "Guards are supposed to rotate in 8 minutes. I'll relieve him early, and it should give us an opening for a few minutes." We crouched in the darkness as Paige strode from the trees and approached the gate.
"Lieutenant,"
the guard said, eyeing the stripes on her armor.
"I'm here to relieve you, Private," she said. "Your usual replacement had a jammed magazine release lever and is getting it checked out by munitions. I'll hold this station until he returns."
The guard nodded once.
"Yes, Lieutenant."
When he was gone, Paige turned around and motioned us forward. She unlocked the gate and led us into the small courtyard space between the chain-link fence and the concrete wall. We sprinted across the gap, following her to a steel door recessed into the concrete. She held her wrist display to a black sensor on the door. A green light flicked on, and the sound of a heavy latch fell from the other side. She pushed, and the door gave way. Crossing yet another courtyard, we finally reached the main warehouse. Paige opened a side door, and we entered a dim corridor lit with buzzing, fluorescent lights. The space was cold, gray, and empty. "This is Life Force's palace?" Abigail said, unimpressed. "I think so," Paige said, leading them through another hallway. "I have clearance inside, so I can coordinate with other teams, but I've never had to go this deep before." The drab corridor ended in a simple black door. Briggan crouched in front of the door, holding his shoulder. "Briggan!" Abigail called in a whisper. She rushed over to him and helped him to his feet. When he released his hand, blood leaked from a bullet hole to the right of his collarbone. "I'm fine," he said, but he didn't look fine. Blood had soaked much of his shirt, some of it fresh, some of it dry. His hand was dark with dried red, and his face was pale. "He's in there," he said. "Life Force." "How did you escape?" Abigail asked. He limped forward. "I almost didn't." Then he looked over his shoulder at the door. "The guards are gone for another few minutes. It's only him." Paige swiped her wrist display and the locks clicked. As she opened the door, colors spilled through the opening as if the door was a dam holding life itself at bay. I stepped beyond the threshold into pure magnificence. Gold, everywhere. Endless amounts of it. It formed detailed scrollwork throughout the vaulted ceiling and walls. It covered dozens of vases set upon gold-leafed tables. Even the marbled floors were inlaid with patterns of gold. Great staircases spiraled upward at the far end of the massive room. They led to a balcony that surrounded the entire upper floors, and every banister, railing, and pillar looked as if it had been dipped in gold. We stumbled our way inside, our entire team marveling at the sight. High above us, in the center of the room, a golden chandelier dripped with thousands of crystals that sparkled in the bright yellow glow of the perfectly lit space. "It's quite a spectacle, isn't it?" a voice said above us. I spun to see a single man, his hands clasped behind his back, standing behind the balcony railing, watching us. My heart clenched, and I leveled my rifle, aiming it at his face. It was him, Life Force, alone and unconcerned. He wore a blue-fitted button-up shirt and gray slacks. A gold watch encircled his wrist, its crystal face glinting in the light. His brown dress shoes looked as if they'd been freshly polished that morning. He was as old-world a man as I could remember. Clean-shaven, chiseled angular face, pressed clothing, styled hair. His eyes were a bright sapphire that fit the bejeweled room. "I wondered if the gold railings were too much," Life Force said. "But I figured, what the hell?" He strolled along the balcony toward the staircase, dragging his fingertips along the golden railing. My team trained their weapons on him as he walked. He reached the staircase and stepped casually down to meet us, as if we were dinner guests instead of assassins. I drew Dan's sword from my back and began charging the brass hilt with the mitosis bracer. The hum of energy shuddered through my fingertips. A subtle ring sang from the blade, as if it were the prong of a tuning fork. "Welcome to my home," Life Force said, once he'd reached the bottom, stretching his arms wide. He walked toward us. Let me be the first to...
I lunged forward, lifting the charged sword over my head, then hurled it at life force. The blade turned twice in the air and sunk deep into the man's chest with a heavy thunk. His voice cut out and he fell forward, driving the sword deeper as his body smacked face first into the marble.
Damn, Jax, Wade said. That was a sparking good throw.
We waited in silence, but his unmoving corpse wasn't crumpling away into nothingness the way the cans of oatmeal had.
It's not working, Abigail said, her voice tense.
Wait for it, I said. It'll work. But the steel blade no longer quivered with the mitosis charge. Its energy had run out. The body shifted. I lurched backward, drawing my rifle and leveling it at the epic.
That sure was our money,
a muffled voice said as Life Force pushed himself up.
Do you have any idea how many people I had to kill to get it?
He stood and straightened his shirt, despite the thick blade still protruding from his chest. Life Force sighed, eyeing the blood on his perfect marble floor, then lifted his chin toward the balcony and nodded once. Ravens poured from the dozens of balcony corridors like ants from a network of burrows.
Run!
Abigail shouted, turning back the way we'd come. But before any of us could take a step, the doors in every direction on the main floor burst open in unison, and a flood of ravens filled the space. Hundreds of assault rifles were trained on our team of 6 within seconds. But there weren't 6 of us anymore. Briggan wasn't with us. I spun around. He was walking toward Life Force.
Congratulations on your promotion, Lieutenant,
Life Force said, as Briggan neared. Then he pointed at the ground.
Kneel before your king.
Briggan sunk to the marble on both knees.
And for your reward,
Life Force continued, gripping the hilt of Dan's sword. He pulled it free from his body, then plunged it into Briggan's chest. Briggan sucked in a breath. He tried to speak, but barely managed a garbled, "But you..." Life Force let Briggan sway in place for a moment before speaking again.
Sink into the shadows of death, he said, before rising anew into the rebirth of life as my newest raven.
Then he ripped the sword free, slashing it up and to the left as he pulled it out. Briggan held the long gaping wound in his chest, a look of shocked betrayal mixed with confusion in his eyes. Life Force grabbed the sides of Briggan's head in his hands. Briggan's hands fell, and the brutal gash resealed, leaving only a long tear in the stained fabric of his shirt. Life Force then touched the side of Briggan's face. The deep grooves carved by the bits of shrapnel knit together, sealing without a hint of a scar. The wrinkled burns in his skin flattened, and the pinkish red faded until it matched the color of the rest of his skin. His hair regrew. His freckles reappeared. Even the stubble around his chin prickled into existence. Everything was fixed. Whole. Undamaged. And though the shoulder of his shirt still held evidence of the bullet hole from the power grid fight, it appeared that was healed as well.
"Briggan,"
Abigail said, her disappointed voice cutting through the space.
"How could you?"
He turned to face her, but his chin stayed low as if his muscles wouldn't allow him to meet her stare. "I thought I was going to die," he said, looking no higher than her feet. "Just like all the others in Arlington. All for nothing." He shook his head. "Life Force made me an offer, and..."
"And you betrayed us,"
Paige said, her voice carrying none of the warmth of Abigail's.
"For what? Your face? Do you understand what you've done? You've sacrificed all our lives for your own." "A sacrifice you'll clearly never understand."
Life Force focused on Paige and slowly shook his head.
"I thought you were one of the chosen, one of the worthy. How incredibly disappointing. Not many things in this life are worth remembering, but the way you fought my men, the way you cut them down like they were beneath you, that was a moment I wished to remember."
His strained admiration soured into frustration.
"And you've thrown all that away. You earned immortality as a raven and could have lived forever up here, but you've given that up. And for what?" "They were beneath me," Paige said, "just like you're beneath me." "Is that why I'm still alive?"
Life Force said, gently setting Dan's sword across the inlaid marble tiles at his feet.
"I'll give you this much. It was a rather clever attempt, but it never would have worked."
He looked at Paige.
"You should have known better. After all, you used to work in Languish's employ, no? Realization melted through her face. Languish dampened the motivator, she said, eyeing Dan's sword still lying on the ground. Thanks to prior notice, Life Force said, nodding to Briggan. He made it all possible. I spun on Briggan. You told him all this, I said, fully meeting Briggan's gaze. You traitor! He looked away, unable to hide the shame. The burns and grooves in his once mangled face might have healed, but his confidence was still gone. Thought you said it was what we all signed up for, I said. Something about guns and glory. Apparently that was a lie too, like everything else. I told you all I wanted to retire in the mattress shop, but you weren't listening. You wanted to keep fighting until everyone was dead. This isn't my fault. It's yours. All of you. Hundreds of assault rifles held me in their sights. An army of immortals waited in silence. Life Force himself, the great high epic of Lux, was 15 feet away. But I didn't care about any of that. The red focus of anger and retribution burned inside me. Traitor. I wanted nothing more than to smash my fist into his face, give him what he deserved. I strode forward, feeling the black rifles follow my movement. Briggan looked from side to side as if unsure of what was happening. He glanced at Life Force, who simply watched the scene with curiosity. I threw my rifle to the marble floor. It clattered beside me. You still want that rematch? I asked. Briggan looked to Life Force, but the epic only smiled. Briggan turned toward me. The bravado I'd seen in him before was gone, replaced with uncertainty and hesitation. This would be all too easy. What's the matter? I said. I thought you wanted this. You asked for it at the coop. He took a step back. Before I could reach him, Life Force held up a hand, waving Briggan out of the way and taking his place. I'll handle this, he said, meeting my eyes. I am the reason you came all this way. Am I not? He squared his shoulders and lifted his chin. If you want me, here I am. Show me what your rage is capable of. Show me fire and blood. I hesitated, stopping in my stride to glance at the lines of rifles still trained on me. This isn't about them, Life Force continued. It's about you and me. You've come all the way for this moment, have you not? I glanced at Dan's sword, still lying on the marble behind him. Don't you want to try again? He pressed. I met his confident stare. What's the point? You have an army surrounding you and an epic hiding in the shadows protecting you from anything I could possibly do. You're a coward. Just like him. I shot a glare at Briggan, who, despite the vast protections around him, looked away. Life Force nodded several times. Then he turned to the ravens encircling us shoulder to shoulder around the grand room. He held up one finger, then made a beckoning motion. A single guard lowered his rifle and dutifully marched forward until he stood before his high epic. Life Force reached to the raven's shoulder and removed the man's radio. This is Life Force, he said into the receiver. Tell Languish to stand down. There was a staticky silence followed by an uncertain, Sir? His services are no longer required at this time, Life Force continued. More staticky silence. Sir, Languish is still detecting the mitosis threat in close proximity to you. Tell him he is not to disobey, Life Force said, his tone hardening. He will stand down no matter what happens in the next few minutes. He is not to interfere. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Life Force returned the radio to the raven's shoulder and pointed back to the line. The raven turned and joined his companions. Guns down! Life Force shouted, his voice echoing in the open space. The hundreds of ravens lowered their rifles. No one fires a single bullet at this boy. No one meddles. No one gets in the way. Anyone who disobeys dies. He turned and faced me again, opening his arms wide. There you are, he said. No more protection. It's you and me. Who knows? Maybe this time you'll succeed. I glanced hesitantly around the room. Every muzzle was pointed at the ground. My gaze flickered to Dan's sword on the marble floor. Lux belongs to the worthy, Life Force said. And if I'm not worthy, I don't deserve it. He closed his eyes and drew in a breath. Feel the demon inside of you and release it. I sprinted forward before his eyes could open again. My fist struck hard at the center of his sternum. Bone cracked under the blow. Life force doubled over, his breath cutting out. I grabbed his head in both my hands, then drove his face hard into my knee. His nose crunched with the impact. Before he could fall, I drew my right hand back and struck the side of his neck as hard as I could. He flopped to the ground, his limp body slapping against marble. Dazed, Life Force's powers fought to repair the damage I'd inflicted, but they weren't fast enough. I gripped the Epic's arm and wrenched it behind his back, then drove the heel of my boot into the backside of his elbow, folding his arm in a way that arms weren't meant to fold. I didn't stop. My knuckles cracked 3 times against his temple and jaw before letting him fall. Broken and battered, Life Force crawled to his knees, and finally his feet. His left arm hung twisted at his side. His jaw was dislocated, the cartilage in his nose misshapen and swollen. Head still angled downward, his eyes flicked up to meet mine. A hint of a smile remained in those eyes. Then it spread to his mouth, curling the edges of his lips as if he enjoyed the way he felt in that moment. I held him by the shirt and drove my fist into his face again and again and again. Then I grabbed his neck with my hand, which still wore the mitosis bracer. The nodes on each of my fingertips warmed with a fresh surge of energy. I could smell the static crackling from the contact points. More and more energy flooded through the nodes into Life Force's neck until he was the one that crackled with static. His entire body flickered, blinking in and out of existence. Bits of torso and skull crumpled in on themselves as if being unnaturally compressed into something infinitely smaller. A sharp pain nipped at my wrist. I glanced at the bracer. Energy welled through the motivator in such great supply that the device was glowing orange with heat. It burned against my arm, but I refused to let go. The contact nodes deposited more of their poison into Life Force's neck, causing more intense flickers. A whine echoed from the motivator, screaming its displeasure at the demands I was placing upon it. Something began to sizzle, and the smell of static turned into the scent of burning circuitry. There was a sharp hiss, followed by a pop as one of the resistors burst. Unregulated energy surged through the nodes into Life Force. The sudden rush of power blasted the two of us apart. I landed hard on my back. Across from me, Life Force lay face down, unmoving. His unstable body still flickered violently in and out of existence. This was my only chance to end him. I scrambled to my feet and darted for Dan's sword. I scooped it up, its steel tip sliding against the marble as I did. I crossed the gap between us in 3 long strides. "Heal from this," I said, lifting Dan's sword and swinging it in a sharp arc at Life Force's neck. Though his face was still pressed against the marble floor, Life Force's hand shot up with inhumanly fast reflexes, and his fingers curled around the blade. Ever since Zeph had given it back to me in the coop, I'd kept the artillery sword sharpened to a razor edge. Yet as the metal met with the flesh of his palm, it stopped still, as if striking granite. Life Force rose from the ground, still gripping my sword in a fist that was not only impenetrable, but held strength like I'd never known. I resisted his direction, but his grip simply carried me along with its motion. His warped and crippled form popped back into place as he moved. Bones reformed, filling the once limp pockets of loose skin. Cuts sealed, swelling receded. And then he was whole again. Undamaged. Unbroken. I pulled and wrenched for control of the sword, but his grip was impossibly strong. Black veins crackled through his skin, traveling from his elbow up to his wrist and finally entering his fingers. The inky blackness trickled into the steel of the blade he held. With a sharp, almost effortless twist of his wrist, the metal shattered. The pieces of my brother's sword flashed through the air, clanging against the marble floor. I stumbled backward, unsure of what had just happened. Whatever ideas I'd had about the creature that stood before me were wrong. I released a brass hilt which no longer carried a blade. Desperate, I moved forward, striking at him again with my fists. But the simple epic was gone now, and a demon had taken its place. Life Force blocked the volley of attacks with ease, then twisted and struck me once in the chest. The force of his blow crashed into me like a tidal wave. I flew from where I stood and landed a dozen feet away, rolling and sliding across the marble. Life Force walked forward, his patent leather shoes clicking on the stone.
So small, he said with a sigh. And yet, you would think to kill a god. He crouched over me and grabbed the wrist that still held mitosis. He carefully removed the straps and slid it from my arm. Dark wisps of smoke snaked away from the motivator. Ah, mitosis. I believe this belongs to Dr. Perrick. He loomed over me, waiting for me to stand. I pushed myself to my feet. Life Force examined the burned-out motivator. The good doctor had hoped to recover this in better shape. He met my stare. He speaks very highly of you. Very highly. I believe you know him as the Californian. He helped us hunt you all the way to Fort Worth with a GPS tracker planted on the bottom of your truck. For a supposedly brilliant molecular engineering prodigy such as yourself, I'm surprised you didn't make the connection. Instead, you drove around like a mouse in a maze. I am impressed you eluded wing flare, however. Not many live to say that. How did you stop her from pursuing you? I must know. I thought back to that day. After she'd dropped the building on Zeph, she hadn't flown around looking for me. She could have torn the city apart, but instead she'd let me go. Well? Life Force prompted. I don't know. He gave me a conspiratorial look and tapped the air with his finger. We all have our secrets. I'll let you keep yours for now. You and I will do great things together. What makes you think I'll do anything for you? I'm not a traitor like that piece of garbage. I shot a glance to Briggan. Everyone has something they care about more than empty idealism. Compromise is part of what makes us more than insects. Some compromise for greatness and magnificence. He looked around at the golden room. Some for vanity. He looked at Briggan. Some for survival. He looked at Paige. And some to save the lives of those they love. He looked at me. Each must choose what is most important and fight for that. How much is your idealism worth? We'll find out. Briggan stood and brushed himself off. He turned to leave, but Abigail's voice sounded in the large room. It didn't carry anger or hatred with it. It was a mother's voice, gentle and kind. I'm sorry I failed you, she said. Briggan froze at her words, all his bravado vanishing in a single moment. He opened his mouth to say something, but his eyes glanced away in shame, and no words emerged. You're dismissed, Lieutenant. Life Force said the title with a bite in his tone, while lifting an eyebrow at Paige to accentuate her lost rank. Yes, sir. Briggan's voice pulled a little, and I could hear the disgrace in its tone. For a moment it looked like he might say something to Abigail, but he didn't. Before Abigail could say anything else, he walked away and disappeared into the line of ravens. Take those 4 and bring them to the vault chambers, Life Force said. But take him, he pointed at me, and put him in holding. He and I need to have a little chat. Part 2. 23. I was handcuffed and taken to the tunnels below the city through an entrance in the palace. The ravens had taken the boomerang watch shortly after cuffing me. All I had left was a pile of wires and a housing block in my pocket, which wouldn't do me any good anyway. They guided me through a well-lit maze of underground corridors. Some of the corridor walls were smooth and finished with metal paneling, while other walls were merely roughly hewn tunnels burrowed through the dense rock. My raven escorts brought me to an empty room where I waited in silence, seated behind a metal table. The room, much like the corridors, was half finished and half rock. Eventually, Life Force entered, alone. He wore a clean new button-up shirt, perfectly white and pressed. His hair was restyled, and his hands wiped clean from the blood that only recently stained them. His angular face, confident stance, and meticulous grooming made him look like he belonged in some Calvin Klein cologne ad. Not a wrinkle creased his carefully fitted clothing. It was as if our previous encounter had been erased. He closed the door behind him and studied me in silence. The epic's quiet calmness unnerved me. I'd scoured information on hundreds of epics during my research in the Coop's workshop.
So many epics shared the attributes of unbridled rage and volatility, but not Life Force. Everything about him exuded quiet composure, and that, for some reason, was far more terrifying. He placed a box on the table, then sat across from me. "Have you ever heard of Fabergé eggs?" he asked, as if I wasn't handcuffed in some underground interrogation room. I wasn't interested in whatever game he was playing at. I stared at him, my mouth shut. I expected him to repeat the question or ask another, but he didn't. He simply waited in silence. Minutes passed. At least it felt like it, and yet he still didn't speak. Discomfort built in the air as the silence deepened, revealing muffled sounds I hadn't noticed before. The soft clomp of boots on concrete outside the closed door. The low hum of a generator. The buzz of the fluorescent lights. The unease I felt made me want to squirm. "No," I finally said, irritated with myself for yielding whatever belligerence I was trying to exude. I tried to fold my arms, as if the act could somehow salvage some degree of rebellion, but the handcuffs jerked against my wrists, and instead I looked like an idiot. "They were jeweled eggs created by the House of Fabergé in St. Petersburg during the Russian Empire." Life Force continued, as if the awkward silence hadn't been there at all. "Less than 70 original eggs were created, and far fewer exist today. So many have been lost. It's probably because there's some sparking psycho flying around the country burning and smashing cities," I said, trying to regain a bit of my defiance. But Life Force only nodded pleasantly. "That's a possibility." I realized as he spoke how out of my depth I was. He was in total control, and he knew it, and I was a silly child. He slid the small box between us and removed its lid. "This is one of the last remaining eggs," he said. "It is called Rosebud." He reached into the box and pulled out a jeweled egg. The fluorescent light above glimmered along its ruby and gold surface. Ropes of gold traced patterns along the egg, with diamonds embedded into converging strands. "Rosebud," Life Force continued, "was among 9 eggs that were purchased in a set for over $100 million in total." He set the egg on the table. "But now it's here, sitting between us in all its beauty and radiance. A treasure in the most quintessential of ways. Inside are 2 surprises, a golden crown with diamonds and rubies, and a cabochon ruby pendant. They were missing for years, but I found them." "Great," I said, trying to make the tone of my voice as flat and uninterested as possible. "Super cool." Life Force seemed unfazed by my indifference. "It's a gift," he said, releasing his hand from the jewel. "For you." "I'm good, thanks. I'm not much of an egg guy." "Dr. Perrick was impressed by his conversation with you. From what he's told me, you have a special insight into the mysteries of molecular biology. He believes that you and he can accomplish great things together. In Lux, we are building a world unlike any that exists below. We rise literally and figuratively above the destitution and barbarism that has befallen the earth. You, Jax, may very well be the key I have been searching for all these years. Your mind and talents can unlock a rather specific door that I have been unable to open." He stared at the egg and traced a finger along a vertical strand of diamonds. "You and Rosebud are not so dissimilar," he continued. "Both of great worth, both with treasures locked inside, both meant for greatness and prominence, and both destined for life in a palace." "Does that mean you're letting me go?" I asked, lifting the cuffs. "That's up to you. You've undoubtedly seen what Lux can offer. Food, shelter, hot water, electricity, safety, leisure, peace." "Peace? You're seriously talking about peace right now? After what you've done?" "You've seen it yourself," Life Force said. "Where else in the world can you still find this degree of happiness? Where else can you find an entire city that wakes up every morning without fear, uncertainty, and hunger? Nowhere. Don't you get it? You're a bunch of murderers wearing paper masks made out of smiles and garden parties. That's not peace or happiness. That's delusion. That's where you're wrong. What I've created up here is real as that jeweled egg, and you can be a part of it. I leaned back in my chair. Like I said, I'm not much of an egg guy. Life Force drew in a deep breath and released it slowly and tightly. Finally, a hint of frustration breaking through his blathery speech, a speech sewn together with frills and glitter and dumb red eggs. You have a chance to make a difference, he tried, the placating magic in his voice hardening into reason. So do you, I said, cutting him off before he could drone on with more garbage about noble causes and Russian jewelry. For starters, you could stop killing people and stealing their stuff. Seems pretty simple to me. Brigand is a pathetic traitor, and I'm nothing like him. I'm not going to sell my humanity for a hot shower and a sparkly egg. Humanity? Your band of desperados have wreaked havoc on my city. You've killed hundreds of my ravens, decimated entire city squares with your burrowing rockets, incinerated our art, burned our treasures, and destroyed what we've fought to build. You speak of humanity, yet you inflict pain upon myself and my people. I lifted an eyebrow. Pain? You're immortal. You don't feel pain. I most certainly feel pain. And I'm not as immortal as you might think, Life Force said, pulling a pistol from his hip and setting it on the table between us. Go ahead. Shoot me. Give it up. I lurched forward against the restraints and scooped up the pistol. I wasn't a great shot, but 12 inches wasn't a great distance. Before Life Force could finish the next word, I aimed the pistol and pulled the trigger. Life Force tipped back in his chair and collapsed onto the concrete floor. I stood from my chair, hands still cuffed, and emptied what was left from the magazine into Life Force's body. He lay there, unmoving, pulses of red swelling from the holes in his body in time with his heartbeats. But his heart never stopped beating, and eventually his eyes opened once again. He gave me a crooked smile. Wincing, Life Force rolled to his side and pushed himself to a standing position. I'm not immortal, he said again. I squeezed the trigger, but the empty chamber only clicked. Still, I gripped the gun tighter. You're still alive, aren't you? Everything has a cost. He lowered his chin, and his eyes shifted from bullet hole to bullet hole. Some costs are greater than others. I must ask, how does it feel, knowing you've just taken an innocent life? Innocent? How can you even pretend that you're innocent? Life Force gave me another crooked smile. I wasn't talking about me. He shook his head. You know so little. He turned and opened the door, then motioned me to follow. Come. He walked from the room. I followed, the prickling curiosity and unease getting the best of me. He led me down a concrete corridor to a steel door, the heavy kind they used to use in banks. Life Force gripped a wheel in the door's center. He turned it, and eventually a click sounded. The door swung open, revealing a hallway that branched out to a dozen different tunnels. Recessed into the rock walls of the tunnels were hundreds of green glass cylinders, each a few feet taller than me. The cylinders glowed in eerie emerald. It wasn't long before I could discern the shadowy form inside each cylinder. People. So many of them, along each branching corridor. They were locked in an upright position, held in place by restraints around their waist and wrists. Tubing snaked to and from their bodies, and they were awake, if barely. As we drew closer, I could see their listless, hopeless eyes, filled not with panic, terror, or defiance, but sadness and resignation. They didn't seem to have enough control over their own bodies to struggle. They only slumped against the restraints, hardly functional at all. My stomach churned with revulsion. What is all of this? Some epics are immune to death, Life Force said. Not me. I can't even recall the number of times I've died, and it hurts every time. He touched his shirt in the spot where Dan's sword had skewered his body. Have you ever been shot before? He didn't wait for me to answer. It's not that bad. Sometimes you don't even feel it right away, unless the bullet hits a bone. Getting shot in the head hurts the worst. You can hear your skull crack a fraction of a moment before you can hear the gunshot itself. It's a quiet snap that a lot of people miss if it's their first time. The pain is extraordinary. It takes a second or two for your body to register the sensation, though, and when it does, ooh, there's nothing like it in the world. Everything inside you screams simultaneously. There's pressure so intense that it feels like your head will burst at any moment. Each passing second feels vivid and immeasurable. It sounds like you like it. His face was unreadable as he stared at nothing in particular. Perhaps. He stopped in front of one of the green-tinted chambers and gently placed a palm on the glass. These generous individuals are kind enough to donate their tissues, bones, and blood whenever I need. A pick-me-up. The woman inside had a weary, almost ghoul-like look, as if she'd been here too long and was simply waiting to die. I doubted she'd be able to move, even if she was somehow released. Life force wrapped on the glass cylinder as if it were a fish tank. The cost of immortality, he finished. And the immortality I give my ravens. You're a gifter, I said, only now making the connection. I knew the ravens survived death because of his abilities, but I hadn't expected that it was because he'd been gifting them his regenerative capabilities. It was a small difference, him gifting the power to resurrect rather than resurrecting them himself, but it was an important difference. Some epics could do that, temporarily give others some form of their powers. He shrugged. Among other things. Then he turned to me, his eyes hard. Every raven you've killed in the name of righteous justice, or whatever you call it, had to be regenerated using the very innocence you fight so hard to save. Ironic, isn't it? Take this man, for example. Life force turned to the chamber on our left. A dead man slumped in his restraints behind the glass. His nose was broken, his arm bent and crooked, his head bruised and swollen, and in the center of his chest there was a short red line from what was clearly a sword wound. This was from our little bout in the throne room, Life Force said, examining the motionless form. So brutal. Every injury I'd inflicted on Life Force during that confrontation was vividly displayed before me in this man. As recognition of what I'd done hit me, a darkness welled inside the pit of my stomach. It was heavy and felt almost tangible. I was supposed to save lives. That's what we'd been fighting for. And yet, I could feel my finger tugging on the trigger of the rockets in Galveston. I'd killed hundreds of the black-clad ravens only for them to rise from the dead. Their resurrection had come with an unknown, unspeakable cost. Before I could respond, Life Force walked away and stood before another group of cylinders. Herschel, Wade, Paige, Abigail. Everything that was left of my Reckoner family. They looked completely normal, conscious and aware, their eyes locked nervously on my own. Their hands were cuffed in front of them, as though they had been hastily tossed into the tubes for this show and tell. Is this the life you want? Life Force asked. A man of great potential consigned to a green tube? I'm not going to help you kill more people, I said. He gave me a hard look. I strongly encourage your willing participation as Dr. Perrick's lab assistant. This doesn't need to be your fate. I'm not a murderer. Of course you are. How many deaths from my chambers are you responsible for? I glared at him. I didn't take their lives. It was you. He studied my face. I see anger stewing inside you. You may wish me dead, but when you picture a bullet bursting through my skull, or a bucket of acid stripping the skin and muscle from my bones, or a blade splitting my trachea, I want you to also picture the reality of what such violence would look like. He turned his attention to the glass prisons, then met my gaze as he pulled a small derringer from his other hip, held the gun to his own temple, and fired. He crumpled to the floor without another word. My breath caught, and I spun to face the 4 glass cylinders that held Herschel, Wade, Abigail, and Paige. My heart felt small and frightened, and something gnarled and sick wrenched in my stomach. No, I whispered. Please, no. The faces of my friends paled. and they stared down at the epic bleeding out on the floor. But nothing happened. Nothing. A tiny red dot, the size of a pin, appeared on the side of Abigail's head. The pinprick widened, forming a hole that leaked a dark stream of blood. Her eyes widened in panic. A second hole was already forming on the other side of her head. The exit wound. "No!" I shouted, pouncing on the cylinder and slamming my fists against the glass. Her eyes grew suddenly empty, and her body went limp against the restraints. "Gone. Wake up, wake up, wake up!" I chanted inside my head. "Come on, Abigail, wake up!" I could almost feel her arms around me as she comforted me in the mattress shop. And now she was gone. Another person in my life. Gone. "Abigail," I said, both my hands pressed to the glass. "Don't leave. Abigail!" Her eyes never closed. They stared off vacantly to my left. "Abigail, please," I whispered. Unconsciously, I reached for her hand, the way I had all those years ago with Dan. But this time glass barred my way. I felt like a child. I was back in Boston, kneeling in the street, staring at my dead brother. I was with Prof, listening to him tell me that my family had all been turned to dust by obliteration. I was back in Fort Worth, watching wing flare crush the life out of Zeph. Helplessness consumed me. "It didn't have to be this way," Life Force said, already on his feet and standing beside me. "But you gave me no choice." Icicles of rage shivered through me as I turned to stare at him. My body shook with it. Fists clenched and muscles tight. I could barely pull in a breath. I wanted to rip the creature before me into pieces. I wanted to... Life Force held up the Derringer and stuffed it into my hand. "Do it," he whispered. "You know you want to. Kill me. Bathe me in lead and fire and death." The small pistol felt like it weighed more than the earth itself. "Do it!" The calm and composure evaporated from Life Force, leaving behind the demon I always knew was there. But there was nothing I could do about it. Anything I did to him would be done to what was left of my Reckoner family instead. My shaking fingers opened one at a time, and the gun clattered to the dense concrete. Life Force picked up the pistol and returned it to his belt. He straightened his shirt, tucking in loose bits of the blood-stained fabric as the demon faded and his self-control returned. "You'll find an empty chamber right behind us," he said, turning and indicating a glass tube facing the other Reckoners. "Get inside it, or I'll slit my own throat." My heart felt tight in my chest. He pulled a knife from a pocket and held it at his side. "Now, please." I backed into the glass chamber, cuffs still around my wrists. Once I was inside, he took out a syringe from his pocket. My heart squeezed. "What are you going to give me?" I asked. Life Force looked at the syringe. "You can't see that it's empty?" He tilted his head in a chiding manner and playfully tapped the empty syringe in the air. "Perhaps Dr. Perrick's assessment of your intelligence was misplaced." He pushed the needle into my arm, then pulled the plunger to draw my blood. He then put the same needle into his own arm, emptying my blood inside his body. "Since I must be touching the vessels from which I heal," he said, "this ensures that I'm always connected to them. A part of each guest inside these chambers flows through my body." Life Force spoke. "In the morning, you four will be outfitted with enough medical assistance to keep you all healthy and well. I'll check on you after you've had a few days to think. Time will almost certainly motivate you to reconsider my offer. The tubes can be a rather lonely experience. But if you do choose to stay, remember that this is where you will spend the rest of your long, long life as you watch your friends die one by one so their flesh can mend my broken body. You will then watch their corpses slowly shrivel and decay,